Welcome to Derby Day from Home. This is what Derby looks like, right? This year and, later, Kentucky Derby has been rescheduled for September 5th. But for now, Derby looks like this, but it's going to look more than just like this. I mean, we're going to have some bourbon. We're going to have some great friends, celebrities, mixologists, horse experts all day long. And to help us get started, by the way, I'm Tom Fisher of Bourbon Blog, and thanks for joining us. I want to welcome my good friend, bartender extraordinaire and owner of Japs since 1879 there in Cincinnati, Molly Wellman. Thanks for joining me to kick this off.
Hi, thanks for having me. Happy Derby, virtual Derby Day.
Yes, that's right. And this is Derby Day from Home. We're so excited to have you. You've been part of our shows that we've been doing the last month or so on our Bourbon Blog Live. You've been doing your show, which is called the
5 o'clock tales. Yes.
5 o'clock tales, yeah, which is so much fun to watch. And so we're having some bourbon. I have a little bourbon poured. You are going to you're going to be making something that's rather Derby-like for us here in a few moments. What are you thinking that might be kind of Derby-like?
Oh, mint julep. What else? This is my favorite. Every year I look forward to this week, not just because of the race, but because I get to make all the mint juleps. And even this whole coronavirus, this is not going to change me. We're still going to have a great mint julep. So I'm going to make my version of the best mint julep. So
absolutely. Well, you go ahead. I'm going to put the camera right on you and have you get started. And I may be finding a julep. I'm going to have a sip of Old Forester first, but I think I'm going to find a julep.
You have to find a julep.
I'm going to watch you.
Okay. So when I make a mint julep, I'm very particular about how it's done. First, you're going to need a julep cup if you have one. I like to use just a Collins glass, though. And I also have, I actually found my Derby glass from last year, but I'm just going to hold my mint in it right now. But I like to see what goes on in my glass. So the first thing you're going to do, you need crushed ice. This is really important for a mint julep. Crushed ice. It's a very strong drink. This is a sipper. You want the ice to start to help dilute the drink as you sip it. So just fill that all the way up with crushed ice, okay? And then set that aside for a minute. If you don't make a mess with the ice, then you're doing it wrong, okay? All right, the next thing, take something to mix with, and you're going to need, let's start with mint syrup. I made some mint syrup today. Very simple, sugar, water, and fresh mint, okay? And when you make this, make sure you don't keep your mint in too long. You have to watch the mint. You don't want it to turn dull, otherwise it turns bitter, and you do not want bitter mint. No one likes bitter mint, no one. So we're just going to use about a half ounce of this, and I forgot my jigger, so I knew I would forget something. Half ounce, you don't want too much. You're sweet enough, you don't need to make your julep too sweet, okay? That's the secret. Next thing you're going to need is some really good Kentucky straight bourbon whiskey. I love my Old Forester, the 100 proof every time. We're going to pour about 4 ounces in there. I can't believe I forgot my jigger. Oh, well. I know it. We can do 4 ounces. That'll work. Okay. And then, I just kind of stir that around. Already has the mint. I'm not going to put mint in here. We're not going to muddle mint because I don't want the mint to turn bitter. I want it to be fresh. And you're got all that mint already in the simple syrup. Just pour this right into your ice, but make sure you leave a little room at the top because I have something special we're going to do. Look at that. Perfect pour, Miss Molly. All right. All right. The other thing you're going to, this is my secret ingredient, is some nice, good, dark Jamaican rum. Now, when mint juleps first came about before they got to Kentucky, they were in the colonies and they were drinking rum. They were drinking rum juleps. And so this is kind of my homage to the old colonial days. We're just going to top this off with a little bit of this dark rum. And this is going to bring out a lot of those gorgeous caramel notes that are already in the bourbon. And then that mint's going to come out and it's going to be bright. Top this out with just a little bit of fresh mint sprigs here. Right in there. And then, of course, you'll need a straw. And if you have a reusable straw, that's the best. And just nestle that right in there with the mint. And voila, you're ready for the Derby. You're ready to watch the ponies. This is the best mint julep ever. September.
You know what? Magically, as you made a mint julep, one just appeared in front of me along with a straw. It's amazing the magic of TV.
I think that's what happens on Derby Day in Kentucky, isn't it? Like magically you walk around and all of a sudden you have a julep in your hand. That's what I heard. Like you're in Louisville or Lexington, magically a julep appears in your hand. Right? Isn't that right?
Magic can happen. It's this magical thing. And now that we can't be at Churchill for Derby Day until September, we will magically have this. It's just the magic of TV. I promise, if you're watching, if you keep, and for the viewers watching, I feel like if they keep watching, bourbon is going to somehow appear. I really think it's going to.
It's amazing how that happens.
Now you probably will have a sip here.
It's so good.
It's so good. And I tell you, I think it's one of those things that, because we get people that some like mint julep, some don't. Some people just don't like mint, but some people really only crave a mint julep during Derby. And if I drink it, like if I'm at a really cool bar, like yours, another time of the year, and I'm like, I see it on the menu, I'm like, this, it just kind of takes me back to that moment at Derby and makes me feel like I'm already in springtime. But what do you like about, so let's just talk about, obviously Old Forester is the official bourbon for the mint julep at Derby, but you use Old Forester in a variety of cocktails there at Japs. What do you like about Old Forester and how it does in cocktails?
I love Old Forester for its complexity. I think it's not overdoing it on the rye. It's not too sweet. It's just kind of the perfect bourbon for sipping. And I go through quite a bit of this at my house because this is my go-to. But it's just great for mixing, getting the complexity. When you're making a cocktail, you're looking to like play with the different flavors and complexity that are in the spirit. And this works out perfectly for that. So that's what I love about it.
I agree. It works so nicely. It's fun. It's really fun to see how different types of whiskeys will work on a mint julep. I know that, and you may have. I'm trying to remember if you've did you ever compete in the Four Roses Rose Julep?
I was a judge.
You judged it. I was trying to remember. I know I judged it for several years in a row, and I know you judged it at one point. But what are some of the more interesting riffs that you saw? Because you get these bartenders right from all over Louisville in the area, and they're creating these cocktails. What have you seen like the riffs? What do you remember that really stood out to you?
So I judged it up here in Cincinnati in northern Kentucky, and every one of them were just they blew me away. They were so interesting. I remember one guy, he did something with blackberries instead of mint. I think he used like sage in it, and it turned out that was a really good one. There was one guy who just went way over the top using sherry. He like got his smoker out and started smoking. I was like, how are you going to make this for like 1,000 people? But that guy won, and he did. He made it for over 1,000 people. So just blown away. Like there's some really creative bartenders we have in this area. And in Kentucky, I've judged many contests in Louisville and down in Frankfurt and whatnot, and I'm just blown away. But we have such incredible bartenders everywhere. I just love it.
Well, we really do. We're very lucky in this area, and the talent has just really grown, not only in this region, but I think everywhere. People have gotten more excited. A couple of the ones I remember, I know that there was a gentleman, I'm trying to remember who he was. I'm sure it's up on the Bourbon blog. The recipe was, we always put the winner up, but he actually did some sort of a smoked mint julep, and then he made like a chocolate cigar next to it just to kind of elevate it. And he made ashes out of some sort of candy. One of the ones, there was a horchata themed one I had once. Cool. And then I think the herbal tea was a really big theme that I've seen other the herbal mint tea with the mint julep. I'm even seeing, and you may even have some cocktails you probably do that you like to make with Earl Greys and herbal teas. Do you have any favorite herbal tea cocktails? We
have an incredible tea company up here in Cincinnati called Churchill's, and I have a whole account there. I love it so much. They have some of the coolest different teas. One of the things, speaking of tea and juleps, we have a lot of non-drinkers out there as well, and I make a mint nani, I call it, or a non-alcoholic mint julep with tea, which it's really good. It really is. But but kind of getting those caramels and vanillas in there, and then a smokiness to it. And it does. It has kind of the whole feeling of drinking a julep, but for those who can't drink, you still have like the whole feeling of it. But
Right.
I do a lot with tea. I love using teas in drinks. I think it's great. I have one called a porch swing that uses raspberry and rose water, and then this beautiful bright black tea that I get from Churchill's. It's really good.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, and
No,
bourbon, of course.
It's always fun to see the creativity that comes with it, and it's great. We're actually going to be talking with Campbell Brown here in a little while at 1:40, and coming up in about 10 minutes, Molly and I are going to talk more cocktails here. We're going to have a James Murphy. He's a 25-year plus veteran, odds maker, sportsbook consultant, and author for SportsInsider.com. He's going to tell us what he thinks about this virtual derby that's happening. And, we encourage everybody that's watching this, because Churchill Downs is doing some great work for COVID emergency relief. To go to KentuckyDerby.com, you can actually make a donation. It's kind of like making a bet, but you make a donation on their website. You bet on with your donation which of the former Triple Crown winners that you want to see win in today's virtual derby. And then if your horse ends up winning, that you get your name put in for a prize package. And then Churchill Downs is matching it up to, I believe, $2 million, which is great.
That's incredible.
And then after our Derby Day from home here, we're going to be watching the Kentucky Turtle Derby from Old Forester at 7 p.m. Eastern, and they're doing some great stuff with helping out bartenders and emergency relief, COVID as well. So they're going to be streaming that on their YouTube channel, and that'll be fun to see. The slowest 8 minutes of sports. They call it the Kentucky Derby. I have to remember this. The fastest 2 minutes of sports. This is going to be the slowest 8 minutes in sports because there's 8 turtles.
I can't wait to see this. I just can't wait to see it.
Have you ever seen a turtle race? I've never seen one.
I've never seen a turtle race before, so this will be a new one for me as well. I think it'll go along with how slow you need to drink your mint julep, though.
Right. Without a doubt. I guess that these turtle races do happen. I mean, they're very humane, and very because they're just turtles going slow, right? But
right.
But apparently in 1945, when the Kentucky Derby was the only other time it was postponed, right after World War II, they had this turtle derby race then too. So this is the second annual, the first since 1945.
I had no idea.
This
that is
turtle
really
derby
cool.
has happened. Yeah.
It's kind of nice to know they have a backup.
We were even saying here at Bourbon Blog, Annabelle and I were talking about, since they're doing this turtle derby, maybe we should, like there's these chocolate turtles, maybe we should do a chocolate turtle themed mint julep. That could work too, right?
Now you're speaking my language, Tom. That sounds amazing. Now I'm going to want turtles all day.
So for those of you just joining us, and hopefully that's a whole lot of you. I think it is. It looks like a lot of people are joining. We are live on, I'm going to show them, bourbonblog.com/live, and the hashtag we're using, because I really hope that everybody that has a drink in their hands is going to share this thing we're doing, hashtag Derby Day Live. We actually had to go and see what hashtag hadn't been used, and I think the last time somebody had used the hashtag Derby Day Live was like in 2016, and I said, that's the one we should probably use.
Yeah.
So use that when you share it on Twitter, on Facebook, on YouTube. Tell all your friends. We have so many great things planned for today. We have a roundtable of great people talking about, some serious things, as much fun as we're having. Really the impact of COVID-19 on our industry. We have Tony Abigammon coming up a little bit later. He's going to be making cocktails for us. Anthony Caparelli. Quite a few great people. We're going to have a whole hour of celebrities here in just a little while. So all kinds of great stuff all day long. And how can people find you, Molly? What's the best way to find you and your
The-
5 o'clock tales.
The easiest way to follow me is going to be on my Instagram, Molly Wellman. That's with 2 L's and 2 N's. And then if you want to follow me on Facebook, you can too. But apparently I'm full of follow or whatever people that I can let become my friend, which is weird, you know? I don't get that. But on my Instagram is the easiest. And like every day, Monday through Friday, I post the classic cocktail that you can make at home. It's a lot of fun.
Really
It keeps
cool
me
that you do
sane, you know? Well, I don't have the bar.
Yeah, no, that's cool. That's cool. That's great that you're doing that, and great that you're spreading the good. How many episodes are you up to doing this?
32.
Wow.
Can you believe that?
You and I both started kind of right when this thing started out.
Yeah, you know, I freaked out when they, you know, said that the bar has to be closed. I was like, oh my God, I've had that bar for 10 years and I've not had to close it, even through a remodel. We kept it open. And I was like, well, what am I going to do now? So I was like, I guess I'll just get on the internet and see what happens. If anything, even if no one watches me, I'll have a cocktail and drink, you know?
Yes. No, it's good. No, that's the thing. I think the fun thing is for anybody out there that's, you know, whatever it is that you do, maybe it is cocktails or bourbon, but you know, the thing is just continuing to keep it going. When I started Bourbon Blog, basically almost 15 years ago, I was like, I'm just going to keep putting it out there until people like come, and then they came, and I think that's what's happening now. You see some people these last few weeks. Well, now I say few weeks, it's more like a month and a half, starting blogs, podcasts, and a variety of other things. I hope they'll keep them going. I think that we'll see more and more of this.
I hope so too. I have a bartender who started kind of like an online like radio show because he likes to play music and talk about music and cocktails and stuff. And he has that. And it's really fun. It's really cool to like kind of hear what they're thinking about and talking about and stuff. So I just love it. It's been a way to connect with everybody. Thank goodness we have the internet right now. Could you imagine? I don't know how they do it.
There might have been a whole lot more cocktail making and not cocktail sharing if we wouldn't have. Something tells me. By the way, I was going to say, Annabelle made this for me, which is really great. My wife, and this Derby glass is actually my mom's Derby glass. I don't know how many years it dates back to. It's vintage. If she's watching, maybe she'll tell us down below. But it's a vintage Derby
beautiful.
glass, not glass cup that she let me use. And then we have a few Derby glasses here that are vintage that are from our years of birth, which are kind of cool too. That I collect those, and I think they're kind of fun to find. It looks like here in just a moment we're going to bring James Murphy in, and Molly and I may both have some questions for James because he is the expert on basically betting, and you know what the odds will even be on Derby Day when that happens in September, and how all this will affect things. Now you go to the Derby most years, you do, right? You're there quite a bit occasionally.
Last year I was so grateful to be invited to come and talk bourbon and the turf room, and it was so cool. My friend Monica couldn't do it, and she said, "Oh, do you want to take my place?" And it was so neat. It was such a great experience. It's the first time I've ever been to the Derby. And I loved it. Everybody was so great. It was awesome. But it was the first year I'd ever gone. I'm usually here up in Cincinnati making, we always have big Derby parties up here. And we have, all week I'm teaching people how to make a proper mint julep and different ones for their Derby parties. So yeah, Cincinnati really gets into the Derby just as much as everybody in Louisville and Lexington and everything. So
they really do. It's good to see. Well, here in just a moment, I think he's are you all ready to go there, James? Can you hear us, James? If you give us a heads up if you can hear us, or a thumbs up. Okay, he can't hear us. So I'm going to make sure I bring him in when James is ready. James is from sportsinsider.com. He is a 25-year plus veteran as an odds maker, a sports book consultant, and he's an author for sportsinsider.com. And it is my pleasure to welcome to our Derby Day from home, James Murphy. James, how are you?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm trying to get all my technical stuff set up here.
You go. This is the beauty of the live TV. And James, this is my good friend Molly. She is
Hey, Molly.
Hi, James.
Cincinnati. And we're just so excited that you're joining us here on what would have been Kentucky Derby 146. It's our online celebration. But now we have to wait a little while. So there's several titles. I reading your bio, odds maker, sportsbook consultant. What are the many things you do in this industry?
I've pretty much done everything except sweep out sports books. You name it, I've done it. I've been a bettor. I've been a handicapper full time. I've done a radio show. I've done some television. Really, you name it, I've done it. Right now, I'm mostly writing and doing odds making for Sports Insider. That takes up most of my time right now. I do a lot of things. I've been really into the launch of sports betting in Colorado, which launched yesterday. And that's going to be the next really big sports betting destination in the United States.
Well, so what just launched yesterday?
Legal sports betting in Colorado. The state of Colorado's had, they just legalized sports betting. Right now it's entirely online because obviously their casinos are closed due to the whole coronavirus thing.
Oh, right.
I don't know if you heard about it or not, but they got all the casinos are closed. And
the casinos are closed, yeah.
But they've had 4 online apps launched yesterday. And by the end of the year, they're going to have 19 different companies doing sports betting in the state of Colorado, which will be more than Nevada and more than New Jersey. Yeah,
is this the first time that Colorado has bet?
Yeah, it is. It's actually the first day it was legal was yesterday. So it's a pretty big deal. Sorry, I'm still trying to. I have like 3 monitor screens here. So
no, you're absolutely fine. No, we can hear you just fine. And
okay, great.
So what was made legal was actually betting online then.
Well, no, it's actually betting online, and then they have. I don't know if you're familiar with the gaming setup in Colorado. It's really kind of cool. They have 3 cities up in the mountains, north and actually west of Denver, where they have casinos, and they're going to have retail sports books there, just like you do in Las Vegas. And a lot of the big players in the industry are going to be running the sports books. William Hill. Circus Sports is one of the newer ones in Nevada. I'm trying to think of the other ones. FanDuel, DraftKings. And the biggest news was the Westgate Superbook, which used to be the Las Vegas Hilton Superbook. They're opening their first location outside of Nevada at a location in Colorado. So it's going to be a really big deal. And I think people are just now, both within the industry and within the state, figuring out, wow, we're kind of owned to something here.
That's really something.
Really cool.
I think I understand, but for people watching that don't maybe do a lot of gambling, what is a sports book defined as far as
basically a sports book's anywhere you can go bet on sports. It's a
location to go to.
Yeah, it's a physical location to bet. Well, actually, it started as a physical location to bet on sports. Most of it's done online now. The guy that runs the sports book is your friendly neighborhood bookmaker. That's another good term to know. He sets the odds or the point spread or whatever, hangs them on the board. Actually, he doesn't hang them anymore; they're all digitized. And you go in and bet on it. And if you win, he gives you your money, and if you don't, he doesn't give you your money. So it's I've always found sports betting very fascinating because it's probably, with the exception of race betting, which is kind of they're kind of Siamese twins in the view of a lot of bettors who spend a lot of time at casinos. It's a very intellectual exercise. It's not like playing video poker, slot machines, or whatever. When I was doing handicapping full time, I'd spend 18 hours a day in front of spreadsheets on my multiple monitors like I have here. And, there's this impression that guys who bet on sports are always playing golf or, doing whatever. But that was where you'd find me when I was living in Las Vegas full time. More often than not was in my office, my dogs laying on the floor, and me staring at spreadsheets.
That's
James,
amazing.
how long have you done this? What got you into this?
Really, financial necessity. To paraphrase Bill Murray, I can't remember what movie it was in. It was the Zombieland sequel. Drugs cost money, as he said. But no, I got into this right after college. My ex-wife was in culinary school, and we were living in Portland, Oregon. And I really wasn't a bettor in high school and younger. I was kind of a casual sports fan. I grew up in Utah, so at the time the Utah Jazz were huge. And I knew a lot about NBA basketball. And we got married in Las Vegas, and that was the first time I had any concept you could bet on anything but football.
Wow.
And so I kind of really became fascinated with the concept of betting on basketball. And I kind of immersed myself in that. and you became pretty good at it. So at one point, I told her, "Look, I'm going to go down to Las Vegas, which was the only place at the time where you could bet on sports." This is a tough thing to hatch on most wives. I'm going to go down to Las Vegas and bet for a living, but I went down there. I did okay. It panned out, and then I got into some other things. I started handicapping and doing some writing online. And I said, well, look, this is going pretty well. I'll keep doing it as long as the money comes in. Yeah. And here I am 25 years later, and on a different wife, and it's been a fun ride. It's there's been a few times I've tried to do other things. I ran a boxing website for a while.
Wow.
And did a lot of boxing writing. I've done a lot of horse racing writing, but sports betting is my first love. It's something I've just always been fascinated with, and I'm just so happy that we're finally be able to enjoy it in the United States the way it was meant to be enjoyed, at least in some states like Colorado and some of the other better states that are coming online. And it's something I never thought I'd see in my lifetime. And it's kind of a really fascinating time in the industry.
What other states besides Colorado have this sort of legality?
Right now, there's 13 states that have it. I believe 13 states that have it online. They range from doing it very well, in which I put Nevada and Colorado, to doing it really, really poorly, which I put Oregon. They run it through their lottery, and it's just a mess. Wow. But I think what's eventually going to happen is, it's basically like any other competition. People in one state are going to say, well, look, these guys over here next door in Nevada or next door in Colorado have these options, and we want them. And so I think just good marketplace competition will eventually give everybody a pretty good betting on sports opportunity. But the nice thing about that is there's third parties that we talk about a lot on the sportsinsider.com, where you can bet online. And so it's a good vigorous marketplace, both with the U.S. regulated and what we call kind of gray market areas where you can still bet online, but it's not necessarily regulated by your state.
That's
interesting. Yeah.
In Europe or a number of places overseas, you see the sports books, from what I'm recalling, in other countries more frequently, right?
In England's the biggest betting country in the world.
Really?
And there's sports books everywhere. And a lot of the British bookmakers are opening up in Colorado. Betfred's a big one. There's a company called Smarkets, which is started out as an exchange betting marketplace, like you'd find at a horse track, but they've just recently opened up a sports betting side. They're opening up there. So they're expanding into the U.S., and they've always had a lot more betting rights than the U.S. has had. Right now, and it's primarily moving online in England too, but they've always had betting there, and they kind of have a problem because it's kind of a political pariah. So every now and then they'll do things like recently they said you couldn't use credit cards at online your physical sports books, and so they're always kind of monkeying with the rules to make it a little more difficult. But they've always had betting, and it's just ingrained in their culture there. And I think we're getting to that point here. When I tell people, just like my mom's friends, that I'm into sports betting, they always know the odds of the Super Bowl and stuff like that. And that's something that would have happened 20 years ago.
I think it's very fitting that we have a Black Cat Cup going with Molly Wellman as we're talking about odds on sports books, right? So I think it's.
Yeah, I've got my black cat wandering around here somewhere.
It has to be good luck people maybe have these things about if they see a black cat, or what do you see? I'm just kind of joking. I love Molly's cat, by the way, but
she's my assistant.
These things, these lucky rabbit feet, or all these things that people would have. What do you see that people have that get them like thinking they have good luck or even bad luck?
It's funny, even people who should know better. I've always told people, this is kind of one of my little catchphrases, that there's no such thing as luck, there's only probability. But a lot of people do have superstitions. I have a few little superstitions. I'm trying to think about some of my worst ones. For one, I don't like to wear T-shirts into sports books when I place bets. I always try, even if I'm wearing shorts or whatever, I always like to wear a fairly decent-looking shirt. Nice. And that's something I've always done. I've never really understood why, but you won't ever see me like wearing sweats or a T-shirt in the sports book. I know all kinds of weird superstitions. Some people have to have their a certain clipboard. Some people like to always have a certain pen. I even know guys who are like really tough looking guys who have like a stuffed animal, like a little tiny stuffed animal in their pocket.
A little
And
troll.
yeah, everyone's got and these are all people who would be considered sharp players who should know better. But it's kind of a fun thing to do. But yeah, I've heard every as far as your more casual players, I've heard every superstition, old wives' tale. But few of them are true actually. The slot machines don't know when you're winning. They can't flip a switch in the casino office to make you win or lose, that kind of thing.
That is so cool. It's so interesting. It's fascinating. It really is.
Yeah, it really is. It's a fascinating world, and I have to say that after being in it for 25 years, it's something I still enjoy getting up and doing every day. And something like yesterday, I was sitting, and this may not be the most exciting thing you've ever heard, but I was sitting online or sitting here watching a streaming video feed of the Colorado Gaming Commission meeting, and not exactly how a lot of people spend their time, but it still fascinates me, and it's still something I really enjoy getting up and going to work every day.
No, that's what it's all about.
Plus, I get free drinks, and a lot of jobs can't say that.
You can't go wrong with that.
I get free drinks when I go to casinos, and a lot of jobs.
You do, yeah. And you're a bourbon and whiskey fan?
Yeah, I've always been a bourbon fan.
Nice.
I used to drink a lot more than I did. I mean, I was living in South Carolina, and obviously living in the South, you have to drink bourbon, or they think there's something wrong. My personal favorite, and I know it's a very conventional one, is Maker's Mark on the rocks, just because you can find it everywhere and it's good. I've tried all the others. Blanton's was my favorite for a while. I like that because it had a little horse on top of the bottle. My favorite low cost was Jim Beam Black. Typically, no matter what socioeconomic background a Southerner comes from, they're going to have like a whole wall full of bourbon in their house. Which is one of the things I like about South Carolina. You'll go to a guy's house you think it's like the biggest redneck, the trailer trash, and you'll have like $100 bottle of Pappy Van Winkle's bourbon. So it's every Southerner I know has a bottle of Booker's in his kitchen.
Oh yeah.
So it's I've had like all the bourbons, but really my go-to is Maker's Mark, just because you can find it everywhere, and it's just a nice, balanced, solid bourbon.
Agreed.
It is. And hopefully, whatever you drink will bring you good luck. Now, today there's this virtual race, this triple winners that are doing the virtual race later today. What do you think of this? I mean, obviously, this is raising money for a good cause, and it's just for fun. But how should people go about thinking about these virtual races? These virtual races and virtual sports in general, right now, is one of the more fascinating things in the industry. They've had virtual racing and virtual sports at online casinos for years, but they're basically like glorified video games. You'd go play them, and they wouldn't have real team names. It would be like the team, like I don't know, like the Syracuse Blue Shirts against the Los Angeles Sea Dwellers, or something like that. They couldn't use rights. They didn't have any real players. It really wasn't even real data. They just kind of it was basically just a random number generator deciding who won. But the new generation of virtual sports is done by a company called Inspired Entertainment, and they put so much data and so many algorithms into their virtual sports that the process of handicapping it isn't much different than handicapping a real sport. And make sure you guys watch it today, because it's their presentation's amazing, and the visceral experience of watching it really, once it starts, you don't remember you're watching a virtual sport. Basically a glorified video game. Wow. You have the same emotional experience of watching a horse race, and I sat down and I spent a lot of time handicapping this virtual race this week, and they've factored in the jockeys, their tendencies on the horses. They factored in like horses' ability on the Churchill Down track or similar tracks. The only thing they didn't do that I wish they'd done is I wish they'd randomized the weather, because they gave the Churchill Downs powers that be choice of what weather they wanted, and they went with sunny weather. Which, if you watch if you've watched the Kentucky Derby the past decade, that never happens.
Last year was a mess.
And you could have said that pretty much every year since the 2000. That last year was a mess. I mean, it's and that's something I kind of factored into it. I like horses that are versatile. My pick to win this race is American Pharoah.
Oh, cool.
The recent Triple Crown winner. Secretariat's the favorite, and I consider Secretariat the greatest racehorse of all time. But I like American Pharoah's versatility. He ran well on all kinds of different tracks and all kinds of different track conditions. He lost the shoe in the Rebel Stakes coming out of the gate and won the race. So I like the fact that he won't. He's actually kind of a tightly wound horse, and he'd freak out when there was crowds around, which there always are in horse racing. He'd freak out going to the gate, but once the race started, nothing fazed him. His shoe could fall off, a horse could bump him. And so I think that he's going to be the one to emerge victorious. Plus, he's really fast. My secondary choice would be Citation, who's the best closer in the field, and because they've got a lot of really fast horses. And Horse Racing 101 tells you that if you have a bunch of really fast horses, you're going to have a fast pace, which will favor the best closer in the field. So those are my two favorites. It's absolutely fascinating, just the work they put into it, and I can't say enough about the
factors to make this feel and actually make it a real outcome.
Yeah, it's a real outcome, and you're going to start seeing. This is my free prediction for you, that you're going to see a lot of professional sports leagues. NASCAR's already started doing it, running their own virtual simulations of their sport concurrently with their actual regular season. So, for example, you're going to have a full season of NFL virtual football running at the same time as the NFL Football League, where they actually play football on the field. And if you go into a Best Buy or anything and look at like the NHL 2020 graphics on the Xbox or PlayStation, if you walk up to a TV set and they've got the Xbox hockey or Xbox basketball, it takes a minute to tell whether it's a real game or whether it's a video game. Mm-hmm. And that's where that's kind of where we are in the graphics, and just the amount of statistical detail they can put into the product now. It's amazing. And in some ways, this is kind of Matrix Next Generation stuff. In some ways, it's better to handicap the simulation because simulated players aren't out drinking the night before. They don't have injuries, and so. If you're a statistical handicapper, you can get a more constant, dependable effort from these video game players than you can from real players. So it's just a real fascinating can of worms they've opened. But in any case, make sure you watch the virtual race. It'll be amazing.
That'll be cool to see. And as you were saying, these other sports are going to soon be doing these races, or the sports itself alongside of the actual season.
Right.
What actually triggered that? I mean, have there been elements that have inspired that to happen, or have there just been?
Well, there's several things. First of all, the technology's there, and video games are so popular. The younger generation of fans, that's kind of the way our generation kind of grew up watching television, watching sports. They've experienced sports through video games, and then of course there's financial necessity, which this whole pandemic has brought about. That it's an unprecedented time in sports books because there's a lot of people with a lot of time on their hands who would like to bet on sports, but all the sports are shut down. So they kind of been scrambling to find things to bet on, and virtual sports have become a huge betting handle for them. NASCAR has been running their own virtual races every week, like a virtual pretty much a similar deal to what they're doing today. And they've run their own virtual races with the real drivers, piloting their their virtual cars on simulated tracks. And they've been getting like 1 million viewers plus per week for this.
Wow.
Yeah.
So it's real people running these virtual things. It's not just.
It depends. This is what NASCAR has been doing. I think what they're going to be doing in the future is just pure simulation. It's going to be basically the AI doing, running everything. And that's what it's going to be today. It's going to be like just the computer generated simulation. I think that's where the future is. But Nevada sportsbooks have been accepting betting on NASCAR virtual races, and they've become really popular. And then another thing, in England, the Grand National is the biggest horse race there. And they ran a virtual version of the Grand National a month ago, produced by the same people that are doing the Derby today. And they had 4.8 million TV viewers, which is an actual bigger turnout than the real Grand National would have gotten.
That's incredible.
Yeah. So when these organizers are running these virtual races, does someone at the end of the day that's controlling the buttons know the outcome, or does the computer just make it happen?
The computer kind of makes it up as you go. It's all random number generation and algorithms. Like, it's kind of like any other.
Nobody knows for sure the computer's really in charge of this.
they know what probabilities have been assigned to what horses,
Right.
but so do we, and in the form of the betting odds. We can kind of look at that and reverse engineer what the probabilities are, but they don't know what's going to happen. Obviously, if you've got humans like NASCAR's model, if you've got humans doing and it's funny to see a lot of these drivers have like built whole compartments, like engine compartments in their house. They've got screens all around them, and they've got like a driver's seat, the wheel, where they're controlling the video game. But and obviously that's just a lot of that's partially the computer AI, and then partially the input of the players. But today is pure AI, and no one knows what's going to happen. It's not like it's not like something they videotape. It's going to be happening real time.
It's going to actually, just like it really would be. What do you think of this Kentucky Derby turtle race that's going to be happening later?
I would not dismiss it for handicapping purposes, except I can't find past performance data on turtles.
On the turtle.
Oh.
So that's so for that reason, I'll say it's for exhibition purposes only.
Are you going to be betting on the turtles?
Probably not. To use a bad joke, there's not much speed in the race.
No.
No horse racing humor
in sports. No, it's a lot of fun what they're doing, and then I think the biggest question I think a lot of people are thinking about, and this is so helpful, James. It's so much fun to have you joining us, and we really appreciate you here on our Derby Day from home. For the actual Derby and Derby 146 in September, will there be any real change for making these horses wait, and what are your predictions for September?
Yeah, I think there are a lot of changes for making him wait. Because there's kind of a process for getting a Derby horse ready. It has changed slightly over the years. At one point, they wanted to have more prep races. To be they kind of had this theory that they needed to be in a certain physical condition to race the Derby, so they wanted them to run a certain amount of prep races before the Derby. That's kind of with Justified a couple of years ago winning the Triple Crown, basically having a 6-race career in which he won the Triple Crown and then retired. That's kind of gone out the window, So the idea that you need a lot of races to prepare a horse for the Derby is no longer true. But there's a lot of unknowns. It's what does a horse do from here to September to prepare for the Derby? That's something that we've never. There's always kind of been a set schedule that horses do after the Kentucky Derby. They usually go do something like the Travers at Saratoga, or obviously the Breeders' Cup at the end of the year. But now they're going to be running the Kentucky Derby in the fall. For one thing, I wouldn't bet on any futures because a lot of things can happen between now and then. Right. And the worst thing to ever happen is if you're holding a good ticket on a horse and he gets sick, or for whatever reason he can't make the start. And if it's a futures bet, you're out of luck. So really, I'm going to wait until a couple of weeks before the Derby to actually start handicapping it. And that's actually what I do for the real Derby.
Right now?
I'm sorry?
Do you think there's a favorite right now for September?
I can tell you who the favorite is, but I don't. Let me pull up my screen here. And right now, a horse called Authentic. Actually, I lied. That's not it. Right now, a horse called Tiz the Law. T-I-Z. The Law. Right. He's the favorite. But still, this is the latest Derby's future numbers. The all others bet is still the shortest price at 3-1. So even amongst the futures betting, there's a lot of uncertainty and a lot of wait and see attitude to see what happens. Before they really want to commit any money to betting on it.
Excellent. Well, James, this is so helpful to have you joining us. Is the best place to find more about you SportsInsider.com? Where do we find you?
SportsInsider.com. My writing's all over there. Right now, as I said, I'm kind of obsessed with sports betting in Colorado, so you'll read a lot about that. You'll read a lot about the sports, when they're going to come back, if they're going to come back, and how that's going to impact betting. And you can also check out CasinoInsider.com, and I write a lot about the gaming industry there, the Nevada and Asian gaming business end of it. So, I'm pretty easy to find. But SportsInsider.com, that's where to go get me.
Well, thank you, James, for being part of our Derby Day from home today. And when we get closer to September, I may give you a shout, and we'll talk some more about your thoughts.
Yeah, I'd love it. That'd be great. It's a lot of fun today, and I'll try to have some bourbon in the house next time.
We're pouring you a virtual pour, and cheers. And as we say in Kentucky, happy Derby.
Well, happy Derby to you too, and thanks for having me on. And Molly, it was nice to meet you.
Lovely to meet you too,
Thanks,
James.
James.
Very interesting.
This was awesome. Cheers, buddy. Thank you.
Thanks to you.
Thank you. All right.
What a cool
And
pie.
here we go. Here we go. I pressed it twice. All right. So Molly, this is great. I think it's time for another pour of Old Forester, and we're actually going to bring in to the conversation our good friend Campbell Brown. He's the president and managing director of Old Forester. So I'm going to pour a little bit of Old Forester. We already have our mint julep. I don't know if there's is there another favorite cocktail you like to have with Old Forester? Or is there a?
I actually do. And you know what? I just have to grab one thing. So bring him on.
We'll have you grab the ingredients, and I'll bring you back on, and then
we're gonna do another.
We'll have you say hi to Campbell, though. You can say hi.
Drink.
Molly Wellman and Campbell here, Campbell. Good to see you, buddy.
Let me go grab something. You guys.
Molly's going to grab an ingredient for an Old Forester cocktail. How's it going, Campbell? Oh, can we hear you? He is drinking, I think, can you hear me, Campbell? Can you give me a thumbs up if you can hear me? Okay, for some reason, I'm not hearing Campbell. Can we hear you now? Oh boy. You know what we may do, Campbell? I might let you log back in and then I'll bring you back while Molly makes, this is the beauty
Is that
of
better?
There it is. Okay, there you go. That's fine.
Wow.
It's okay. Hey, you know what? Even in what do you call it? Silent movies, bourbon still tastes good, especially Old Forester.
It
right?
does. Yes.
It's good to see you, Campbell. Campbell Brown, how are you?
Good to see you, Tom. I'm doing well. Thank you on this beautiful Derby day here in Louisville, Kentucky.
That's right. Now,
as we all predicted, it's sunny and sunny.
Hey, at least we're having a good Derby day. It's Campbell Brown, president and managing director of Old Forester, and we are sipping on some Old Forester right now. Molly made us a virtual mint julep. Bring Molly. Hey, there's Molly. How's it going, Molly?
Hi,
Molly.
how are you, Campbell?
All right.
Well, thank you. You look great.
Good. Thank you.
Look at that
Happy Derby Day.
I knew she'd
Happy
have
Derby.
quite a Derby outfit.
Yeah. I'm wearing last year's Derby outfit, which is a no-no, I guess, but it's,
It still works.
I'm not seeing any of those people today, so it doesn't really matter.
No, it's great. So what do you think of this? The first Derby since 1945 that's been postponed. What are your thoughts? We're obviously missing seeing you and all of our great friends in Kentucky.
Yeah, I'm disappointed. I've had some real struggles this week, as typically we're up early on Tuesday. I'm with Jackie Zycan back at the track. I almost felt like up at 3:30, just walking back there for giggles and telling people how to make them a julep and asking them responsibly, but I stayed in bed. So I miss all that stuff, and I miss just the action and the activity around town. I miss welcoming friends and our customers, and I'm happy we're going to be doing it in September. I hope we can pull it off with as much pageantry as we do in May, and that's what the crowd will be like. But it's something that Louisville does really, really well, and I'd like to get another shot at it if possible.
Oh yeah.
I think it'll work out. I really do. Yeah.
I think it could even be more. I mean, obviously nobody would have wanted any of this to happen, but I think there could be even more enthusiasm leading up to it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think so as well. We're all going to be really ready for something live and something, exciting and a tradition that we've all been growing up with. And it's just odd not to be going through all those preparations and this week. It's just, Louisville, we have so many things that lead up into this weekend that have just not, my kids, we live right by, we do this wonderful craft exhibit on our street in the 2 weeks before. And my kids are like, where are all the booths? How am I going to make money? Like, where's my lemonade stand? And it's just odd to have to explain to them that you're going to have to sell all the lemonade to me.
Pour some bourbon in it.
Yeah, well, they better not be.
Yeah.
Molly had made for us a mint julep, of course, with Old Forester. Old Forester being the official bourbon for the mint julep, and we love having those mint juleps at the
I got got mine right here.
You're having a little mint julep, and that's actually really good. That the pre-bottled mint julep you guys do is very nice. Show us the bottle again, there, Campbell, if you would. Please.
Sure. It's yeah.
I actually have had the Old Forester mint julep, and I'm not a big fan of bottled cocktails, but I have to say I really am impressed with
Nicely
that.
done.
Yeah,
they did a great job. It is good. It's balanced, and yeah, and, you can always add a little floater on top if you want. And
I do.
yeah, they're delicious. I actually crushed some ice up in my. I'm actually in my brother's apartment. I've been doing all my work from here. It's been wonderful. And I made a mess in his kitchen though.
Now, I'm looking at that glass. Is that last year's glass?
I was just looking at that because I thought maybe it could come up. It's the 139th. So I think that's what 2013 or.
Yeah.
I was about to say.
Yeah, because this would have been 146. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So we got, everybody, you come to Louisville, you go to somebody's house, you're going to find two things. I always say you're going to find a collection of Derby memento glasses and a bottle of Forester. Whether they're, in the business or not in the business, or they represent other brands, it's you tend to find everyone's got a well-stocked bourbon cabinet.
No, it's true. And Old Forester, especially with Louisville, we love it all over the country, but Louisville and Kentucky Old Forester is so important too. But there's a lot of history behind Old Forester and how it's inspired cocktails and some real traditions in bourbon. Tell us, just for those that are watching that don't know, what's the history of Old Forester?
Yeah, so it was started by my great-great-grandfather. He was a pharmaceutical salesman, and at that time in 1870, I think they're very inconsistent and sometimes downright terrible whiskeys that were being sold. There was really no consistency, and you would go get it at your local bar or pub or wholesaler, and they would be pouring it in from right out of a cask or a barrel or something, holding it to something else, and they were adulterating it and adding things to it to make it darker or give it a bit of a kick. And some of that stuff was really actually not good for you and could kill you in some instances. And so, as a pharmaceutical salesperson, he wanted to find a solution to that. And so he originally was a rectifier. So he was friends with a few distillers in town and was able to secure some inventory from 3 distilleries, Mattingly, Melwood, and Atherton. All 3 are gone today. And began to blend what is now Old Forester. And then he was the first person to sell it exclusively by the bottle. So he was the first person to bottle bourbon in America. And that was the only way you could get it, is by his bottle. He put a safety seal on it and signed his name, giving it its authenticity and quality. And that kind of started it. It's the only brand, we're celebrating our 150th year now. It's the only brand that's been available for sale consistently before, during, and after Prohibition. And we're proud of that. I think it's a resilient brand, and it's really is kind of, we like to kind of call it the hometown bourbon of bourbon's hometown. Louisville's been unbelievably good to Brown-Forman and Old Forester, and even in its the dark days of vodka, when the brand was on a bit of a decline, people around here kept buying it and kept it going. And today, with the rejuvenation of the whole category, we've really benefited from that, and the brand's just doing great. And it's a lot of fun to work on, and it's got some great history to it, and we believe it's pretty delicious.
Yeah, it really is. It's delicious stuff. A lot of complexity, and just and it's such a great bourbon, such a great collection too. You've added several of the Whiskey Row series.
Yeah. I love the Whiskey Row.
Yeah.
I love that story. It's my favorite story of all the bourbon stories.
Oh, great. Yeah. It was funny because I was on the sales side I was kind of running our Midwest division, and I was in a meeting with the Old Forester brand team, and they're running through, here's the plan for next year. And they throw up this picture of 1870. And I'm like, what is that? And like, oh, we're going to introduce this Whiskey Rose series that takes us back to our roots and allows us to tell the story. And it's going to be like this replication of what George did back in the day. I'm like, finally. like, what a great idea. This is amazing. I can't believe it. What an easy way to tell a 150-year history through these products. And we've just had a lot of fun with the whole series. And I think we've got 1870, 1897, 1910, 1920.
They're all really beautiful. In fact, someone is watching right now from Memphis that's saying, our friend Susan there, she's sipping on some Old Forester single barrel this afternoon, barrel pick from Joe's Liquors in Memphis. All right.
Right on.
So those single barrels are beautiful too. Those are really nice.
Yeah. Well, and Jackie, you guys know Jackie. She's kind of leading that for us and just does a great job.
I have yet to meet Jackie, and she is like one of the people that I feel like I know her, but I've not been able to meet her face to face yet. I can't wait to the day I get to meet
Probably
Jackie.
not going to happen this month either. So yeah, we need to get you guys together. I'm sure you have a lot of fun.
I don't know if the world's ready for that though. She's a
yeah. I can just see you have like a lot of what Jackie has too. So that kind of strong, independent spirit.
I see that in her too. I think she looks really cool. So I can't wait to meet her face to face.
Coolest person I work with, pretty much. If I'm watching this, I'm sorry.
She is really cool, and of course that your brand team does a wonderful job. I was lucky enough to go to I think it was it was in 2019. This past year, I went to a tasting of the Old Forester birthday with Jackie, and there was a cake and everything that you guys had actually made, which was nice for the celebration. Always enjoy that Old Forester. That Old Forester birthday has gotten tougher to get though.
Yeah. That's like the worst time of the year for me. You can't make friends, and the only thing but I hate allocation. The whole Whiskey Road thing was to avoid allocation, but we only have so much birthday bourbon, and it seems like you just can't predict what the yields are going to be, and so inevitably you're disappointing most everybody except for a few. And anyways, it's a great product. If you can get your hands on one, awesome. But they're always fun to do. It's just personally. I get beat up.
Birthday bourbon was always my. Oh, excuse me, Tom. I'm sorry.
Which one was your favorite?
Birthday bourbon was always my favorite to collect until I couldn't find it anymore. And I usually have a great, source to get it, but I still have a little nip of 2011, and I find out to be one of the best. Oh my gosh, that was one of the best ones. So anyway.
We did a flight of all of the birthday bourbons about 4 years ago in New York. Wow. And I actually broke my jaw about a week before that and had it all wired shut. And so I guess you can't go. I'm like, there's no way I'm going to this. So I ended up going to New York, and I had to do the whole flight through a straw. But it was worth it. So it was nice. They are good.
Excellent. I think, and we do want to talk to you about the Turtle Derby. Molly was going to make what cocktail do you have in mind? Maybe while he talks about do you want to walk us through it? You can walk us through it.
Oh no, you guys talk about the turtle. I'm gonna make a Saratoga. I think that's an amazing cocktail. Have you guys ever had a Saratoga?
No.
Maybe I've heard of it. What is it? What's in it?
This is another great horse racing cocktail from Saratoga. But it's a Manhattan, but it has a bit of brandy in it. And in the 1870s, that was a big deal as well. So this is really great, and it works really great with the Old Forester. So you guys talk about the turtle. I'm gonna whip up a Saratoga. And it's really good. I'm so sad that I just can't make one for you, so you can drink it with me.
It sounds really. And what's the just so we know, what are the proportions that you're doing?
So it's about 2 ounces of good Kentucky bourbon or rye. I do like to use the Old Forester rye with this. So that's the original. But being in Cincinnati and so close to Kentucky, I like to use a lot of good rye-based or high rye bourbons too. An ounce of a good cognac or brandy. If I don't have Hennessy, I like the Copper and Kings down there. Those guys are doing great stuff.
Yep.
and then a good sweet vermouth, just a half ounce. And then, of course, you need your bitters. So Angostura, good old Angostura bitters, right in there.
That sounds really good.
It's really good. All my Manhattan drinkers, I turn them on to this. They love it. It's such a great, it's just another level up from the Manhattan, but it's a great whiskey drink. And of course, with the horses, you know.
Yeah.
This one was created for a guy named John Morrissey, who was a really big, one of those boxers that was this kind of boxer, bare knuckle boxers. Yeah. But he was a gambler too. I could just see him drinking these in his gambling club up in Saratoga, watching the ponies. But if you're not in the mint juleps, this is a great alternative, you know? It really is.
I might have one of those tonight when I watch these turtles take off.
You should.
Quietly leave their gates, I guess.
Well, and this is, I think this is a perfect cocktail for that, Campbell. So now this turtle race, this is the first one since 1945. Tell us about this. It's really incredible.
Yeah, I mean, it came together literally a week ago. You know that we got one of the smart creative folks that we work with at an agency said, "Hey, can I pitch an idea?" And we're like, "Sure, whatever you want to do." And so the next day, we got on one of these Zoom calls, and he was dressed as a Ninja Turtle, which was awesome, and said, "Look, in 1945, that was the last time that they did the Derby was postponed, and instead they ran this turtle race. We've got a bead on 8 racing turtles. We've got a venue. We think the turtles are ready, and we've got the bugler from the Churchill Downs, as well as the play-by-play guy from NBC willing to do this. And so we greenlit it, and we're excited. We think it's going to be a lot of fun. These turtles have been training a lifetime for this. This is their big moment. It's a big stage. We just hope the best for all of them. We hope it's a safe race. It looks like it's going to be pretty dry, and so it'll be a fast track, and we'll see who wins.
That's really incredible. That's really cool. Yeah. Okay, now I'm seeing some friends pop. I was watching for this. This is so much fun. We get to see you, and then we get to see who's on next. They're on deck, and so cool to have you with us, Campbell. And we're gonna definitely really enjoy this Turtle Derby race and this cocktail again. Tell us the ingredients of this, Molly. Again,
the Saratoga. It dates back to the 1870s, 80s, and it has rye, or a good high rye bourbon, a good Old Forester. I like these. Well, it was a signature, but the 100 proof, and then cognac or brandy, sweet vermouth, and bitters. So it's basically a Manhattan with a little bit of cognac in it. So really good.
It sounds so good. What's your favorite cocktail with Old Forester? In addition to the julep, Campbell, do you have a very favorite one?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I like the Old Forester Manhattans, I guess, is if I'm doing a cocktail, typically I'm just on the rocks person, and that's what I'd be, drinking regularly. But if I'm having a cocktail, Manhattan for me is I love Manhattans. I like it up, and they're delicious. But I tell you, I'm going to have the Saratoga. We're going to see what happens. I mean, we may have a new winner.
This one's going to be your new favorite. I just know
can't wait. I swear I might do it when we get off of this. Yeah. If my brother has brandy, I don't know if he's got any non-brown stuff here.
Are there any upcoming releases coming from Old Forester you can give us a little tip about, or anything like that? I'm going to have you talk about that for a moment with Molly.
Yeah, they were very clear to make sure I didn't talk about stuff like that. Yeah. But yeah, I think right now we like where we are with Whiskey Row. We just came out with the rye, and that's just tough to keep on. Now.
Rye is. I've talked to so many people. People love it. The price point.
Price is great.
the taste, everything about it. We go through so much of the Old Forester rye at my bar up here in Cincinnati. I can't keep it in stock. It's fantastic.
Yeah, and that's a Jackie's Eye Can deal. You know, she was the one we said, you know, because we felt it would be great for bartenders in the on-premise, just like you make sure that we do this right. And she came back and she was explaining what it was going to be. We found that old recipe and she's like, but look, it's got to be line price with 100 proof. I'm like, you know, you're not doing pricing. Finance does pricing. And then, but she's like, absolutely not. It's got to be line price. Stop messing around. Don't try to make it too like wishy. Just put it line price, make it easy, and get it out there. And so we've done that, and I think it's been a big difference. You know, it's.
She was really smart with doing it that way. I really, I mean, like I said, it's my go-to. We have up here in Ohio, we have Peter Wagner, Whiskey Pete, and he makes sure that we have everything in stock and. Yeah, he's fantastic. So the day he brought that rye to me was the greatest day ever. So
well, that's nice to hear. Thank you for saying that. Yeah, I mean, I guess the only two other things but it's been announced. You know, we changed the single barrel program, so it's now and then the unfiltered barrel proof, which is really the first unfiltered, other than probably King, product that we've done at Brown-Forman. So that'll be exciting, and we're looking to get that out there. Yeah.
I can't wait. I love everything you guys do. I'm a big fan.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
So we're gonna watch the turtle races tonight?
I'm totally gonna watch it. I can't wait. Yeah, I think it's really exciting, you know. I mean, if we've got to be stuck at home, we might as well have something exciting, different to watch, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I've never really seen a turtle race, and this. You know, it gets your curiosity going, and who knows what's going to happen. It's, you know, anyone's race, really. And
it really is. I've been telling everybody, you know, it's just as long as the turtle race happens, as long as you need to drink your mint julep, you know. You
can probably get a couple mint juleps in on this turtle race. I think
so too.
Yeah.
No, it's
I'm really excited. I mean, if we're going to be doing this, then we definitely have to have our own new traditions, you know, traditions. Yeah. So this is cool.
No, it's
Tom,
great to have you here with us. This is so much fun, and we're thrilled to be trying.
I can't hear you. But that's okay.
The cocktails Molly made, I can't wait to try the Saratoga. That'll be so much fun.
Molly's having trouble hearing you, Tom.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. I don't think Molly can.
Can you hear me, Molly?
Hear you, but I'm kind of trying to read his lips.
She's reading your lips, though. So watch out.
We're gonna Campbell, we're going to keep in touch and definitely be watching the turtle race tonight. And everybody, again, at 7 p.m. on the YouTube channel on
Old Forester YouTube channel. That's correct.
Cool. All right.
Well, thanks, Tom. Thank you, Molly.
Nice to meet you too, Campbell.
Happy Derby, as we say.
Cheers.
Happy Derby. Cheers.
Okay, we'll be seeing you soon.
All right. Bye.
Thanks, Campbell. And we're gonna, you know what? We're gonna be getting in just
Tom,
a moment.
I'm so sorry, I can't hear you.
Can you not hear me? Can other people? Let's see. Willie, can you hear me? Willie can hear me. Willie
I can't hear
me?
you.
Thumbs up if Willie can hear me. Okay, Willie can hear me. I tell you what, I'm going to bring Molly back here in a moment. Maybe Molly, I'm going to text her and see if she can re-add. But what we'll do for the moment, again, for everybody watching, we're really having a lot of fun. And of course, there's always those things that happen. We are going to let you know the best place to watch this all day long is bourbonblog.com/live and use the hashtag Derby Day Live. We're here all day long. We're going to go to the red carpet portion now to actually talk to some of the celebrities. Usually if we were on Derby at a Barnstable Brown party or whatever it might be, we would be talking to celebrities. I would be interviewing people the night before, the day of, and I'd like to bring in my good friend, Willie Garrison. How are you?
I'm well. How are you, Tom?
Good. Good to see you, Willie.
Where are you?
I'm right on the border of Indiana and Kentucky.
Oh, wow.
So, and you are in?
I'm in Los Angeles, California.
Yes, excellent. And for those of you that I'm sure you do know, Willie's known for many things, for his role in Sex and the City, White Collar, so many other great films and TV shows. What the character that you played on Sex and the City? I'm sure most people remember.
Yeah, Stanford
Yes.
Blatch.
Yes, yes, I remember that too.
It's like a nauseating name, Stanford Blatch. Sounds like a stomach condition.
So tell us what's been happening with you. I know you have some new film projects you're working on, and tell us what's going on.
Well, none of us are working on anything right now. That's impossible. So, but I do have some pictures coming out.
Yeah.
And I still have, I think I have one more Supergirl to air. But I think the next film coming out is called The Bellmen, which is, I think, streaming, I believe, next Friday. And it's available now on iTunes and Amazon for pre-order. And it's called The Bellmen, and it's really, I think you pre-order it on iTunes. And then you can just order it whenever you want after that. It's about bellmen working at a resort in Arizona, and it's stupidly fun, which is as it should be. So perfect movie for right now.
I watched the trailer for it, and I was talking with Jason
Kim
Adler yesterday, and so part of this is actually, part of this was sort of improv. I mean, part of the film was. It sounds.
Yeah, a little bit, and the film. I believe the film came about because I think Jason worked as a bellman at a resort. Right. Yeah. So it's kind of goofy and funny and sweet. People are going to be looking at it to be like Ski School or those kind of broader comedies. But what's different a little bit about the Bellmen is that it's not mean-spirited. It's actually quite kind. So that's different than those run-of-the-mill goofy movies that often come out. And it's also just a perfect tonic for this time. Watch a goofy movie. That's my prescription, is to watch a goofy movie.
No, it looks really funny, and again, you can pre-order it on Amazon. You said?
On iTunes.
On iTunes, right?
Yeah.
On iTunes. Excellent. So I hear you're a bourbon fan too. I see you have a little of the Old Forester we've been pouring there.
I do. I just got it, thankfully, from you guys yesterday.
I'm glad we can send you some. What do you?
I'm looking. This is an official Kentucky Derby glass.
Did you go on the 138?
Here's the thing. I'm a big horse lover and horse gambler, and I've never been to the Kentucky Derby because the Kentucky Derby is at the same time as Jazz Fest. So Jazz Fest in New Orleans always wins out, unfortunately. But I do. There's a charity that they do called Blessings in a Backpack, and they always have a big Kentucky Derby event here in LA, and I go to that. So they gave me this. I'm just putting some ice.
It's not the official glass. I know I have that. I think that one was from 2012.
That's right. How did you know that? You're really into this. You're a lunatic.
I have been every year, Willie, for I think 15 years or something like that. And I don't know.
I mean, it's 5 o'clock, right? Somewhere.
It's 5 o'clock someplace.
Okay, because it's 11 o'clock. It's 11 o'clock here in the morning.
In LA, it's what 11, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, 11:15, so it's okay.
Cheers, buddy. Thank you so much for joining us for a little red carpet. Sometimes on the red carpet, Willie, I will actually. There's a couple celebrities I see every year. I go to this party called Barnstable Brown.
Okay.
Which is known as the one of the top parties in the world. It's been called by many magazines. And Boys to Men is always there every year. So there's one of the members of Boys to Men that's a big bourbon fan. So I will bring him a little bottle of bourbon. Stephen Amell from the Arrows, a big bourbon fan. So I usually have like a suitcase full of like little bourbon fans. I'm able to say I have a little bit of bourbon for you. So.
That's a nice thing.
Next year, I'll get you a bottle, and we'll have one for you there in person.
Okay, I'll send you the brand.
Cheers, man. It's good,
Cheers.
Good to have you on.
This is actually quite delicious. I've never had it, and I kind of love it.
It's really
So-
nice stuff. As you were hearing from Campbell Brown, has quite a history. And I see you have. It's like you kind of have like a derby hat on.
Well, listen, I dress for a red carpet,
You
or
dress
of course, I'm not wearing pants. I mean, that's how this goes, right?
That's right. Just as every day, a hat and no pants.
Did you see? Did you see? It was online this week. A reporter for CBS doing a segment, and it was all very serious. And he's wearing a suit and tie, but the camera angle was a little low, and you could see he was wearing shorts.
And it was
fantastic. And they do the whole thing. They do the whole segment, and no one mentions it or anything. It's fantastic. Like, yeah. It was just like a mistake, but it was fantastic. I loved it. Very humanizing.
That's awesome. We're going to try to bring back on, if we can, if she can hear us, who's co-hosting with me, my good friend, bartender Molly Wellman. Molly, can you hear us now?
I can totally hear you now.
Yay.
How are you?
Molly, this is Willie Garrison here. And
Molly, you live in Cincinnati?
I live in Cincinnati. Yeah. Have you ever been to Cincinnati?
I have. And
Oh.
my son goes to college in Ohio. Not in Cincinnati. But.
That's awesome. Does he go to Ohio State?
No, he goes to the College of Worcester,
Oh, okay. Cool.
which is in a town called Worcester.
That
shockingly.
makes sense. I've heard
Yep.
of Worcester, actually.
Yeah, they figured that out. They figured out a good way to name the college.
Good for them. I mean, I've heard of it, actually. Yeah.
it's a cool area. Now, Willie was saying rather than Kentucky Derby, he usually goes to the New Orleans Jazz Fest.
Oh, I've only been once, and it's so cool. I love New Orleans.
It's the best.
Yeah, it's such a great time. Do you have any favorite cocktail bars there, Willie, or any favorite New Orleans?
Yeah, one or two. Yeah, one or two favorite cocktail bars. Yeah.
One of the best bartenders I think that I look up to is down in New Orleans. His name is Chris Hanna, and he has a place called the Jewel of the South.
Oh, of course, I know it well.
Yeah,
Of course.
wonderful.
Yeah, I'd
wonderful
say
place.
that's a great one. I love a place called Bar Tonique, which is
Cool,
amazing.
yeah.
And then the old classics. I love the blacksmith shop,
Oh, heck
Lafitte's blacksmith shop. I love Napoleon House.
definitely.
I'm a big fan of the neighborhood bars in New Orleans, which is like a great thing. They have Pals is uptown. It's like the greatest bar ever.
Agreed.
Kingfish is right near my
Yes.
house. Because my house is uptown off a magazine.
Very
And so
cool.
Kingfish is near us. And then in the quarter, my favorite drunk alcoholics bar is definitely the Chart Room.
Oh, I've been there.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
You kind of have to be an alcoholic to walk in the room. So
You have to
I
be
get myself prepared. Yeah. Yeah.
I love it. I'm so sad. I was supposed to go to Bourbon Fest this year. And
Oh, how great.
I mean, the day the day right before I was supposed to get on my flight, they canceled it. So unfortunately,
boo.
for this whole thing.
Well, they have it. They're airing, all weekend. They're airing on WWOZ Jazz Fest in place.
Oh,
And it's all classic performances the last 50 years. And there's a schedule and everything. It's really great.
I'm
It's great.
totally gonna check that out.
Yeah,
one
it's
thing-
worthy.
I make a lot of old classic cocktails, and the majority of them come from New Orleans.
Of
So,
course.
And I always make myself feel like I'm in New Orleans, just drinking
And-
in New Orleans.
And have you always lived in Cincinnati?
Oh yeah, I'm a 7th generation Cincinnatian. So
Because my co-star Sarah Jessica grew up in Cincinnati.
yes, she did in Nelsonville and in Cincinnati. Yeah,
Correct.
yeah. It's
Correct.
it's a great city. I lived in San Francisco and I've traveled, but came back to Cincinnati 12 years ago to settle down, and here I am. I'm not going anywhere. I love my city.
Well, I spend most of my time visiting my son in northern Ohio, so
Yeah.
more Cleveland, Columbus area,
Yeah,
which are great cities too.
they are. I love both those cities. Well, if you ever find yourself in Cincinnati, you come find me, and I'll.
Well,
make
my brother went to Athens, Ohio.
Yeah.
What school is that?
Athens is a part of Ohio State, I believe. Yeah, it's a little north of here too.
Yeah.
we're nestled. We're more like, if you said from Cincinnati, you would think you were more from Kentucky. You know, we're
Right.
very Kentucky centric.
So it's more bourbon oriented.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, I can see from my window. I can see Kentucky right from my window, and I'm in Cincinnati. So
Fantastic.
yeah, it's right across the river.
No, we would love to have you come to Kentucky Derby at some point, Willie. I think it'd be fun to and maybe this year, September, we can get you there, since it's happening a little different timing.
Oh, you know, that I could do, because there will be no Jazz Fest. So I can totally do that.
Well, you can come to Derby, come to some of the great parties. Did we? I had to step away there to. We're going to be bringing up Tristan here in a little while to talk with Tristan. But did we talk about 7 Days to Vegas yet?
7 Days to Vegas is out now.
Okay.
That's on. I think it's on iTunes and Amazon. You can get it, and it's an amazing thing. I play a little poker. Okay, I play a lot of poker. Let's be honest. And so poker players are famous for making proposition bets on anything. Like, you know, the next wind gust is going to be 3 miles an hour. Anything. And Vince Van Patten, who wrote and produced and stars in the movie, was a professional poker player. And he made one of the most famous proposition bets in history, which was that he could walk to Las Vegas from Los Angeles in 7 days in August, wearing a 3-piece suit. And he made that bet, and that's what the movie's about, which is amazing. And I play one of the poker players in his home game who's a real guy. I played with him a lot. He was called the Magician, and he was a terrible poker player. And what was more exciting, though, is that he came to the games as a magician, like with the cape, with the hat, and he had a wand. And when he got his 2 hold cards, you take the wand and you go, abracadabra. And he was literally a lunatic. So Vince called me and asked me to play the Magician. I'm like, are you kidding me? That's amazing. Like the biggest freak I've ever known at a poker table.
I love that. I can't.
So
wait
7 Days to Vegas. It's really fun, and it's got a lot of great spirit and a lot of atmosphere of the poker world, which Vince knows well as the host of the World Poker Tour. But it's pretty great. Yeah. So I have that out. I have the Bellman is coming. God the Worm. I don't know when that's coming. That's another picture. And then I think I'm pretty much shot out until we actually can stand on a set again.
I think talk about that too, because I mean we all know that none of us are going to work. I mean, we're working from home, but for actors and film and Hollywood and LA, I mean, this is something. Nothing is happening right now, right? I mean, tell us.
No, nothing. It's not only that nothing is happening; nothing can happen.
Right.
So that's you're gonna be, as you're in the next few months, as you tune into your television sets and your streaming services, you're gonna be seeing a lot more animated shows.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because people can do that. But in terms of standing on a set, it's going to be a minute. And then, people are going to start slowly figuring out the second there's really, really accurate testing and antibody testing, I guess people can somehow be sequestered and film something.
Wow.
But it's unfortunately just the nature of the beast. It's all about being in a room with other people, many people.
Sure.
To shoot something. So no one wants. The problem is they'll immediately protect the cast, and they're not going to be thinking as much about the crew. So that's something that certainly actors are going to be on their mind, is how to make this equitable for everybody.
Yeah.
So you may be seeing a rise in animation. That's something we will definitely see out of this with entertainment.
You'll see a lot of animated shows, a lot, because those people, the cartoonists, the story editors, all of that, they work alone anyway. So these are people who sit in a dark room in their basement doing it anyway. And then most actors, myself included, have these fancy microphones. Here's mine. That you know, so I record voiceovers and stuff at home all the time. So so we can do that in our house.
A lot of voice acting is safe, and of course, we know Willie Garson from so many great movies. One of my favorites that you're in, and this is something that I probably at least once a year that I watch, is Groundhog Day. And
you're supposed to watch it every day.
I'm supposed to watch it every day. Okay.
I think you missed the point of the movie.
Well, and that's what I was going to ask you. I feel like I'm watching it every day now because during COVID, hasn't everything felt like Groundhog Day?
My friend Denise said that to me this morning. Today was the day when she hit it. And she was like, this is Groundhog Day. I cannot get up and do this again the same day. It's really hard. I have to tell you, I mean, it's hard for everybody. But the kids home from college is like a hard thing because they're not coming back as guests or visitors. They're kind of coming back as difficult roommates, and it's hard. So my friend has twins home from college, and she's like, I can't do this anymore. I can't do it.
That's really something. No, we've said before, it does kind of feel like Groundhog Day, but today we're trying to mix it up. We have a fan of White Collar who just popped up there that says they love the show. White Collar, and another great.
That's Tom Greener.
Tom Greener is a big fan of White Collar.
I'm a big fan of Tom Greener. I sit outside his insurance office all day and admire his work.
That's not creepy.
No, not at all.
There's something so timeless about movies like Groundhog Day. Talk a little bit about that. I mean, just that film. What was that like? And would you have ever imagined that it would have lived on to be?
Well, no. That one was a specifically interesting situation. I'm in it very briefly, but what I shot was shot 6 months after the movie was completed.
Oh wow!
All edited and everything, and they felt that it wasn't established enough. What kind of basically asshole weatherman that Bill was, and they wanted to establish it more clearly at the beginning of the movie. So that my scene was tacked on at the beginning of the movie, and so it was weird to have bring everyone back together. The movie had wrapped a year before for shooting, and then I didn't know anything about. I knew the director very well, Harold Ramis, rest his soul, was a dear friend, and but I hadn't seen it, and I knew people thought it was pretty good. And we go to the premiere in Westwood, which is a big premiere, and the audience went berserk. I had no idea that this was like some massive hit movie until that night. And it's only happened twice after that, where you don't, where you really don't know.
Right.
The other one was something about Mary, because I do all the Farrelly Brothers movies, and we had made a movie. We had made a movie called Kingpin, which is incredibly funny.
Love that movie. Love Kingpin.
And and then we went to make another one, and we went to make something about Mary. It's like another Farrelly Brothers movie, and we had no idea. We go to the premiere, and people were literally in the aisles, falling out of their seats, like it was the funniest thing they'd ever seen in their life. And that was a big surprise. And the other big surprise was the first Sex and the City movie, because it had been 5 years since the show, and we didn't know if people were gonna care or be that interested. And that first movie just exploded like right out of the gate. And these things happen at the premiere. Really, they really do. They test it with focus groups and all that stuff, and people fill out forms. I really like that character, whatever. And they compile that data. But until you get an audience of 6,000 people at Radio City Music Hall, and you have no idea, like, is this going to play? And the audience is en masse is going berserk. then you know you've really got something.
So
That's
cool.
that is really cool. Any, I know you're a big bourbon fan, whiskey fan. Are there any stories about bourbon offset or onset that happened during the filming of something that might be fun to tell?
Not really. I mean,
He's laughing like there is.
well, no, I mean, if you're like on location, like the Bellman, I would have to say we shot it at a resort in Arizona, and it takes place in a resort in Arizona. So we were living at the resort.
Nice.
and it was, I think it was like the middle of August. It was like 150 degrees. So the resort is completely empty. So it's just us. And we drank a bit.
Just hang out. You didn't have any place to drive home to. You could just hang out there, right?
That is correct. That is correct.
Oh, that's awesome.
And certainly at the beginning of Sex and the City, when no one was watching, when it was brand new, HBO was not really HBO yet. They had wrestling, and they had that football show with O.J. Simpson. That was like all that was on HBO.
I remember that.
And so when we were doing like the first season, if we were in like a bar drinking and smoking in the scene, we were drinking and smoking during the scene.
You really were doing it.
Well, I was. Sarah Jessica says no, she wasn't, but I know that I was. And I by the time the second season happened, and in the middle of the second season, the show kind of exploded, and then it was like under a microscope, like no more drinking, and then we were not allowed to smoke anymore, which was like ridiculous, because they hadn't banned. These people would smoke. It wasn't like that I promote smoking, but these people would. And so all of a sudden, everyone somehow quit smoking. And then there was no smoking. And in the first movie, Michael Patrick King, the writer, director, said we were getting Sarah ready for her wedding and we were dealing with her dress and everything. And he said, yeah, and you have a cigarette. I'm like, what? We're not allowed to do that anymore. On camera? It's like, he said, it's very tense moment. Like you would be smoking. I'm like, okay. I haven't smoked since season 2.
That's incredible. So you guys would actually be, and you don't see that. Well, obviously in bars you don't see that, but filming wise, sometimes. Well,
I mean, we weren't drinking a lot of bourbon. I would have to say, we drink because we had to drink Cosmopolitans all the time.
Cosmo, oh yeah.
I just did that cocktail for my little online thing. Is a Cosmopolitan.
Yeah.
We talked about Sex in the City.
We actually tried. I don't know what was in it. You'll know because you're a mixologist. But
yeah,
we tried to introduce another cocktail called the Flirtini, but it didn't really catch on. So we thought we were literally like, oh, we're gonna do it again. We're gonna start a national trend again with another cocktail because that's how important we are. And so we tried the Flirtini, but it didn't.
I've heard of that, but I have no idea.
Now, I have my degree in mixology.
Oh, you do?
I do. I
was in Cincinnati, and I'll throw you behind my bar.
I might be a little rusty, but I was a bartender in New York and in London.
Nice.
And where I went to college in Connecticut, we were near Hartford, and my friends and I found this school. It was Duke Antone's bartending school of mixology.
Wow.
And we were like, we'll go. It was like 3 weeks at night. And so we went every night to Hartford and went to Duke Antone School. Now, Duke Antone had retired to Hartford and opened his mixology school. Duke Antone was a chemist for Galliano.
Oh, okay.
So Duke Antone invented every drink that had Galliano in it.
The Harvey Wallbanger?
Some big heavy hitters. The Harvey Wallbanger, Tequila Sunrise.
Yeah.
Anything that used Galliano was Duke Antone's invention, which is amazing.
That is amazing. I did not know that.
All that Tom invented is bourbon on the rocks. I mean, a caveman could have invented that. Well, they didn't have ice.
Oh, that's great. Now, and what kind of bar did you bartend in London? And the what kind of bars were they?
In London, I bartended at a bar called Henry J. Beans, but his friends all call him Hank Bar and Grill, which was owned by an American guy from Chicago. And I walked in, and he had just opened this branch of it. And I'm an American bartender. He goes, an American bartender at my American bar. That's an amazing thing. So he hired me right away. And, because American service is very different than British service.
Always
So
passing.
the
Yep.
politeness of, hey, have a nice day. They would be like, did he just say have a nice day? Like it was the craziest thing ever. But there's no tips. There's no tipping. That's the problem. And then in New York, I worked at the Empire Diner, which is kind of a hipster diner on 10th Avenue and 23rd Street. It's in a real, dining car from the 20s. And I bartended there in the 80s. It was really go-go time.
That's fun.
Crazy times. Yeah. The shift was 4 to 4.
Oh my
shift.
God.
And you worked about 2 shifts a week and made so much money. And then the rest of the week, because that's who was invited to all the clubs, it was bartenders and celebrities.
Mhm.
So every night was the Palladium or Area or the Pyramid Club or Limelight. And that's who got invited, was bartenders.
So cool.
Yeah, it was.
That's amazing.
And then out here, now when I moved to LA, I started to do pretty well as an actor pretty quickly. But right when I got here, I worked for a catering company as a bartender.
Wow. That's
but
awesome.
only about 3 months, and then I was making a living as an actor, so I don't do it anymore.
Well, it's great that you've had some experience in that. I mean, there's so many actors, obviously, serving, bartending. It's something you do see a lot, and it's cool.
Yeah.
To see,
Well, now I'm an owner, so now I own restaurants, which is a different thing.
Oh, that's
I'm on the other side of it. So,
Okay. And tell us about your restaurants.
in LA, we have Little Dom's, which is very successful. It's been about probably close to 10 years now.
Yeah.
Very popular. It's great. And we're opening new Little Dom's up in a town called Carpinteria, which is just south of Santa Barbara, between Ventura and Santa Barbara.
Cool.
That's going to be a little more seafood centric because of where it is. And then in New York, I have a restaurant called Gem, Gem, which is a very famous restaurant. My chef is he's known as the Justin Bieber of food. His name is Flynn McGarry. He's super famous. And it's a 12-seat restaurant with a 15-course tasting menu.
That's insane.
Which is not open right now, but he is selling wine. He's selling wine that people can pick up at Gem.
Oh, good.
Is that something that you guys? Oh, sorry, Tom.
If you're in New York, you need wine. You can go by there.
Yep, you can order it. You can order it on the gem-newyorkcity.com, gem-nyc.com.
At your other restaurants, are you doing carry out?
Well, the new Little Dom's isn't open, but the old Little Dom's is doing a frisky business. You know what? The reason that restaurant's been so successful is because it's very neighborhoody.
Good.
So like the people who go to Little Dom's literally go there 4 times a week, in the neighborhood. So it kind of was a no-brainer.
Yeah.
So people are doing a lot of carry out from Little Dom's, and it's in Los Feliz, California. It's a very close, tight hipster neighborhood, and so it's a perfect spot for that neighborhood.
That's great. That's great.
It's amazing. Well,
Sorry, I gotta wet my whistle for a second.
Yeah, do it. We'll have another toast, and Willie Carson's trying a little Old Forester too. Did you just pour it on the rocks then?
I did. I would normally make a Manhattan, but again, it is only 11:30 in the morning.
Hey, we're in quarantine. There's no 5 o'clock anymore.
all my clocks say 5 o'clock. What do you mean?
Me too.
Yeah.
I mean,
it just unplugged them. That's all. It wasn't hard.
Now, Molly does a daily series called 5 O'Clock Tales.
I do. Yeah.
So check out her.
You sassy wordsmith.
I know, he's so sassy. Watch out. It's the whiskey, you know.
Do you know that Laura is a shameless plug for an amazing singer, Laura Cantrell? Do you know who that is?
I have heard of her. Yeah.
She's amazing, but she has an amazing song called "The Whiskey Makes You Sweeter Than You Are."
Oh, I love that.
It's a great song.
I'm totally downloading it. I love that.
Oh, that's great. Well, Willie, I get out to LA quite often to host bourbon and whiskey tasting. So next time I'm out in LA, I will.
Oh, please do. Just bring a lot of this because it's good, and you can always bring me a bottle of Basil Hayden anytime you feel like it.
I will
love
bring
Basil
some
Hayden.
good stuff in LA, and then when you do get our direction, hopefully we'll get you to Kentucky Derby. We'll talk about how we can get you to Derby.
I'd love it.
You got to come see Molly's Bar.
Yep.
Jap since 1879 in Cincinnati. It's an amazing place.
That's awesome.
I'll make sure you have a really good time.
I'll bet.
It's also got Willie Garson joining us. And again, check out his new movies, 7 Days to Vegas, and also The Bellman, which you can pre-order now.
Correct. And I think my next episode of Supergirl is next Sunday, I believe.
Nice.
Supergirl next Sunday. And in just a little while, we're going to be interviewing also from The Bellman, Adam and Jonathan. We're going to have them.
They're both incredible in it. Adam Ray is so charming as the lead. Jonathan Kite is probably the funniest person I've ever met. Richard Kind is in it. Tom Lennon from Reno 911 in the state is in it. He's great. Kellen Coleman is in it, and my friend Josh Zuckerman. It's a great cast. Andrew Caldwell. I mean, it's a great cast. So
I can't wait to see it. I watched the trailer several times yesterday. I can't wait to see it. Thank you so much. Willie, where can people find you? Twitter. Where do you do most of your social media on?
Twitter is the creatively named at Willie Garson.
Willie Garson. Cool.
And Instagram, because some dirtbag owns my name on Instagram, it's at Willie.Garson.
Why do they always do that? We gotta tell them not to do that to you.
I know.
My brother tried to buy it from the guy. He wanted like $500. I'm like, you know what? I don't care that much. So we'll put a dot. So it's Willie.Garson on Instagram and just Willie Garson on Twitter.
It's a good story. It's a better story to tell. That's funny.
I love
Cheers,
it.
Willie Garson. Thank you so much for joining us for our Derby day from home, and hopefully we'll get you to Kentucky for a Derby race. If not, we'll
all right.
Nice to meet you, Willie. Cheers.
Bye.
So great, Willie. Thanks, Willie. And Molly, that was a lot of fun.
Oh my gosh, he's so cool.
Yeah,
this is so much.
Movies he's been in, and we're going to talk to some of his co-stars of The Bellman here in just a few minutes. But first, we were trying to bring in. Give me a thumbs up if you can hear me, Tristan. Can you hear me, Tristan? All right, Tristan Rogers, actor Tristan Rogers. You know him from General Hospital and also from the new show Studio City. I'm going to bring in Tristan Rogers now. Let's see if we can get him.
Hey!
Ah,
Don't you love this new technology? Is this not like going to the dentist? I mean, oh, come on. I mean, yeah, this is one of a whole lot of interviews like this that I've started to do lately. And I thought, what the hell? It's only going to be around for a short period of time. I'll dance the dance. No, we're stuck with this monster now for quite a while.
And it's true, we are, and we're glad that you like whiskey and that you decided to join us, and it's so good to meet you. And I hear that you have a little whiskey near you. You have a little of the Peerless near you.
I got the bottle like about 20 minutes ago.
Oh, cool.
And stuck in the backwoods here. I thought this is a good time to check it out.
It's good. Well,
I've had a couple of shots already.
What do you think of this? Let's give it a try together here.
Here we go.
I'm gonna grab another glass.
Do you have Peerless near you, Molly? It's okay if you don't. She can drink whatever.
I
Hey,
just,
Mom.
I think I'm ready. I'm
Just
done
drink-
with that mint julep. I'm gonna
Just
have
do it out of the
that.
bottle. That's good.
Cheers,
Yeah.
Tristan. Cheers, Tristan. Thanks for joining us. And Tristan, you're in Palm Springs right now.
Yeah, I'm out of work like everybody else.
Welcome to the club, Tristan.
I mean, I'm contributing to the alcohol points in this country right now.
Amen.
Well, no, it's very tasty. What do you think? Are you a rye whiskey fan? Have you had some rye whiskeys before, or
I'm more a bourbon person.
right?
I have to say, well, I'm not going to announce which particular one it is, but
Oh, you can. It's okay.
You can say anything.
okay,
Yeah.
Maker's Mark.
Yeah, we like makers too.
We love
Jack,
makers. Yeah.
which are the more common ones, but hey, I'm common. What can I tell you? I like that tang of sweetness that they have. As a drink, generally, where I live in Palm Springs, this is vodka country here.
Right.
Well,
A lot of people like
that
the
makes
vodkas,
sense.
the tequilas.
And there's so many vodkas out there now that you can get lost. But it's amazing that when you really get into vodka, how different they are.
Right.
Completely true. Completely true.
Most people think, hey, it's clear. How different can it be? It looks like water. Well, idiot, check a few out and you'll see what I'm talking about.
They're all different. They're all interesting, though. I think
Yeah.
they really are.
There's a couple out there that, I find the smoother a vodka, the more dangerous it is.
I mean, I know we're not talking. It's a bourbon blog, but
That's all right.
what's your go-to vodka, Tristan?
I'm going to say Tito's.
Yeah, that's a go-to.
A good one. Yeah.
It's a good one.
And there's another one down here that only Trader Joe sell. It's called Malapalawa.
Oh,
And it's
heard of that.
really smooth vodka, but boy, for cost, you really can't challenge it. I mean, it's amazing. And
I always
my
say it's
wife had a
vodka.
bit of a diet problem there. She can really only have gluten-free stuff. And at the time, Malapalawa was the only gluten-free vodka on the market.
Wow.
And so, we got into it big time. Tito's is now gluten-free.
Right.
And there's a couple of others out there as well. But, you go along to a party in Palm Springs, you're going to see a ton of vodka on the table.
Yes. Well, Tristan, I'm pretty lucky. I get to Palm Springs a couple of times a year to host some whiskey tastings, and they've even had me on Eye of the Desert there to talk about.
Hey, count me in.
Hey, next time I'll invite you with Patrick Evans. But I'm a big fan of Palm Springs. I've hosted some tastings at the Ace Hotel and also the Purple Room, which is where
know him well.
Jack met.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Know him well.
Have you been by those places? I'm sure you have.
Well, I had a lot of friends that performed at the Purple Room,
Yeah.
and myself included.
Oh, nice.
And as for the Ace, we used to hang out there a lot. They got a great little bar at the back, which
Yeah.
has got a lot of atmosphere, and I like that. Unfortunately, now it's closed like everything else, so
Right.
we don't know what's going to happen now.
Yeah.
I know
What's the
it
vibe?
feels-
I mean, it's such a great, but so many great people come for the tourism. I mean, it's so relaxing. What's the vibe like there right now in Palm Springs?
Not unlike walking through a cemetery.
Wow.
Right.
I mean, you never see people walking down the center of the road on Palm Canyon. You just don't. Now you
Right.
do. It's common.
Wow.
You don't see a lot of cars around town. Everyone's got a mask on, or at least 98% of people have masks on.
Right.
If you come across someone, my wife and I like to go for a walk a lot. You see someone coming towards you, you cross to the other side of the road. It's the most amazing change of events that I've ever been a witness to. And there's no question about it that after this virus thing passes, if it'll ever pass, we're in for a total change in lifestyle and how we conduct ourselves and how we do things. Certainly, I can't imagine what's going to happen to the entertainment business.
Right.
I mean, you take out romance, you take out sex, you take out hand-holding. What are you left with? A visit to the supermarket. That's about it.
And that's kind of like, making out with somebody right now.
Yeah.
Supermarket.
Yeah. And what I don't get, there are people out there that just think that this whole thing is still a hoax. And they think it's a joke. And that let's go to the bank, or let's go to the barber, and let's go to the beach, and let's walk around without masks on, and just go say, hey, we want our life back. Well, I can't get that.
No, I don't get it either. I don't either.
I mean, I like to err on the side of caution. I'm sorry my business is closed down. Oh, I'm telling you. I wouldn't incarcerate myself here at home for this period of time for immortality. I'm telling you, this is just something that, my wife's not used to having me around for this period of time. So we're all looking sideways at one another. And it's just the weirdest thing.
Is this one of the longest periods of time you all stayed in the house together for a while?
Oh, hell yeah. I mean, I'm gone for weeks at a time, and she's having a great time out there with her friends, and suddenly Daddy's home for 7 weeks. Boom. What are we going to do with him?
No,
So now, obviously, we know Tristan, and again, those of you watching us, you're welcome to ask questions down below for Tristan. We're watching questions come through here from a lot of great people on YouTube, Twitter, and on Facebook. Again, it's actor Tristan Rogers. You probably know him from his many years on General Hospital. And that was, how long ago was General Hospital? That you were on General Hospital?
Well, I started in 1980.
Wow.
Yep.
And here we are in 2020.
Right.
And I'm still there.
Yeah.
Now, this wasn't a straight line. There were
Right.
breaks in between. I took off time, and I've really only been back at this point for a period of 5 years.
Wow.
But trust me, things changed. They changed a lot. And literally, when I came back on, everybody knew the name Scorpio, but nobody knew much about me because I hadn't been around I'd quit for 14 years.
Right.
So it's
Did you get
almost
killed
like
off
you've got.
a couple times and then come back?
Well, I never found the body. Let's put it that way. So, so when I came back, you've literally got to reinvent yourself. You've got to, reinvent, bring a lot of those elements back that made you popular and famous to begin with. That's what I did.
That's so cool.
I mean, it's not like I used all the old material. No, I had new stuff. But, I mean, you've got to come up with new tricks. And I was a fairly undisciplined individual back in the 80s, which is one of the things that made the character what he was. And I had an executive producer back then who tolerated that.
Wow.
Now I'm thinking.
Uh-oh.
I think he made
These people ring you up. I'm telling you. We all there?
Yep.
Somebody called to tell you they saw you live.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Hello.
We're listening.
Tom, I see your face. Molly, I see your face.
I see you too. Can you hear us?
But I can't hear you.
You can't hear me? No?
God.
Oh, there he goes
Can we-
again.
All right, we're going to see if he comes back here. It's okay. There he is.
Tell him. Hello.
Well, let's see. You have a new TV show
Hello.
you're in, and we love.
I got you. You there? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I can hear you. Can you hear me,
I
Molly?
can't hear you
Yeah, I
guys.
can hear everybody. Can you hear us, Tristan?
Cannot hear you.
Uh-oh.
You'll probably lump back in here in a minute.
Oh,
Okay.
it must be so beautiful.
I'll tell him. Can you hear us, Tristan?
Mm-mm-mm. This is the thing.
I'm going to take.
It
I'm
must
gonna take
be so
I'm gonna
beautiful in
take
Palm Springs.
Try logging back in because that's what we can do right now. Molly, what are you sipping on there?
I'm sipping on some Old Forester. I put just some Old Forester on it with a little bit of water and some rocks, just because I have a long day still. I've
Jonathan.
got to drive and stuff.
Oh yeah, we're going to bring back in Jonathan Kite and Adam Ray here in a few minutes to talk about the movie The Bellman and some other things. Let me try Tristan one more time.
Yes.
think he is logging back in on
It must be
his.
so beautiful in Palm Springs that there's an error.
It's all that great heat. Okay, let me try this and see if we can get him back on. Again, this is bourbonblog.com/live. Derby Day from Home 2020. All right, Tristan, can you hear it, Tristan?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you now. Okay, excellent. Great stuff,
Oh
Tristan.
my God. Yeah,
We
this is
go.
what we're gonna go. We're gonna
You
go
know-
through this
missed
crap for a
you.
while.
You know what? Let's have another sip of let's have another sip of Peerless with you.
Oh, I'm all for that. Yeah. Oh
All
my
right.
God. Let's have a big sip. In fact,
This is a big sip. And
I love the
Tristan, this
Peerless.
is one of our favorite rye whiskeys. It is barrel proof. It is really great stuff done with a sweet mash there in Louisville, Kentucky. It dates back over 100 years. The history of it does. We're glad
this
you're trying.
this bottle is over 100 years.
Well, the
recipe.
company goes back
Okay.
over 100 years old. But
Okay.
this is about, I think what you have in your hand is probably about 4 years old. Really beautiful rye whiskey at barrel proof.
Now, some people I know would mix this with Coca-Cola.
Yeah.
And I would have a problem with that.
I would too.
I don't mind putting one ice cube in there, just one. But anything
just-
more than that is going to taint the quality of the liquor.
You
I
I
like
am
it
am
the same way.
fried only as whiskey.
Yeah.
Do that again.
So you like some cocktails, but you really enjoy whiskey by itself or on the rocks then.
Yeah, if I'm going to have it, that's the way. I like single malt, like a Talisker
Right?
Nice.
or any of the McCallums.
Nice.
Yes, those are great too.
There's a thing, and I can't even pronounce the name for it. Buen Vino or something. I got a bottle of it here.
Balvenie.
Balvenie. I like that.
Yeah. So good.
But in the circles, my son has become a real connoisseur of whiskey. He's
Right.
only 22. And I'm going, how the hell did you do that? But he brings home this stuff which I've never heard of. And one of these bottles he brought home is called Proper 12 by Conor McGregor.
Yeah,
Irish
that's-
whiskey.
And I got to tell you, it's pretty good.
Yeah, I've had it. It's pretty good.
I liked it, as a straight sipping whiskey, it works. And I think that's the acid test. I remember when I was working in Canada back in the 90s, I was billeted at this hotel that had a whiskey only bar on the roof.
Oh wow.
Only whiskey. And
And
there
that was-
must have been over 100 of them.
Wow.
Oh.
And I went in there, and it was an old guy who ran it. And I said, okay, give me the best whiskey you've got. And he pulled out this bottle. It was a bottle of Macallan. I've never seen it before. It was a bottle of Macallan, I think it was 35. He said there's only about 6 of these bottles,
Wow.
probably in all of Toronto.
Oh wow.
And I said, okay. Now, this was 1997. I said, how much is a shot? He said, it's $57 Canadian a shot.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
I said, okay. He said, here, you only drink it out of this glass. And this glass was about 10 inches square and about a half an inch thick.
Wow.
And one shot barely covered the bottom of it. And he said, you don't drink it, you inhale it. And you just sit here and we'll chat and you just sniff it. And I got to tell you, I was getting a buzz of just sniffing this stuff.
Wow.
It was the most amazing thing. And of course, I wasn't paying the tab. The studio was paying the tab. I would have sat there and drank it all night. I mean,
Wow, and I mean, back in that day, even now, for a 35-year-old Scotch, $57. I mean, that was a real deal.
well, I
Yeah.
can't imagine. It's probably 3 times that now.
I bet bar that would be 500. I mean, probably over $500 now, or maybe even
Right.
more.
Because I asked him about, I said, you say there's 6 bottles in Toronto. Well, how many bottles are there all total? He said, Right now, he said, not too many.
No.
He said, they just don't have them as old as this.
Wow.
And I said, he said, nobody comes in and asks for it unless it's someone like you that asks for it. And then I've got to tell them how to treat it. No, you don't mix it with Coke, or you don't put ice in it. And no, you don't put soda water in it. You klutz. You drink it, or you just inhale it, you know.
Yeah.
Do you guys know what the best whiskey ever, like of all time ever, you can possibly get is?
This guy was about 70 when I was up there, and he probably knew everything from when they brought over whiskey on the Ark. As to what was right and what was wrong, and what was good about stuff, and what was the hardest to get and what was the best to drink, etc., etc. So I'm always fascinated to talk to people about that.
I love talking whiskey with people, but I find the best whiskey you could possibly get is the one that somebody buys for you. Don't you?
Oh yeah.
Well, I can think of a few whiskeys I really wouldn't want someone to buy for me.
This is true, but still, yeah. I don't ever turn down whiskey. So
I remember back in Melbourne, there was this whiskey called Corio 5-Star, and it was kind of a bit like, it was one step up from gasoline. And oh my God, if anybody had ever bought me a shot of this, I would have poured it down their throat.
Now this bar in Toronto, do you remember the name of the bar in Toronto, or where it was, or?
No, it was a hotel. It was a hotel first, a hotel full of suites, and the bar was right on the roof.
Wow.
And you would go up there, and across the road, okay, let me think back. Across the road from this particular hotel was the Four Seasons.
Wow.
So that's as specific as I can get.
Wow.
Wow.
Sounds awesome, though.
Someone did have a question here watching us on Facebook. Robert Haynes Petersons is asking, are you doing any Zoom auditions? Are people auditioning online for anything that's upcoming, or anything like that in the world of film right now?
Probably they're getting ready for it. I don't think they've gotten there yet.
Right.
We really haven't gotten away from, at this point,
Right.
sending in tape and doing that stuff online.
Right.
But of course, right now, there's nothing going on. This is a great time to practice doing Zoom or something like this, because these apps have all got bugs, as we've discovered today. I mean, nothing's smooth at the moment, and I'm doing a lot of stuff on Zoom.
Yeah.
So I had a sort of a background on that. But frankly, my wife is the brains when it comes to that sort of stuff. So I said, honey, come in here for a minute. And she'll come in here and, go this and this and this and hit that and do that. Okay, goodbye. And it's generally correct. Actually, this one, Sweetwater, I think it's called. Is that right? Sweetwater?
StreamYard.
Oh,
StreamYard,
okay.
yeah.
StreamYard, okay, right. This is actually simpler in the mechanics.
Yeah.
The execution, not so much. Because it would appear that this thing does not work on my iPad, but it would work on my iPhone. Why that is, I don't know.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
So you tried to search on the iPad, and then the iPhone, it worked.
Yeah, well, the iPad's bigger, it gives a bigger picture, and et cetera, et cetera. That's what I tend. Zoom, it works fine on.
Yeah.
But there's a problem here, and I don't think it's a complicated problem. I think you need to walk through it with a tech, because obviously in future, you're going to have people who are going to try to do this on iPads. And, you've got to be able to say, well, okay, this is how you fix it. Bam. This is what doesn't work. This is what works, and do this, boom, boom, and done. You've got to become a tech here.
Right. Well, no, we're so glad to have you joining us here on the virtual red carpet on our Derby Day from Home celebration. And tell us about Studio City, so that we'll know what you're doing with that, because that's a great new show.
Well, Studio City is a game changer for daytime. It was conceived by Sean Kanan and his wife, Michelle, quite a while ago. And then he came up with the initial idea, or they both did. And then they kind of put it away, and then they picked it up and kept on picking at it and changing it and doing this and doing that. At which point, he and I are good friends. We like to hoist a drink or five every now and again. And he said, I want you to play this character in it. And I said, okay, well, what's the character? He said, well, it's different from what you're doing now. Well, anybody says that generally tends to have my attention. And so, you know, over a period of a couple of years, we talked about it, and it started as one thing and then became another and then became another till finally it became what it is. And he surrounded himself with some really good people. I'm not saying that to blow my own horn here, but, you know, some of the daytime people he brought in, you know, they're really good. And then he brought in a director who was really, really good and who had a big name on Netflix.
Cool.
So Timothy Woodward Jr. brought his crew in, and his crew did stuff a little bit differently, just a little bit differently. And the result was, it's a soap opera, yes, but we deal with subjects in a different way. It's got a different vibe to it. You can't just look at an episode of General Hospital and then an episode of this and go, oh, yeah, they're the same. No, they're way different. And if given the chance, Studio City can change the daytime game. But I'm not sure we're going to go out as a daytime show. That's not where it's designed. It was designed to go out on cell phones.
Wow.
So the whole thing is an hour long, but it's designed to be chopped into 10-minute bites. Now,
Oh, okay.
Quibi's doing this, but we did it
Yeah.
before Quibi.
That's what I was going to say. Yeah, Quibi.
Yeah. And again, we can watch it on Amazon Prime now, right?
Correct.
Very cool.
So
But let
check
me
out-
ask you a question.
Yes.
This is about the Kentucky Derby.
Yes.
The Kentucky Derby's being run, I take it, without anybody there.
Well,
Well,
kind of. Except there's a virtual race today, and then they're postponing it till September.
yeah.
Also, there's a virtual race.
Hmm.
Today, yeah.
Yeah.
How the hell do you do that?
It's a computer simulated race of all the former Triple Crown winners from the past. You can go on to KentuckyDerby.com. You can place a bet on the horse, which is actually it's actually just you're giving a donation to COVID emergency relief.
So tell me, when they do the software for this or the app, they're basically entering in the history that horse had in past races, right?
That's right. Yes.
Exactly.
That
Well,
is
you'd
right.
be an idiot not to bet on Secretariat, wouldn't you?
Well, we had a betting expert on just a little earlier that said his favorites were Secretariat and
Yeah.
American Pharaohs. I think he thought Secretariat probably had a good chance at this. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, I'd say Secretariat has a really good chance. I mean, that horse, American Pharaoh, just looking at the times, the
Yeah.
timing of the two horses, forget it. Secretariat would have beaten him by about a half a mile.
It's
That's
going to
who
be
you'll
really
have your money
interesting to
on,
see.
right?
Yeah.
I mean, I've been up there to that stable. There's actually a film studio up there. And you drive down there and you pass this area called Secretariat Drive.
Right.
And it's just the most beautiful country. I mean, I guess Secretariat's long gone, but
Right.
it's just a beautiful area. And, you know, dealing with horses of that caliber is
Right.
such a trip just to be around them.
So beautiful.
Anyway.
Have you been to Derby before, then, Tristan?
Huh?
You've been to Derby before?
No, I've never been there. Always wanted to go. It's
Maybe we can
probably
get you
one of the.
in September. Maybe we'll have to get you to the postponed Derby. It'd be fun to have.
Well, if I'm still sitting around here on my nuts doing nothing, yeah, I'll probably look into it.
It's an experience you'll never forget. It's
I'm
really,
sure.
really cool. It's really cool.
We have this big race back in Australia. It's called the AJC, stands for the Australian Jockey Convention, goes for an entire week. And there's a race there called the Melbourne Cup. And the Melbourne Cup is as big as the Kentucky Derby is over here.
Wow.
And it's a huge race. And for a while, back when I was at school, I had the ability to pick the winner.
Really?
Oh, wow.
How many times did you pick the winner?
6 times.
Really? That is so cool.
All in a row.
Wow.
There were bookies that would not allow me to bet.
But did you?
Yep.
Good. Good for you.
Yep. There was a real simple trick to it that nobody got for a while.
What was it?
The Melbourne Cup is the only race in Australia run over 2 miles. Every other race is run on a mile or less than a mile or maybe just a mile and a bit.
Right.
So what you would do is you'd get the form and look through it, and you'd find the oldest useless nag that came out of New Zealand.
Yeah.
But because all New Zealand races are run over 2 miles.
Okay.
And you'd say, I'm going to bet the farm on this. And you'd win. And that was it. A lot of people figured that out later on. But, I didn't do badly on.
Brilliant.
Well, Tristan, let's definitely talk. If you're still there, as you said, in Palm Springs in September, and you'd like to come to the Derby, let's talk about how we could get you to Kentucky Derby 146 in September. And man, thank you so much for joining us here on the red carpet to talk about whiskey, to talk about Studio City. And again, Studio City is on Amazon. And thanks for tasting some Peerless with me, man. I'm so glad you like that.
Hey, this is good. I might have another hit after I, kill this. Thank you both very much, Tom, Molly.
We really appreciate
you.
it. And next time I'm in Palm Springs, since I host so many tastings there, I'll holler at you, and then we'll get you to Molly's Bar in Cincinnati.
Yeah,
I would
definitely.
love it. Thank you so much.
Cheers, Tristan.
Tristan, cheers and happy Derby, as we say.
Thanks, Mike.
Kentucky, thank you all. And Molly, I got a couple more great folks coming up here. I have Jonathan Kite from Two Broke Girls and Adam Ray, Mad TV, Return to the Mac. He also was in Ghostbusters. Can you stay around a few more minutes, or do you have to leave?
Unfortunately, I have to get ready to
You
go.
need to
I'm
leave?
so
It's
sorry.
totally fine. I'm so glad to have you co-hosting with me today, and thanks for the cocktails, for the conversation.
Oh,
We
Tom,
can't wait to
this
see you again in
has
person.
been so much fun. I'm so mad that I have to leave, but I have another commitment. I'm so sorry. I
No,
wish
it's
I
okay.
didn't.
Thanks for being my co-host for a little while. You already are in your Derby attire, and the cocktails were great. This was wonderful.
Thank you so much. Have a best time, and good luck with the virtual race and the turtle race today.
Yeah, we'll be watching the turtle race real close, and we'll put a little chocolate turtle in our mint julep.
Definitely. Cheers, Tom, and happy Derby Day.
Well, your black cat brought us some good luck too. So
Goodbye.
thanks, Molly. All right, so I am bringing on to the red carpet here in just a moment. They've been standing by, and we do appreciate them standing by. And again, if you are watching us, make sure you share this on Twitter, YouTube, and Facebook. Bringing on Jonathan Kite right here. How's it going, Jonathan? I think he sees us. There's Jonathan.
What's up, dude?
And also, I'm bringing on, I have to go down, Adam Ray. How's it going? Can you guys hear me okay?
Adam, we fell asleep.
Derby, Tristan Rogers stories. Too long. Hey, what's going on? What happened?
Listen,
Oh.
I actually was hoping that with Adam that Tristan was there too.
Oh,
and
he
then
is.
he just slid into frame. Like you didn't know him, and he was like, I'm here as well.
It's like,
This is what happens if you just
John-
wake up in the middle of an interview.
John, if you think that he's not going to just halfway through your plug of our movie, The Bellman, coming out May 8th on Amazon, available for
Hey guys,
pre-order on
also
iTunes.
here.
Oh, hey, Tristan, when were root beer floats invented?
Well, back in 1990, when I was
nice.
working in Canada.
Oh God, we get it, dude.
No,
You're different.
It's a short one.
Okay.
It's only about 2 hours, so get in the toilet in case you have to go.
Nobody said that.
Oh no, but I got to do this.
You guys are awesome. I'm so glad to have you on the red. The red carpets are never quite this good as because we usually don't have
it's all good.
on the red carpet.
It's all good, Tom. I just wanted to ask Tristan one more question. I'm so
I'm
sorry,
here
but
for you, man.
we've been waiting patiently. I feel like it's only fair if we get a few answers from Tristan himself because we had to kind of sit in the wings and not get this connection that we get now. Tristan, what's the plot of General Hospital?
What is it anyway? What is it?
I can't hear you. Sorry, it's not working. The audio.
Oh, Tristan, you got to put your camera. Yeah, get closer to your camera, and
There
also
we go.
if you could fix the angle of your face in relation to the. There it is.
There we go, you guys. There we got it. What was the question?
What's the plot of General Hospital? GH.
Oh, it's great. Great question. It's about not a specific hospital, like a lot of hospitals. It's more of a general hospital.
So they could have called it vague. They could have called it vague.
It is. I mean, like he's got to have a procedure. What kind of procedure? I don't know. It's kind of vague.
It's kind of a vague procedure.
Kind of
I
vague.
think they may do those in some hospitals. In fact.
Tristan, you know how your stories could be better if Jeff Bridges told them. Jeff, could you just, as Jeff Bridges, Tristan, tell me about the first time that you came to the States as a young Canadian boy?
Well, I'll tell you, man. When I was a child, I was, with my dad. We were fur trappers up in Canada, man. And,
a lot of poutine.
A lot of poutine is what we called girls back then. We can't say that though. It's 2020, man.
Yeah, you got to clean it up.
Yeah, man. And we go up. I'm in Canada, and I'm with some beaver, another term we can't use, but this time I'm talking about the animal.
Oh, nice.
And I went to this bar. They only served beaver. Well, I think it was a whorehouse. But anyway, I went there, and this guy had bourbon, and I sniffed it, and I'm getting hammered, man. And then I go, this isn't bourbon, man. It's meth. And, and I moved to Hollywood.
Nice. What was the audition?
If we could bring Tristan back into this, that would be.
No, dear God, no.
Brother, he's here. He's hacking in now.
I'm going to have to put a strong veto on that.
Have you met Tristan before?
I feel like I have. I feel like everyone's got this uncle that, like, when you're watching like the Miss America pageant with, and he says things like, "I like the way their shoe bounces when their boobs jiggle," and you're like, "What does that mean, Uncle Fred?" And he's like,
We're not live, are we? We are, and we have been for an hour. You thought we weren't live for this hour?
Still live, yeah.
Wow.
I like his book tour.
Jonathan Kind and Adam Ray. So you guys I appreciate you waiting in the wings. We were having a hard time bringing, as you saw, Tristan Rogers on. So thanks for your patience.
I think bringing them off is what you're having a hard time with. Bringing them on.
The vaudeville show. Bringing him off. He just starts on. None of the other acts I've never seen.
The only way Tristan could have saved that interview is if he did his own hook and like.
I'm like, he has like two little spoons that are like tapping off stage, like someone's trying to tap dance him off, like the Sandman.
Or remember this move that you used to do in middle school to make it look like you were making out with a chick?
Whoa, they're like, Tristan's brought a guest. I don't think he knows his camera's still on.
Oh,
Tristan, you're still on camera.
Sorry, guys. I was met one of my one of my castmates on GH.
One of my castmates on the Vague Hospital.
On GH. She had to do a test.
That's what we call it in the lingo, GH. Not GHB, which is
Tom,
what's in the 90s.
Tom,
Adam and Jonathan.
Yeah, ask us a question.
Did you guys get to watch Willie? You watched Willie too, the interview with Willie as well.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that one I could get through because Willie's just a tolerable person on many levels. And by that I mean he's just one of the nicest, funniest, most professional actors. Yeah. I think that's what we enjoyed about working with Willie on the Bellman is that he's been in everything. He's literally there's probably 20 actors that have been in every show.
Yeah.
And Willie's one of them. And so he's got stories up the wazoo, but they're stories that you can follow. They've got a beginning, middle, and end, By the way, Tristan,
for the word it's called relevant.
Yeah. But he's got he also is not shy to ask questions on set or get you to kind of not give a line reading, which I think actors hate, but he's real generous with his right. Wouldn't you say, John? Just like being like, hey, maybe like if you do this, or he's very thoughtful about what's going on.
It doesn't come off as pushy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I think everybody there had such a respect for him and his career, and sort of like he's been in everything, and so you feel like, oh, cool. Like I'll just take the note. Like it doesn't seem to come from a place of like I know better than you. It comes from a place of a guy who's like, I'm watching this scene. Maybe I'm seeing something you're not.
Right.
So
if you watch the movie and you're like, man, Adam and Jonathan seem like they're so concerned with just being funny, and you'll watch Willie and you go, oh, this guy's just making sure that he's hitting his mark. But that's that's a performance thing. So that's
if you're like, oh, why isn't Willie funny? And you go, not his job. That's our job. We're the funny. Willie is the coach that was also given lines.
Yes. So imagine if like Larry Brown, right, the old coach of the Sixers, if he got a guest star on General Hospital and Tristan gave him a line reading, he'd take it because that's not his job to be funny.
Well,
right?
you know what Tristan would say? Practice? We're out here practicing. He was originally supposed to play Allen Iverson.
People Rogers in the AI story,
The AI story.
The AI story, which is not
artificial intelligence, which he thought when he signed on.
Now this movie, The Bellman, looks really, really good.
Thanks.
I talked with Jason yesterday. He was saying a lot of this was just kind of just off the like improv. You guys did this movie, some of it.
Yeah. Did you talk to Jason Statham or Jason Adler, our producer?
Jason
Statham auditioned for it.
Yeah.
Jason Statham actually auditioned for Willie's part. Jason, do you remember what it was like?
Oh, yeah. I got in there and I say, here's the deal. I know it's called a Bellman, but I'm going to fight everybody in this film.
It's not the plot of the film.
Here's the deal. And listen, I always bring my two friends with me, Johnny and Lefty.
Well, we don't only actually have enough but in the budget for one actor for this scene, Jason. So you can't really bring a plus one.
You got to go. But Johnny's still here.
Okay. Well, I'm sure we could probably, squeeze him into your
scene like this. Even if it's like a normal scene where I'm on a bathroom, we're doing a toilet scene, right? I'm gonna do
that's just called a regular scene. We don't actually call the scenes specific to what sort of bathroom appliances in there.
I was promised 2 water closet scenes.
I think it's going to be a hard no, Jason.
Oh,
He's not.
I didn't agree.
No. We're getting a vibe from you. We improvised a good amount, but the script, Jason and Cameron, the director, crushed the script. So there was so much good stuff there.
It was a really funny script.
Right.
Which has to be, that has to happen before, like Tom Lennon obviously wouldn't have done it if the script sucked. John and I probably would have. But it was great. And so then we, obviously it's also on the director and producers to recognize that they got people that do that. And then John and I have known each other forever. So we just have a great thing always on and off stage. And then guys like Tom Lennon and Willie and Richard Kind and Kellen and Josh and Andrew and Alfonso, we all kind of just, it's something about doing a movie where you're away from where you live and being at a resort in Tucson and just it almost felt like being in Europe where out here we can, drink more and improvise more and pants are optional at the pool. And then you find out they're not, and so then you can't go to the pool while you're shooting. But
with the quarantine, I got to go back to Arizona this week to fight that appeal.
By the way, during Tristan's interview, they found a cure for COVID-19. I don't know if you guys.
No, the quarantine's been over.
Yeah, the Bellman's actually out in theaters now.
I like how Jonathan, you did a bow tie for the Derby today, right?
I've been to the Derby many times.
Oh, have you really?
I have. I went when we were doing Broke Girls. I went every other year, so I've been like 3 times.
Wow.
So
nice.
I love it there. My buddy Larry Rice, who owns the Silver Dollar.
Oh yeah,
is one of my great friends, and so I would go to visit him, and my buddy Freddie Sarkis would work. Anyway, I just knew a lot of the people on the food and beverage side of it as well. But I would go every other year.
You know Freddie Sarkis as well?
Very well. It's one of my best friends.
Good friend of mine, and so is Larry. Great people there.
And you and Adam, Tristan. Is that how Tristan?
Oh yeah,
Tristan, and I know Kim as well. So Yeah, it's a small world.
Yeah. No,
And
but I
Adam,
love the derbies. This is what I wore. I think the last time it's seersucker, and so this
nice.
is what I wore to I think the last derby that I went to.
Nice. And Adam, you did Mad TV. Were you on when Krista Flanagan was on?
I was not. I was on the CW's one season reboot.
Reboot. Okay.
Yeah. So, but we had a good time. You know, the CW is not known for their comedy, which I think is what we walked into. If you picture walking into fire, with only enough treats for the I'm not good at analogies. Can we bring Tristan back on here to
sorry about that.
Tristan, how would you break down a show that you had a lot of fun on, but
it's great,
but not a lot of room to grow?
General Hospital Canada, and it was pretty much just there was a lot of things that we solved with maple syrup, and
Michael Cera.
Michael Cera. His nickname was Maple Syrup, so it's Michael Cera. Well, Michael Cera's maple syrup was a brand that we use, and obviously was a sponsor of the show.
You don't have to tell me, dude. I'm a Cera syrup guy. I've never been an Aunt Jemima or Buttersworth. Buttersworth, by the way,
vaguely racist. Vaguely racist.
Vaguely
and I don't
hugely racist.
He left. Tom just got out of here. It's just us now. We're running the show. Oh, there he is.
You guys keep going. I'm just laughing.
My God.
Amazing.
It was, you know what? Adam's behalf, Mad TV was so good. I'm actually, you guys were amazing. A lot of our buddies were on Mad TV with Adam, and it was such a fun. You guys crushed it.
It was a fun year of.
I was asking Adam because I went to college with Krista Flanagan, who was on Mad TV for a little while.
Very funny, yeah.
I'm a big fan of Mad TV and of you guys. You guys have done so many great things, and I just can't wait to see Bellman. What was the first thing you all were in together then?
The Bellman.
The first project you and Jonathan and Adam did together was what?
Was the prequel to the Bellman, or?
Well, I don't know. I mean, John was a regular on Two Broke Girls, and I guest starred one day. And I think John, you were there.
We didn't have a scene together, which stunk.
That sucked big time. But my line was, I worked in the kitchen, and Kat Dennings and Beth Bears were pushing they were working at an event for Martha Stewart. Yeah. And they were pushing like something out of the kitchen, one of those big, I guess, rolling fridges or stacking cabinets. And I'm a chef, with real long hair and a big white, the white chef thing. And my line and a half maybe was, "Hey, where are you going?" "Oh, we got to go, push this thing out and set up the event." I'm like, "Why don't you come on over here and have sex with me?" That was my line on a CBS primetime sitcom. And this was also, 8 years ago when you could just say that. And they turn around and then it gets like a laugh. And actually, I think the line written was like, "Why don't you come on over here and let's make out, or let's get freaky." And then Michael Patrick King comes up. He's like, "Why don't you just say, come over here and have sex with me?" He's like, "That's funnier, right?" I'm like, "It's abrasive for sure." I was like, "Yeah, I mean, I can try one." And we did it. Got a big laugh from the crew because it was a day without an audience. And but that's the first probably time I was on a set with John. But we've been doing stand-up together forever, voiceover, but also just knowing a lot of the same people. You stick around long enough, or at least be active enough when you're first getting going in this business, and you just have a lot of people that are funny and like to, and are fun like additions to any social gathering, end up kind of just, finding each other more and more. And John and I kept being at like parties or hangs or sport. We're big basketball fans, so we'd see each other at like Laker or Clipper games. And also, I was just a fan of John because in the early 2000s, this guy was in literally every commercial on TV.
Yeah. Well, I couldn't book voiceover jobs for crap. You and I had the same voiceover agent.
You have the same agent?
We had the same agent, same voiceover agent back in the early 2000s.
I can't hear you guys.
Oh, no, really?
You know what I can hear, though, which I've been hearing the whole time, is whoever's running your soundboard is like in my headphones talking and chewing.
Can you hear better now, Adam?
Can they do something about that? Maybe I'll log in and log out.
Yeah, he'll maybe log in. Can you hear me, Jonathan?
Yeah, I can hear you good.
All right. So,
Yeah, we have the same agent.
and maybe you can tell us the story on behalf of both of you all.
Yeah.
Any great stories of you all drinking whiskey on set, off set that would relate to film or anything we've seen you on, or having a good like fun night out that would be fun?
So I went to the Derby and he's back. Yeah, baby.
Here?
Tell me about the Derby because I want to go. I've never been. Tell me.
We gotta go.
There this year.
Oh my God, dude, we'll have the best time ever. You're gonna love it. It's incredible. They're so nice. It's such a fun tradition, and you get to dress. Anyway, it's great. But he was asking about bourbon stories.
Bourbon drinking stories.
Well, so on the set, so we were living at a hotel at the Lowe's sort of resort in the foothills of Tucson, Arizona, and we were living there because we were shooting there. And so the bar would close at a certain time and we would just pay to keep the bar open. And so the cast would gather at the end of every day and we would all just sit in the bar area and drink. And then we'd have to get up at like 6 a.m. the next day to get into hair and makeup. And so it became like summer camp where obviously they allowed alcohol. It would have been shut down is my point. But the cool thing was it was a real bonding experience because we sort of did everything together. And so we would go on, we'd go out to dinner together. We were pretty much in all the scenes. I mean, Adam is the lead, but the most of us were in there was always like 2 or 3 of us in the scenes with him. And so it just felt like an incredibly communal thing. And part of that, I think, was bookended by the end of every night by us going out to dinner and then going to the bar and then just, getting silly. With Tristan, who was the bartender. Oh my God.
But you're both big bourbon fans, from what I understand.
I have
a
huge case of bourbon over there.
Is it close to you?
That I got from Larry Rice.
Can I see it? Can we see it?
Yeah.
Is it possible?
Yeah, sure. So this is this is just a. So I got this single barrel 4 Roses from the master distiller when I was there that he signed for me at the Derby.
Great stuff.
And then I got Pappy, I got Van Winkle.
Oh, look at you.
I got Rip Van Winkle, old Van Winkle. I have the whole thing, and then I have a case down here that's full of bourbon.
Oh, it's like a downstairs to the bourbon bar.
Yeah, and then I have a whole cabinet that's like in here that's also filled with bourbon as well.
There may even be some in that urn there on the cabinet. He has it everywhere. It looks like.
I do. I actually have it in my because I would go to when I would travel with guys like Freddie, and we would go over we would literally travel and go to bars all over the world, and the spirits that they make, like 4 Roses that they make in Spain or Japan, are different than the ones that they release in the States. Like I have a Blanton's from Japan that I got in Tokyo, and so I would collect that type of stuff. So I drink primarily tequila and bourbon.
Yeah.
How'd you meet Freddie? Just out of curiosity. That's such.
So we used to work. He came in one day when I was working at Cheesecake Factory. I've had a good life, Tom, and I in Skokie, Illinois, and he came in and he was like, "Hey, I'm looking for a job." And Freddie's he's not a corporate guy. Adam, next time he's in town, we'll all go out for drinks. You're gonna love this guy.
Cool.
And he looks like a dwarf from Middle Earth. He's like the stockiest dude. His head ends here and his shoulders start here. Like he's just like a linebacker. And he said, I'm going to work at Cheesecake. I got him a job at Cheesecake or introduced him to the people. He quit within like 2 days or something, or like a week, but we became really close friends. And so every time I would come home to Chicago, because I left shortly after to go to LA, this was like 2002, 2003. I would come back and I would hang out with him, and I'd go to visit him at Sable when he ran the bar there downtown. And then of course he moved on. And so, but we just became incredibly close friends. And when I would get breaks from Two Broke Girls, he and I would travel places because he had a very flexible schedule.
Nice. What a small world. How incredible. You guys are both bourbon fans. We got to get you guys to Derby, maybe even September. Let's definitely look at that. We have to watch the Bellman, which we can pre-order now on
iTunes.
Yeah.
On iTunes.
Yeah.
Amazingly, our next guest, we're going to bring in Anthony Camparelli here in a moment, guys. He's actually written a musical on the spirited history of drinking.
I thought it was going to be on the Tristan Rogers interview.
Bro,
Is
it's just
that-
a Tristan Rogers character. Oh, it's got a.
Can you hear me, Anthony? Or you thumbs up if you can hear me, Anthony? See if Anthony Camperle can hear me.
No, but Tristan can.
And Tom's frozen. Well, thanks for having us, dude. Guys, go up, pre-order the Bellman. It's on Amazon May 8th. Pre-order it on iTunes now. I'm at Adam Ray Comedy on Instagram. I'm also at Willie Garson on Instagram. I bought it before Willie became famous. I'll probably be selling it back to him for $50. John, where can people find you?
Also, Willie Garson. I co-operate the account with Adam.
That's right.
I'm at Willie Garson on Facebook, and I'm at Willie Garson on TikTok. I'm at Jonathan Kite on Instagram and the Jonathan Kite on TikTok. No videos yet. And
check out John's podcast.
Dude, that's what I was going to say. Your podcast is how we've spent so much time.
That's probably
last night. Crush. If you don't know this podcast, it's my favorite podcast to be a guest on. I've told you that many times.
Yep.
It's the best. You get the biggest guests.
We get cool guests, and like yourself, and you've been on it. I think the tied for the first or second most times ever, but there's only 2 people that have gotten into double digits, and that's you and Brett Morin.
Brett Morin.
But yeah, you're a gangster, and I think Dr. Drew's about to hop on here too, who's also been a guest. But John, I love you, guys. Go see the Bellman. Go follow us on Instagram, and I think I'm gonna go pull up Tristan Rogers on Wikipedia. And
I'm gonna actually get all the domain names of Tristan Rogers on TikTok, on Twitch,
Pornhub,
the domain Tristan Rogers at Pornhub.nut.
Good night, everybody.
There. Are you not?
All right, now, okay, we are back on live now. We had a little technical difficulties. Thank you, those who are still watching our streams on YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook. And we'll bring right in Anthony Camparelli, my good friend. How's it going, Anthony? Can you hear
Hey,
it?
Tom. How you doing, man?
Thank you so much. We were having a little technical difficulty. You're going to be talking today about some great cocktails. And, man, the red carpet was a lot of fun. Thanks for waiting. Those guys were pretty funny. I was actually going to see if you would do an impersonation of them like they did the last guest, you know? Or...
You know what? I am actually not going to do that because I would be terrified of what they would do to me afterwards. So we're just gonna keep the love going among performers. It's not easy. So I loved them all. They were great.
You might be. Well, let's just say this: Anthony Camparelli is one of my greatest friends in the business. He and I have known each other for really since I started Bourbon Blog. You had always done Art of the Drink TV, and now you have the Imbible. Tell us a little bit about the Imbible and about what you've been up to.
Yeah, so about, I guess, going on 6 years ago now, I was working as a brand ambassador for Drambuie, Scotch liqueur as a national brand ambassador. I was also teaching spirits education at the Institute of Culinary Education here in New York City, where I'm still the director of spirits education. And I've been doing a lot of lectures and seminars across the country, things like Tales of the Cocktail, Manhattan Cocktail Classic. You and I have done a bunch of stuff. And I was also running theater companies because I've been running theater companies since I was in my early 20s. It's my two passions are the restaurant industry and theater. It's two sides of the same coin, I like to say. And so, what we used to do when we were doing these seminars, which can get a little dry. Wow, that was terrible. Liquor seminars. Anyway, when you're just talking to people for an hour, the liquor companies make sure that they serve you drinks, whatever the spirit is that, Bacardi serves you rum, whatever it is during this seminar that can get pretty technical. And so what I used to do was add, some theatrical elements to it. I would add some jokes and some skits and comedy and props and things like that, science experiments. And so I was doing this series called The Science of Mixology at the Manhattan Cocktail Classic every year. And I guess maybe the first or second year, someone came up to me and said, you really should do this as a show downtown New York in Manhattan because, Friday night people come, they learn about cocktails, they get a few drinks, it would work. So fast forward to 2014, the New York International Fringe Festival, and I was running, again, a theater company here in New York City called Broadway Theater Studio, and we decided to enter this hybrid cocktail class theater experience in the 2014 Fringe Festival, and they called the Imbible, Imbibe and Bible, Book of the Drink, and it had a lot of barbershop music and, again, sketches and comedy, but the material was exactly what I would teach to bartenders and restaurant owners and my students at the Institute of Culinary Education. Really high-level stuff, molecular formulas, chemistry, physics, all that stuff. And not sure enough, to my surprise, rather, it did great. We sold out all 5 performances. It was supposed to run for 5 performances. We sold them all out. We ended up on the cover of the New York Times Arts section, which was amazing. So we ended up opening that show off Broadway ourselves, self-producing it, and it continued to do well. And 6 years later, we are well over 1,500 performances. We have 4 different versions of the show, including the original, which is the history of cocktails from 10,000 BC right through to today's craft cocktail movement, why we drink, what we drink, stories about the origins of drinks, that kind of thing. We also do Rum and Pirates, which is the story of rum told by singing pirates. And we teach you not only about rum, but we teach you how to be a pirate as well. We have Christmas Carol Cocktails, which is the story of holiday spirits and holiday drinks. told under sort of a sequel to A Christmas Carol. And then we have Day Drinking, which is the story of brunch and brunch drinks. And they all play off Broadway. Day Drinking and Spirited History are in open runs at New World Stages. And again, knock on wood, it's been great. People seem to love it. And, it's my passion combining theater with education in a way that, we feel is engaging and different. And you get 3 drinks with the ticket. So, what's bad about that? So
it's an incredible show. I've been so lucky to have seen it a number of times and to be there.
You were in it, dude. So in Bible.com. Yeah, in Bible.com.
I had a special appearance. The one you did in it was in New Orleans, right? I had an appearance, the one in New Orleans, and I've sort of had a little appearance, the one you've done in New York, and it's such a great show. I'm so proud of you for doing it. There's nothing like it in the world, and the imbible.org.
Just imbible.com. We keep it simple because you're drinking, right? So
yeah. So you got to take a look at this whenever they get back up and going. For now, we're also in a moment. I'm going to have you make the mint julep, and just so you won't think, because somehow with the technical difficulties I exited, I'm going to just put it up on you, have you make that, and then Drew Beard from Drink Hacker and I are going to come in and talk about the mint julep with you. But I'm just going to put it on you and have you show us how you like to make a mint julep. Is that cool?
Yeah, so right before I do that, I have a couple different variations I can make for you. And I've been sort of in and out of the broadcast setting up.
Sure.
So I don't want to repeat what's been done. I know Molly did some before.
Right.
I was going to sort of just do the history of mint julep, my way of making it, and then I have actually have a blueberry and maple syrup version. That I think,
I'd love to see that.
Have you done that yet?
Not yet. No, let's see it.
All right, great. So I guess let's start with the story of the mint julep, which I don't know if most people are familiar with, but it's sort of one of my favorite drinks because it traces its origins back to medicinal treatments, like many of the cocktails that we enjoy in this business. And that's one of the things that I really like to talk to people about in classes and also at the shows, is that most of these drinks and cocktails started out as medicinal treatments, which is very different from sort of the recreational intoxication or intoxicating effects, rather, that we tend to see them as here, especially in the United States. So this drink goes back to, we believe it was sort of Persian, Indian preparations called gulabs. And you can actually get these at Indian restaurants today, and they were usually rose water preparations, things like that. Also, very medicinal. Gulab, which then later became julep, which meant really any medicinal preparation that was a beverage. And mint was medicinal, alcohol was medicinal, and so when it moved to the United States, we originally started using it with things like brandy, and then eventually it got to Kentucky and it became a bourbon drink. But it was definitely something that especially peasant farmers would enjoy. Stories go back to them just enjoying it on a daily basis, just as almost like a multivitamin of the day, something to get them started in the morning, that kind of thing. So we're going to go ahead and do a mint julep. And I apologize, I have some weird stuff going on audio-wise. Tom, are we? Do you know if we're getting good audio on this? Is this coming through, or we have an internet connection issues?
Yes, you are.
We're good?
Yes, you're good.
Okay, great. Okay, great. So there we go. That's much better. Sorry, that was a little distracting. Okay, so we're going to do a mint julep, and there's a couple different ways to do it. I'm just going to take these headphones out because this is driving me crazy here. But there's a couple different ways to do it. And to me, the most important thing about making a mint julep is not to shred the mint. And I know, everything in the drink world, lots of people have different opinions. But I like to keep the mint whole for several reasons. And I'm going to go ahead and I'm lucky enough to have some home gardening space. I encourage everyone to grow their own mint. If you drink cocktails at home at all, grow your own mint. It's literally a weed. You can just take a cutting from someone who has mint. You can get it at the supermarket, put it in some water. It'll sprout some roots, and then you can plant it out literally in a pot that's 2 inches big. It'll take over the whole pot. You won't be able to kill it, and you'll have more mint than you need for drinks at home, certainly. So I'm lucky. My girlfriend is a gardener. We have some space, so we have a couple different varieties. So I have some chocolate mint here, and I have some spearmint here. And I'm going to go ahead and start with the chocolate mint. Mostly refers to the color of the leaf. I don't know if you can see that. But the thing about mint is what you want is the essential oils. Like most plants, the flavor is in the oils. So mint actually on the leaves has little tiny hairs, and those hairs end in follicles that have a little oil sac at the bottom. And all you need to do is disturb the hair, and that will cause the oil to travel up the hair, and you'll be able to dissolve that in the drink, which we'll talk about in a second. But what you don't need to do and what you don't want to do is actually tear the leaf. That gets into the cellulose and all the vegetal components, and you kind of get that spinachy cut grass flavor. Not very pleasant, not what we're after. So first thing I like to do is just take about, for leaves that are this size, I'm probably going to use about 8. But for larger leaves, I'd probably use about 4. So I'm just going to go ahead and put 8 mint leaves in the bottom of this mixing glass here. And I'm going to make it in the mixing glass so that you can see what I'm doing. And then we want to muddle this. And this is where my technique may differ a little bit from what you've seen. But when you muddle, you always want to muddle in a liquid, and the liquid needs to be a solvent for whatever it is that you're trying to extract. So most people will use simple syrup in their mint julep. You can use sugar as well. Sugar won't really extract a lot because it's a solid. When you turn it into simple syrup, it does a little better job because the water's there. But water and oil don't mix. You learn that every time you make salad dressing. And it's not going to extract those oils that we want. So you really want to muddle any oils in alcohol. And this is a mint julep, so we're going to go ahead and use bourbon. So if you follow Art of the Drink or Broadway Bartender, any of my things, I'm not a big fan of jigger pouring. I have one, not going to use it, but I'm just going to go ahead and put 2 ounces of Old Forester bourbon in the bottom of the glass. And then I'm going to muddle this. And I like to use a nice flat bottom muddler so that I don't tear the leaves. And all I want to do is just bruise them. So I'm pushing down and twisting just very gently. And the idea, again, is to just loosen up those oils, get those oils into the bourbon, and the bourbon will do the work. I'm really trying to avoid shredding those mint leaves. So now I need to chill this, and I'm going to add probably more ice than you would think as a home bartender. So I like to fill the glass at least halfway with ice, and I always say that this is the thing that professional bartenders do a little differently than home bartenders. Ice is actually a friend, and we're going to stir this. I like to start with the back of the spoon, and I'm just going to stir this to kind of get this started, and then we need to sweeten this up. And as I mentioned, I'm going to use maple syrup on this mint julep. And maple syrup, you can go ahead and just add directly. It will dissolve in water. If you wanted to use honey, which I also love, you want to make a 1 part to 1 part honey and water syrup before you add that. And I'm just going to add about a 1/4 ounce of maple syrup. I don't want it too sweet because I am also going to add just about a teaspoonful of blueberry jam. And I love adding jams to my drinks because they sweeten the drink while they're adding flavor. And that is the secret to a cocktail, is you want to sweeten and also dilute the drink. And this is going to do, the stirring with the ice is going to dilute it, and the maple syrup and that blueberry jam is going to sweeten it. I'm just going to stir this really, really well because I do want to dilute this drink. Bourbon is notoriously, can notoriously be over 80 proof, 40% alcohol. So it will be hot, it will burn. So if you've had bourbon drinks and you haven't liked them because they've been sort of unpleasant on the palate in your mouth, try diluting it more. There's nothing wrong with that. It's the foundation for a bourbon and branch water, which is just bourbon, and the water from the stream that the distillery is situated on. That's what distillers drink. So we do want to go ahead and dilute that. Okay, and you can see I'm getting some nice blueberry color on that. I have those mint leaves floating in there. And now I want to strain this over fresh ice. Now, normally what we would do is we would use a julep cup, which I'm sure you've seen. This is called an air conditioner in a glass. It's metal. The cup gets nice and cold. Put your hot hands around it on, Kentucky 95-degree summer. Blood goes through your hands, cools your body off, and it's wonderful. But you're not going to be able to see what I'm doing. So I'm going to go ahead and build this drink just in a tumbler. And I do want mint in the glass, and I'm going to strain this, which is probably going to keep the mint leaves in this mixing glass. So, new mint sprig. I'm going to go ahead and put about 4 sprigs right in the bottom. Set this aside. And you want crushed ice. If you don't have crushed ice and you do have a blender, you have crushed ice. And that's what I just did. I just took some regular cube ice and put it in the blender. I'm going to go ahead and kind of pack that in just about halfway. And then I'm going to strain half of this drink using a julep strainer. And this is designed specifically for mixing glass. This is a Hawthorne or spring strainer. It's designed to be used with a mixing tin. Different. So the julep strainer couldn't be easier to use. Dome side up, just drop it in. Take your fingers, push it down gently, and you'll see it'll, whoops. Technical difficulties abound here. So I'm going to go ahead and rinse this and push it in, and it should lock into place if you're not a complete klutz doing live TV. And you can see that that should lock into place. And then I'm going to go ahead and strain just about half of that over the fresh ice. And then I'm going to top this off with 4 more mint sprigs. And then more crushed ice. And then I will finish my pour. And now my favorite part about the julep is topping this off right to the top. And I really want this to look like a snow cone is the idea. And I'll tell you how you do that. Overfill it with your crushed ice. And then take your julep strainer and use that to shape that ice into a nice snow cone shape. And then, of course, we want a straw and a fresh mint sprig. I'm just going to make a little slot for that sprig right down the side. Let's trim that up just a bit. And our metal straw is traditional because you can't drink a drink with crushed ice in the shape of a snow cone. And that is our maple syrup, blueberry, Old Forester mint julep made with chocolate mint. And Tom, I hope you enjoyed that. I'm going to try this.
That's incredible. That's quite a riff on the.
That doesn't suck at all. Okay,
mint
so
julep. It's amazing.
What do you want to talk about, my friend?
I got a fresh traditional one myself.
All right, I'm going to put my headphones back in so I can hear what you're saying.
It's all right.
All right.
I just got a. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm good.
Thank you. That was amazing. The riff on the mint julep you did was incredible. Annabelle just made me upstairs an original mint julep with a. This is a Derby, I think, cup that goes back at least 50 years. I'm going to also bring in here our good friend Drew Beard. He is the assistant editor and social media manager for Drink Hacker. I'm a big fan of Drink Hacker, and Drew is sipping on something. Drew's having a mint julep.
Hey, guys.
Drew?
How you doing, Drew?
Mine's a little sweaty, not as fresh as Anthony's.
Yeah. Hey, thanks for
probably not as delicious.
Drew, and how did you make yours there?
So I actually made mine. It's the Henry Clay recipe from the Willard, which is supposedly Henry Clay brought the mint julep to the Willard. Kind of the first time it hit the bar, supposedly, unless that story is apocryphal. But yeah, this is an interesting recipe that uses a little sparkling water to layer everything on, which I had never made at home. This guy, and watering a drink that already had this much ice in it, I was a little nervous, but you put a healthy amount of bourbon in it, and it works perfectly.
Very nice.
Using a little Old Forester 10 in this one.
Oh yeah, that's a good one too. That 1910 is a very nice one. I like that one a lot.
Yeah, 1910.
Yeah. So the riffs that you see, just like Anthony just did, have you seen some other really interesting expressions like yours with fruit? I mean, are those some things you've seen in the past? Or?
Absolutely, yeah. It's a versatile cocktail. You can do plenty of things. I think a lot of people probably think of it just as like a bourbon slushy, but that's not true at all. And what you said, Anthony, about how you treat the mint is kind of the most important aspect, I think, of the cocktail, so that you get those oils and the aromatics and the flavor without getting all that vegetal bitterness, which is what I think puts a lot of people off of the mint julep cocktail. I've seen interesting, now that we're in the age of nitrogen and the quick freezing and that sort of thing. I just saw today the Jack Rose bartenders were promoting on social media that they're using all liquid nitrogen to freeze the mint, and then going in and keeping it extra cold to enhance all those flavors.
Wow.
Yeah.
So that's keeping it super cold.
It is. I don't have a nitrogen set up here in my house, so can't.
Now, have you done
can't
some
go
with
too
that,
fast.
Anthony? The liquid nitrogen, you've done a little of that.
Yeah, we've done a lot of liquid nitrogen. We
I was
actually,
thinking you might have done a little of that.
in the Christmas show, we actually do our version of frozen wine that we call, rather than frosé, we call it Friesling for frozen Riesling, and Fred for frozen red wine. But we actually do liquid nitrogen wine ice cream live on stage for 60 people every night. So that's one of the more fun things we get to do. But to Drew's point, I think the nice thing about liquid nitrogen is you don't have to muddle the mint at all. Once you super cool it, it will shatter and powder. It'll essentially turn into powder, and then that can go directly into the drink, and then the alcohol should dissolve the oils directly from those powders without any muddling at all. I haven't, though, Drew, done taste comparisons to see if you do get those sort of vegetal flavors as well, because you're breaking up
you're putting it in.
Yeah. So, but again, I am one of the things that you asked me if I was going to make fun of the last guest. I try not to make fun of anyone in this business, because to me, this is all about storytelling. It's about conviviality, and it's about having fun, right? And so, if you want to bring something new to the table, that is awesome. And if it's what you intend, it's right. There's nothing you can't. I always say there's only two things you can do wrong in this business: drink and drive. So just don't do that. And then drink something you don't like, which unfortunately is a lot harder, and especially in America, and especially because bartenders do tend to get, a little judgy, and oh, this is better than that, and you thought that was good. You don't know. It's vanilla and chocolate, folks. It's if it tastes like chocolate and it's supposed to taste like chocolate, it's right. If it tastes like chocolate, it's supposed to taste like vanilla. Rethink your technique. You right?
Right.
No, that's so true. On drinkhacker.com, Drew, you all review so many great spirits of all kinds. I always love the whiskey and bourbon reviews you all do. And, bourbon being one of the most friendly spirits when it comes to by itself, but also how unique it can be. Say, everything from a mint julep to something very dark and bitter. I mean, the ways bourbon can go. Are there any favorites of yours that you've reviewed as far as bourbons go that you think are that play really friendly in cocktails or by themselves, even recently, or even some of your favorites from the past?
Yeah, I know Molly was talking earlier. 100 proof Old Forester Signature is kind of just a bartender standby, just hot enough to sort of stand out in a cocktail, but super versatile. Elijah Craig bourbons, I see those, both the barrel proof and the standard, give a lot of layers to cocktails. So I really appreciate that. But I mean, bourbon across the board, there are very few bourbons that I feel like can't work well. You get into the very, very high proofs, and that becomes probably a bad idea. But around the 100 proof, the 110 proof, those are great options in cocktails. So there's plenty out there.
One of my favorite things just to do here recently, and I agree, Drew, from home, since we've been having a few more cocktails lately at home, is to just see how taking one particular recipe, just like you did, Anthony, whether it's the mint julep or a Boulevardier, and just changing up the one ingredient, the whiskey in that, just to see how differently it comes across and to see where I like that on. Just changing that one ingredient. I mean, it's one thing to come up with, 3 new ingredients for the Boulevardier, but then just to keep on trying that, that same one that I like every day with a different whiskey. I think that's a lot of fun, just to see how one whiskey can shine through.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and it's actually one of the things that I teach my students because, when I first started tending the bar back in long time ago, right? Everyone wanted to create a drink. That was like the aspiration. You would go to work every day, and I want to make the next, Cosmopolitan, which wasn't even a thing back then. You want to make the next Sex on the Beach, the next Long Island Iced Tea, because having a drink was something that only, mythological creatures in the bartending world did. People walked in and they ordered, Manhattans and martinis, and today every bartender creates. You better be creating drinks if you have a recipe that's playing, in any kind of a serious nature. You create drink recipes the way you create food recipes. But I always tell my students, don't try and reinvent the wheel and don't try and recreate from whole cloth. The most popular and the most long-lived drinks were riffs, one ingredient changes on drinks that have existed for decades before. I mean, you look at the margarita, literally it was a daisy. I mean, the word margarita means daisy. It's a brandy drink that had, had huge success in the States for decades and before that. And then they changed the one ingredient to tequila because of, trade and politics and whatever. And you come up with this amazing new drink, and I always tell folks, start with a classic, start with something that works, and then substitute, even like you said, Tom, change the brand first and see, because a lot of times that'll give you a whole new spin on the drink. But then change the category, change the liquor category, change the sweetener, like I did, right? Simple syrup, okay, well, maple syrup is sweet, put that in. You know what else is sweet? Jams and jellies, try that. You're much more likely to have success if you sort of just and that's sort of what engineers do too. That's my background is you change one variable and see how it works, and then you go back, to sort of your control state. So.
Oh, that's incredible. Any cocktails you've been experimenting with there, Drew, since you've been in home during the quarantine?
Oh my God. I gravitate to all different variations of Manhattan, subbing out the booth for, different kinds of Amari and that kind of thing. So I'm always playing with that ingredient, to your point, Anthony. Paper plane, I feel like as it gets warmer, I gravitate toward a paper plane, a little Amaro, or a little Aperol with my bourbon. But yeah, staying at home, I tell you, I keep it all close at hand here. It's past the time. Good to have an excuse, though, being Derby Day.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, I wanted to make sure we gave everybody a good excuse for this. Our good friend Christopher Knoll there says he enjoys his julep with a rum float sometimes. So,
which is Molly, yeah, earlier.
There's another way to do it. And as you're saying, Drew, the Amaros, the vermouths. I mean, a good question for both of you. An observation, one of your favorites you can share with us. We've seen Italian spirits, the bitters, the Amaros, the vermouths grow so much the last few years. And I'm always discovering a new one. I interviewed an Italian guy the other night, and I said, tell me a few of your favorites. Let me write these down. What are some of your all's favorite spirits from Italy, Amaros, that you think really work well in cocktails, and how might they complement, the cocktails we're talking about?
Very nice.
You have a favorite one there, Anthony?
Yeah, Braulio, I love. Drew, I love what you said, because when you're talking about paper planes and, subbing Amaros and things and putting them in bourbons, exactly what we're talking about, right? I mean, that's a Manhattan. Literally, you're taking the sweet from Amaro, right? You're putting in a different Amaro. It's the same kind of thing. And if you do it well enough, the drink gets a whole new name. But I'm a huge fan of Amaros. I was actually in Italy at the beginning of this whole craziness. And yeah, it was nuts. I think I made it back with like 2 days before, they were really tightening things up. Yeah, it was nuts. But every time I go over there, my girlfriend and I, we like to just go to small little towns and drink whatever the local Amaro is, because one, it's just the history behind them is amazing. They've been around forever. The stories are incredible, and they're so of the place. Every place has an Amaro that's based on whatever grows locally, right? And it's a way to express that culture, that geography, that history, And also they're agricultural products. You get to preserve them. You get to use them in a new way. You get to get a new economic value out of them. And it's amazing because you can just sit in a bar on a Saturday afternoon with a glass of Amaro, a couple ice cubes if you want. And, after that drink, you still feel fine. You can walk around. You can have a nice dinner. You're not tired. You don't have a headache. Again, it's about appreciating these things as part of the culture and part of the lifestyle as opposed to an escape from your life. It should be integrated as part of your life. So I'm going to put in a plug for these guys. And I also got to mention, a good friend of mine is starting a new vermouth company. That's how huge this is now. American vermouth is a thing for the first time, right, Drew? So Method Spirits, METHOD, Method Spirits. Check it out. They haven't launched publicly, or they haven't launched yet because of all this, but it's a New York-based Amaro with New York-based wine. Fantastic. I think it's going to be a great market for it. I've had it in Manhattan's. Drew, to your point, man, I mean, this is where the industry is right now, right? Yeah.
Absolutely. It's versatile. I guess some of my favorites, I gravitate to Nonino, as we said, Averna earlier. But to your point, Anthony, talking about the terroir of Amaro and that sort of thing, it's fantastic to see a lot of these craft producers who are really embracing that. And we see a lot of that in some of the new American Amaris. We just reviewed a couple from Etta Rhine Distillery out of Asheville, North Carolina.
Cool.
Very, up in the mountains, embraces all of that with spice bush and local, foraged botanicals and herbs and things like that. And they do an Appalachian Fernet, and I believe it's they call it Mountain Amaro or Flora Amaro, but really beautiful, really distinct, interesting thing. Throw a splash, few rocks, great afternoon drink. You don't feel like you've started happy hour yet. You just had a nice afternoon sip.
Yeah, and it makes all the sense in the world, right? I mean, if you look at Amaros in places like Italy and France, the Alpine regions, that's where a lot of these come from. You go to places with similar geographies like the States. I mean, Tom, we saw the same thing with bourbon, right? They picked Kentucky because it looked like the Highlands of Scotland, right? The mountains. That's what they were used to. You go as far from the cities as you can, and you set up a still, right? And that's what you do. So it makes all the sense in the world. And just for those viewers that may not be as versed in sort of the category names, Amaro, Drew, just give us a breakdown. Just give us a quick definition when you're talking about Amaro. What are we talking about? Bitters.
I grew up watching your videos, Anthony. Man, I want to hear your
we're talking
kind
about
of take on it because I don't pretend to be an expert on Amaro American.
Yeah, no problem, man. I'm sorry. So we're talking about bitter liqueurs. So for folks that again are sort of learning the categories, when you're talking about spirits or liquors, it comes right off the still. It may be aged, but nothing is usually added. Maybe a little color for whiskey. But let's just say no sweetener, no nothing. Right? You start adding sweetener and flavor, and you get liqueurs or cordials. Right? So things like Grand Marnier, any of the Chambord, Midori, those kinds of things. If they're specifically flavored with bitter components, those are Amaros, and it's an Italian word. And you're talking about the most popular ones are Campari and Aperol. But then you get into all these other Braglios, you get into all these other beautiful, beautiful expressions. And the thing about them is they're bitter and they're sweet. And that's the key, as I said when I was making this julep. A cocktail, the definition of a cocktail is that it needs to have a spirit, it needs to be sweetened, and then the sweetness needs to be balanced. And we either balance it with bitter or sour. And Amaros are that in a bottle. A lot of liqueurs are. Drambuie is the same thing. Benedictine, back in the day. That's what these things were. So just so if you're listening to, and a lot of people throw vermouth in that category also. But if you are, want to get into what we're talking about, go to a liquor store, just Google Amaro. A bunch of stuff is going to come up. And you can drink these straight. That's how they drink them in Europe. I would encourage it. We usually mix them in the United States, and we usually use them as just an add-on ingredient. Like I said, quarter ounce product, but don't put like vermouth. That's a wine. They're low proof usually. Put 2-3 ounces in a glass, a little bit of seltzer, a little bit of club soda, whatever you want, a couple ice cubes, and then sit outside and write me an email telling me how much you love it, because it's a fantastic experience.
No, and I think you're right. the best ones are well balanced, and I think that's what we look for in good spirits, good cocktails, much like you all review. And I want to put this website up here. We're going to have Chris on later in our roundtable, but drinkhacker.com. Drew, I think you guys do some of the greatest reviews in the whole business for all spirits, whiskeys. They're very well thought. They're concise. They're approachable. You guys do a great job, and you have for so many years on drinkhacker.com. And it's great to have a sip with you today, Drew. And whereabouts are you joining us from?
So I am based out of the East Coast. Chris, my editor, is on the West Coast, but I'm out in Virginia, right outside of DC. So.
You're right outside of DC. Lots of great spirits there, and I see, amazingly, behind both Anthony and Drew, I see so many great spirits. I have all mine in many locations over there, but I see some good whiskeys behind both of you.
Close at hand.
Close at hand, and so much fun having a mint julep, and this has been a lot of fun, gentlemen, having some mint juleps for Derby, and hopefully we'll be seeing you both soon for a bourbon someplace, whether it's Kentucky, New York, Virginia, wherever it might be.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Any other favorite? I mean, we love the mint julep. Any other favorite refreshing cocktails from either of you that you just like to have on a day like today that would typically be a nice spring day?
Drew, we're all Spritz weather right now, right? I mean, I hate this. There's no gendered cocktails out there, and a refreshing hot day. Aperol Spritz.
Aperol, I love that.
That's a great one. Another easy one, not too high alcohol. But I'll drink a Black Manhattan any time of year, no matter how hot it is outside. So that's usually my go-to.
Yep.
I'm an Americano guy. We were just talking about that. So, Campari, sweet vermouth, and soda water. But, just building on that, Tom, and again, talking about the one ingredient substitution that we just mentioned, the build, thanks to Count Negroni on the Americano, was the Negroni. You take out the seltzer water, you add some gin to up the proof. And that did come after the Americano, just so people know. People talk about low ABV drinks being a new trend, and I always tell them, no, folks, high ABV drinks are the trend. We've been drinking low ABV for a long time before that. But then you just take that gin and you put bourbon in, and you get the Boulevardier that you talked about, Tom. And that's probably my go-to whiskey drink. And you want to just talk about a drink that changes. You put a smoky scotch in there, you put a bourbon in there, you put a rye in there. It's 3 different drinks. And I haven't touched changing the vermouth up. I haven't touched changing the Amaro up. Just start with a good vermouth. This is all equal parts. Vermouth 1 ounce, Campari 1 ounce, bourbon. Let's do Old Forester 1 ounce. Stir it up real good with ice. Strain it over fresh ice. Sit outside and love it.
Excellent stuff. No, I appreciate the cocktail education, and I think we're going to be seeing. Hopefully, we'll be getting back into the bars very, very soon, and back into great productions like the Imbible, and again to see the Imbible once they're back up and going. It's theimbible.com. You're going to see that incredible off-Broadway production there, especially for those of you visiting New York. But hopefully we'll be getting back to the bars soon. We know that we're all having a great cocktail from home right now, and the ability to experiment some on what would have been Kentucky Derby Day 146 is a lot of fun right here with our Derby Day from home. And again, just keep on telling your friends to watch on bourbonblog.com/live and hashtag us at Derby Day Live. And thank you so much, Drew and Anthony, both of you all for joining us for some conversation. We're going to have Chris Nell from Drink Hacker in the roundtable hour. And if we had enough room, we would bring you back too, Drew. We only have so many people I can fit on the screen, but I'm so glad you could chat with us for this.
No problem. I know. I appreciate it.
Next hour. So we'll say to you, Drew, for now, cheers and stay well and safe, everybody. There, Drew. And yeah, and Anthony. Hey, Anthony, you want to say hi to quick hello to Tony Abigail? I don't know. If
I would love to say hello to Tony. I haven't seen him.
I mean, it's like Anthony and Tony. It's like there he is. Look at it.
Tony, how are you, man? Another guy who was in the Bible.
That's right.
I've been enjoying watching you, man. You made me thirsty.
I mean, looking at these two guys, I feel like I should just, they're both going to make me a great cocktail. but as I bring them both on the screen, it feels like a great cocktail, and maybe they should both sing me like a great Italian song or something. I don't know.
I'm going to leave that to Mr. Abugana because
Are you?
Yeah, I'm a little out of practice. I haven't been in the show in a little while.
Hey, I got to tell you again, I enjoyed doing the show with you in New Orleans. Thanks for having me. Maybe I'll re up my acting career and come join you in New York.
Tony, the invitation is always open. It was one of the highlights of my career is getting to be on stage with you, my friend. You are a mentor, you're an idol, and you are a true luminary and thought leader in this industry. And everyone who works in it has a lot to thank you for. So let me do it on behalf of them if I can.
Yes, raising a toast to Tony Abugana.
Yeah,
Cheers.
absolutely, my friend.
Yeah, cheers, buddy. Yes.
Cheers with you.
Cheers to you both. Well, we'll be bringing you back in, Anthony Camparelli, in the roundtable discussion. And thanks so much for the mint juleps and the fun and for all your help on this. We really appreciate it.
Hey, man, it's my pleasure. What time are we looking at for the roundtable, do you think, if people want to?
We are probably, so we're running this a little bit behind, but we've had so much fun with everybody, probably around 5:15 or so. That would be, 6:15 Eastern, I guess. Whatever I said, 15 minutes after whatever I said.
You got it, buddy. I will be here.
All right. Thanks, Anthony. Appreciate it.
Tony, we got to get together for a drink for a little bit longer next time, my friend. Stay well.
From your lips to God's ears, I look forward to it, my friend.
Cheers, guys. Hey, thanks so much. Thanks to Anthony Camparelli, and we will. There we go. And it's the modern mixologist, my good friend Tony Abugana. How are you, buddy?
Man, I am so good. Thank you very much, Tom. Just hunkered down here in Las Vegas, making the best of it, trying to stay productive, and glasses always half full. Hopefully with bourbon.
That's what it is, and I think I can see from the camera that did you wear a little seersucker for Derby too?
I think the last time I wore it was for Derby, and I actually got a couple of my Derby cups here. I've gone to Derby.
Very
nice. To break these out just for the virtual Derby running today. I look forward to all year long. Make up juleps and the greatest 2 minutes in sports, but unfortunately, we'll just have to wait a little longer this year for the horses to be running.
Well, yes, we will, but we're excited to have you with us to actually have a virtual sip of some really good spring-like cocktails, which you have planned for us. And just to kind of give us an overview before we begin with your cocktails, tell us a little bit about what you do there in Las Vegas. I think most people watching you in the industry know about you, but tell us about what you do and kind of what the scene's like right now in Las Vegas.
Yeah, I've been now in Las Vegas since 1998. It seems like yesterday, so it's definitely home. I'm here in my kitchen with you today, and we've looking forward to a 4-year anniversary of Libertine Social at Mandalay Bay.
Yes.
That'll be happening in August again, like yesterday. So good Lord willing, the casinos will get up safely, and we'll be welcoming people back to Las Vegas. I think people will be ready to travel again and come out and enjoy life and enjoy Las Vegas.
Yeah, Libertine is such a great place there. Enjoyed spending some time there. Such great cocktails, such a great ambiance, very special place. And with that back room too, I mean, it's such a unique place that it has.
Well, thank you. I'm sorry I wasn't able to join you for a Negroni when you were there, but we really have such a fantastic team there. This community that we all get to work in is so fantastic, and I can't make the drinks every day, and it's really about the team. And what I love so much about not only our team but Las Vegas and the industry in general is it's so much more than making a great drink. A great drink is a big part of it, sure, but it's that smile, it's that hopefully warm handshake again someday, the welcoming, that art of hospitality that makes it so special.
Yes, it is. We'll look forward to seeing you there soon, my friend. And you're going to, what cocktails do you have in store for us today?
Well, I got a couple things today, a couple whiskey drinks. I just celebrated a big birthday last month, and my dear friend Dale DeGroff.
Happy belated birthday.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. He actually made this drink for my birthday, so I thought I would share it. It's his riff on a smash. As you know, a smash technically is a shorter, smaller julep. But what Dale does is he actually adds some fresh lemon to it. So we have some acid. So I've trimmed up a lemon, and we're going to put it into this large double old-fashioned glass where I've put about a dozen mint leaves. And as Anthony alluded to, we just want the mint leaves in there. We don't want the stems, because if we crush those stems, you're going to get a little bitter note to your drink, and God knows we don't need that.
Okay.
So we've got a dozen mint leaves. We've got half of lemon sliced so we can release all the oil from the rind, but also that juice. And I've made a simple syrup here, 1-to-1 simple, 1 part water, 1 part simple. I'm going to measure this because I always believe in measuring the sweet and sour elements. As you know, Tom, if we put too much citrus in the drink will be tart. If I put too much sweetener in the drink's going to be sweet. If I put too much bourbon in the drink's going to be perfect. So we're going to take our muddler, and again, we don't want to tear into that mint. We just want to, when I say massage the mint, release those oils, get it acquainted with the lemon juice, those oils, that beautiful simple syrup we made. All right. Now, for this, we have different grades of ice, and much like in a julep, we want crushed ice. Anthony alluded to making it in a blender. This is a classic Lewis bag, canvas Lewis bag. I've got it right here. So we just put our cube ice into our Lewis bag. We use our muddler on a hard surface, and any frustrations in the day, you just take it out on the ice. All right, and we should have some beautiful crushed ice. Crushed ice is just going to bring the whiskey together with all those other ingredients. And we want to use thin glass so that the ice reacts with the whiskey and starts to froth the outside of the glass. So we're going to use a rye whiskey here, a little bit of the Old Forester, a good, healthy 2-ounce pour. Now, as you see, where are the yummies? No, that's the mint, the lemon, and the sugar down here. The yummies are up here. So we want to use our long-handled bar spoon just to get those all mixed up. Get the mint, the lemon, the whiskey acquainted. As you see, the ice goes down. So we'll go ahead and add a little bit more ice. Fill that all the way up. Beautiful. See the outside of the glass starting to frost, reacting to that. Now, a little tip for you at home, especially somewhere where it's hot and humid. What happens to your mint? Well, it gets a little limp. So to keep your mint looking really fresh and beautiful, put it upside down in some cool water. Gorgeous. We just put that right in there. Paper straw. And from my dear friend, Dale DeGroff, Whiskey Smash.
That is amazing. That looks so good. Cheers.
Happiness.
Very nice. Wow.
Oh, I got to back up and kiss myself. That's so yummy.
That is a great stuff, and that's a whole lot of mint. So I have a little mint from garden not too far away, but I love how you just put a ton of mint in that.
It's like Anthony said, mint grows everywhere. I've got mint growing in my backyard, fantastic, and it just it brings the drink to life. You get the beautiful aromatics; it becomes an ingredient. The visual is fantastic, and I always say, never underestimate the importance of the garnish.
The garnish is so important, not only for the taste, the nose, but also just for that visual aspect. And that, hold that up once again there, Tony, if you would, just to see that. It just comes to life in such a powerful way.
And I don't know if you can see it, but it's starting to frost the outside of the glass. So it's just, again, it's sexy. Without even drinking it, it's just yummy. So it's all those elements to bring the great drink experience together.
Right. Now you've been at this for a long time, and I was actually just thinking about some of the first times I spent with you were actually during Kentucky Derby at some Derby events that you were doing for fundraisers there, maybe even 10 or 12 years ago, a long time ago, back when I was starting out. And you've always come to Kentucky quite a bit. I mean, you're really a big bourbon fan, even when it was just becoming more and more popular. What are your thoughts on how Kentucky bourbon has grown in the last 20 years or so, and where do you see it going from here, whether it's just by itself or with cocktails?
Well, I don't know how you keep up with it all. I mean, back then, and I believe that was this year, 2009, I believe is the year you're referring to. And I
think so, yes.
I did the brunch with Guy Fieri to benefit homeless.
It was you and Guy Fieri that I hung out with first, yes.
Yeah, good memory.
That's right.
I get goosebumps thinking about that event because, really, one of the things I love so much, again, about this profession is the giving back, the philanthropic part of it, and to, have that opportunity to do something for someone who does such good for people that are really innocent. They are the home of the innocents, for children.
Yes.
Really, really special. So I was very honored to have been part of that, and it just happened to coincide with the Oaks, and we did a brunch, and I donated a Making Great Cocktails at Home seminar.
That's right. You would go anywhere in the world and somebody had you someplace, they bid on it. Where did you end up going? Do you remember where you ended up going?
It was a studio in downtown, right downtown, Kentucky.
Yeah.
I can't remember the name. I can't remember what I had for lunch yesterday.
Or something, yeah.
But it was fantastic, and we set stations up, and I did a presentation, and people went to visit the different stations, and they made their own drinks. So it was kind of like making this whiskey smash, but instead of, if you teach a man to fish, they fish for a lifetime. If you give a man a fish, they have a meal. And that was the idea behind that. And great success, great evening, and again, for a great cause. And selfishly, another opportunity for me to visit Louisville and come back. And I've been down several times. I do the bicycle ride, bourbon and bikes. Fantastic. I've done our charity, the Helen David Relief Fund. We've done a couple of bicycle rides in Kentucky for that. And I just, again, I think the bourbon's great, but the people make it so special.
Well, thank you for that. And tell us about your charity so that we'll know more about it.
Well, you mentioned earlier, I've done this for a while. This is my 40th year behind bars. I started in 1980 under the watchful eye of my cousin Helen David at the Brass Rail Bar in Port Huron, Michigan. Helen opened that in 1937 with her mother, and she ran it until her death at the age of 91 in 2006. In her life, she beat breast cancer twice. So in her memory, I started the Helen David Relief Fund to benefit bartenders and their families who have been affected by breast cancer.
Wow, that's great. And website, we can find more information about that?
The United States Bartenders Guild, the United States Bartenders Guild Charitable Foundation is doing wonderful work right now to help a lot of our brothers and sisters who have been, we're all out of work. And as you know, a lot of people working in this industry work from check to check, tip to tip. And so the USBG, through a lot of the supplier partners, making some funds available to kind of ease some of their burdens. And under that is the Helen David Relief Fund. Again, anyone in the industry going through breast cancer, we're there to help.
That's wonderful what you're doing. And what you're mentioning there too about how the bartenders have all gotten together, the USBG, other charities to help those out of work right now. What have you seen happening there, and what's it mean to you to actually see people coming together to help out the bartenders in the hospitality industry?
We're there every day of the year, especially here in Las Vegas, welcoming guests, making their days a little brighter, a little better. And unfortunately, one of the hardest hit industries is the hospitality industry. And I'm hoping that we get back to some type of normal here soon. But I think it's going to be a while. I think it's going to be a while before we see whatever the new normal is. So through the United States Bartenders Guild, and as I mentioned, a lot of our supplier partners have kicked in to help with funds to ease these burdens that being out of work. You can't work remotely really when you're a bartender. A lot of great stuff online, people staying busy, working on their craft, but that smile when somebody walks in a bar, that's hard to replace.
It is. It is. It's that camaraderie. It's that aspect of the social nature. It's the atmosphere, but most importantly, it's the people that really matter. That's part of why we go to the classic European or English pub. It's to be there in public. I mean, that's part of the thing we see was what's missing in our life right now. It's going to restaurants. It's going to bars. Mm-hmm. It just doesn't feel quite the same. We're making some good cocktails at home, but it's nothing like what we experience when we can actually go to a bar.
No, you can't replace that social element. And we are social creatures. We thrive for that. Right. People who work in this industry are very special people. You don't get into hospitality to make a lot of money. You get into it because you have a special love for giving. Oh, there's my dog. They're happy to have me home. At least
they're happy to have you. They're happy to see you. Our pets are too. I completely understand. That's the fun of a live video. What's any fun stories or any observations that have come out of doing these cocktail meetings and interviews on Zoom? Do you think it'll going forward do some positive things for us as far as what we've learned from this as a hospitality industry?
I really do, Tom. I really think that this is at least going to be part of the new normal. I think we're going to do much more virtual. As Tony was talking earlier, training. I don't know the next time we'll be standing in front of a group of 100 bartenders doing a tasting. Right. I hope soon, but I think there will be a lot more opportunities virtually to be able to bring this not only to the profession and the trade, but into consumers' homes. I mentioned Helen. I mean, when Helen would have friends over to play bridge, it wasn't a bottle of White Zinfandel or it was, can I make you an old fashioned? Would you like a Tom Collins? Right. Everyone had a home bar and they could navigate it fairly well. They had the necessary tools and glassware and garnishes and things to make some of these classic drinks. And it really was a very romantic, very civilized time. And I think we're seeing and we'll continue to see more of that, the cocktail coming back into the home and hopefully back into the bar soon too.
Yes, we hope so. And it's the Modern Mixologist, Tony Abiganon. For those of you just joining us, your website is, just so people can find you?
themodernmixologist.com, MDRN Mixologist on Instagram. That's all so new to me. I'm trying, Tom. I'm really shocked I was able to get logged into this, but you made it really easy.
You did great. No, you're doing a great job. It's a great view of your home bar there and of all the ingredients. And you're going to make one more for us? You have one more planned for us?
Yeah. Along with my partners, Richard Camarada and Chef Sean McLean, we opened a place back in Michigan. We opened Highlands and Hearth with High Bar on top of the Renaissance Center in downtown Detroit. And being from Michigan, it's great for me to have an opportunity to go back home. And I'm going to get you out there, Tom, when we reopen. We're hoping next month to be reopening. That's the last word I've gotten. And we really great focus on whiskeys of the world with a lot of attention placed on American whiskeys. And one of the purchases we made was a barrel of Knob Creek. So we bought an 11-and-a-half-year-old barrel, just over 120 proof, and we make our signature old fashioned with that. So I'm going to go ahead and demonstrate for you and all of your viewers the Highlands Old Fashioned. Have you been down to Detroit? Are you familiar with the Renaissance Center? Opened up in the late 70s and had a beautiful restaurant on the 71st floor, which had been empty for a couple of years, and we brought new life to it, and it's gorgeous. And like I said, love to get you there. So we're going to start off with our sweetener, which is a Demerara syrup. Again, very simple to make. 1 part water, 1 part turbinado raw sugar. Just bring the water to a boil, dissolve the sugar, let it cool, bottle it, and refrigerate it. So I use 2 bar spoons of our sweetener, and not that we need another bitters, but I was asked by our friends in Indiana, Wilkes and Wilson, to work on a bitters with them, and it's the Tony Abuganum pecan chicory or pecan chicory bitters, and works really beautiful with the Demerara and the bourbon that we're going to use at that 120 proof. So 2 good dashes of bitters and 2.5 ounces of our Knob Creek single barrel. Tasted 6 different barrels before we selected this one, and it's just fantastic. So give that a quick stir. I've made some beautiful ice spheres to serve that over from our mixing beaker. We'll go ahead and pour that out. Gorgeous. I didn't have any oranges. I haven't got to the store, but I did have a beautiful grapefruit. So a little swath of grapefruit peel. And so our good friend Daniel Singer's Filthy Cherries. I love it.
Very nice.
His Filthy Pickle, all of his wonderful garnishes. So there we have from Detroit, Michigan, from Highlands and Hearth, our Highlands Old Fashioned.
And I look forward, I was going to tell you, to get into there and to joining you for cocktail and doing some whiskey tastings. Looks like a great cocktail you made there. And the bitters are made where in Indiana are they made?
Wilkes and Wilson.
Wilkes and Wilson. Very nice.
He got a couple old bourbon barrels, and actually the batch that we have right now is aging in our Knob Creek single barrel. We had it shipped down to Indiana, and they filled it up with my bitters. So hopefully in about 4 months, we'll have the next batch ready for you.
Incredible. And I think, well, it was a couple years ago, 2 or 3, maybe 4. I spent some time there with you. I know we were touring Jim Beam. I don't know if you were picking a barrel out, but we tried some Knob Creek right from the barrel there at Jim Beam, and that was an amazing experience.
It was, I remember, because the barrel that we tasted was April 14th, and that was my birthday. And
oh, that's right. It was your birthday when I saw you there. Yes.
Never forget taste. It was so fantastic. Still had little pieces of char floating in the glass and barrel strength and yummy stuff.
Well, the tour they do there and the ability to actually, taste that, they pass around the glass, and then if you want to, you can take a taste of it. There's nothing quite like that, having that Knob Creek from the barrel there at the Jim Beam Distillery. There's something just so powerful about it, full of flavor. I've had it in all kinds of temperatures, from warmer, and I think one year I even had it in the dead of winter. They poured this, and it was just like, oh, it warms you up so much. It's just crazy good how good it is.
Yeah, and I believe that, I'm not sure if it was that trip, but another trip that we got to sit with Fred No, and he took us through a tasting.
Yeah.
Yes,
that was fun. Yeah, no, Fred does a great job with that. And such a fun place to visit. And I love the fact that their distillery experience is always evolving. They're always doing something new. And, as a larger company, as smaller companies are too, but as a larger company, they're very innovative with what they do and bring to the world of whiskey and bourbon and spirits.
Fantastic. And it's really nice on a bicycle too, because you can work up a powerful thirst riding through those hills in Kentucky on a bicycle.
No, that's great. So are you the bike tour you do, you're hoping to get back to Kentucky at some point in the near future?
Yeah, we've with Negroni Week, we're really tied in with Team Negroni as our bicycle team, and we do these bicycle rides throughout the country with the United States Bartenders Guild to raise awareness, to raise funds, but also to encourage bartenders to take a little bit better care of themselves. You know, this is a very physical business that we work in. We work late nights. You know, we're not necessarily always taking the best care of ourselves physically, and this is an opportunity to get on a bicycle, get outside, some fresh air, some vitamin D, ride 40 miles, raise some money, help some of our brothers and sisters who are going through this terrible disease, and have a good time while we're at it.
That's very inspiring. I mean, I think that's so important to do. It allows us to balance out what we do in the industry, and that's a true inspiration to have there, to be reminded of.
Well, I'm going to get you on a bike then in October. I'm coming looking for you.
Come and look for me, and everyone else look for the modern mixologist, Tony Abigaman. And as we think about cocktails, whether we're doing them at home or if they're bartenders watching this, I mean, what are the tips you give to people, whether they are starting out new in creating cocktails or whether they are they've been at it for a while, to come up with something new and different? How do you go about that discovery process?
Well, I think we've gotten really esoteric, which has been great. You were talking about liquid nitrogen earlier and smoked drinks, barrel, really cool stuff. But I think as we're moving forward, I'm looking for this return to simplicity. And it's the simpler drinks. This drink, 3 ingredients. I think 3 ingredient cocktails where we really showcase the base spirit, where we don't mask and cover that spirit, but we enhance it. We make it more than the sum of the parts. And that's, I think it was Mencken that once wrote, "There'll never again be a totally original cocktail, only riffs and variations on drinks that have come before it." And I believe that to be the case. So, I love a rum old fashioned. You get a beautiful Zacapa rum and substitute that out for the whiskey, and you have a beautiful riff on an old fashioned that is simply changing out the spirit. Bitters today, I was half joking that the last thing we need is another flavor of bitters, but it wasn't that long ago when our bitter selection was pretty much Angostura, and Angostura is fantastic. But today, I mean, there's hundreds of different bitters readily available, and that is the salt and pepper to drink mixing, just changing out the bitters between my pecan chicory and Angostura just adds a slightly different element to the drink. So, drink what you like, keep it simple. As Armando Rosario says, keep it fresh. And my cousin Helen always said, for a nickel more, you go first class. You only get out of the drink what you put into it. So quality above quantity. Absolutely. No, cheers to that. And we are so glad there's so many new bitters. Was there a time or period where you saw something that really made a difference in putting new bitters on the shelf besides the Angostura? What was it that really did that to sort of tell bartenders and consumers, hey, you need to try something else? Well, 1998, we opened the Bellagio here in Las Vegas. And at that time, you really couldn't Google anything, so you had to actually look at books. And I came across a recipe for a drink called a casino cocktail, which I thought, this is fantastic. Perfect fit for a casino in Las Vegas. And it's a great drink, but it called for maraschino liqueur and orange bitters. So at this point, I'm 18 years in the business. I had never seen a bottle of orange bitters or a bottle of maraschino liqueur. I was lucky enough to track down Henry Price, and this is a funny story, Tom. I said, Henry, I want to do a casino cocktail. It calls for maraschino liqueur. I see you have Luxardo. It's not available in Nevada. Would you be willing to bring it in so I could make this one drink at the Bellagio? And he says to me, well, Tony, what do you think your initial order might be? And I said, based on, Henry, on recent cocktail menus, I would say maybe a half a pallet. And the phone goes dead. And Henry, you there? And he's like, did you say a half a pallet? I said, yeah, to start with. I think that sounds about right. He said, I have not sold a half a pallet of Luxardo Maraschino in the United States, let alone to a single account. So needless to say, we got the Maraschino, and I called Joe Fee at Fee Brothers, God rest his soul. And he was kind enough to send me some orange bitters from Fee Brothers, which I believe at the time was the only orange bitter available. And, you know, that was only, like I said, 22 years ago. So a lot has happened since then. And so I'm taking a little bit of credit from every bottle of maraschino you see in every back bar in America today.
That's incredible. It's really grown a lot. The cocktail scene's grown a lot, just as bourbon has. In many ways, they've grown hand in hand. When it comes to contributing factors to American whiskey and bourbon getting more popular, I often say, you know, the return of the cocktail culture is a big part of that.
Sure.
I think that's approachable, just how things came together. What do you think's done it for both cocktails and bourbon and American whiskey coming back?
I think it's all of those things. You know, I love vodka, and vodka is definitely, you know, I don't think it gets the credit in our world that it probably deserves. But, you know, obviously in cocktails, and obviously #1 consumed spirit still in the world. But as we return to an understanding of flavor and all the information that's available today, when we were first down, I mean, first year down, I think was 2001, or maybe, no, it was even earlier than that. It was 1999 for the Bourbon Fest. And I got this little gem at an auction and signed by our dear friend, God rest his soul, Elmer T. Lee. You know, there was, what, a half a dozen big players, and they would have a few line extensions, but nothing like it is today. I remember Julian Van Winkle. You know, we became friends. That I met him there, and this was years back. He couldn't give away those old Pappy Van Winkles. I mean, it was almost, we would buy a case.
It's hard to, yeah.
Yeah, nobody wanted any old whiskeys. And today, I mean, go ahead, have a little foresight and stock some of that stuff away. You would have been on top of it. He doesn't even, I think, really understand how the popularity of those whiskeys grew. But thank God they have, and they continue to, and they've launched all these little micro distillers that are putting out, now that they've given their whiskey some time to age properly, some beautiful stuff. And the big producers are, you know, you'd be hard pressed to show me a bottle of whiskey I like better than that barrel that we picked out.
I bet. Oh yeah. Oh man, that's so good.
But then, you know, I always say, you know, there's so many regulations surrounding American whiskeys and bourbons that it's difficult to make bad whiskey, American whiskey, bourbon whiskey. There's different styles, different tastes, but pretty much all of it is really good juice. I haven't found many that I wouldn't say thank you to. That's for sure.
that's for sure. Show us that bottle one more time. And that was from what year again?
It's an 11.5-year single barrel. It was at 124, I believe, in the barrel. So they only brought it down a little bit with water. So it's almost at barrel strength. And like I said, we tasted, I think, 6 different barrels over the course of a couple of days while I was there. And this one just shined. I mean, it was my personal pick. And so you have to come to Detroit, to Highlands and Hearth at the Renaissance Center, and let me make you an old fashioned with our barrel of whiskey.
That's incredible. Well, I really appreciate the invitation. I got to get back out there in Vegas and see you and hang out with you there at Libertine and some of these other great places. And it means a lot to see you and to celebrate Derby Day with you here at our Derby Day from Home special. And the cocktails, I was virtually tasting them with you, were amazing. So I think everybody else enjoyed them, and we'll look forward to when everything's opened back up, and hopefully we'll get you back to Kentucky very soon.
Well, you don't ever have to twist my arm to come down to Kentucky. Like I said, a lot of great friends there, including yourself, that anytime I can come down and share a glass and a smile, I'm there.
Cheers. Cheers. Thank you so much, Tony Abigammon, and check him out at themodernmixologist.com. And thanks for the cocktails. These were great. We'll post these up. And thanks for joining us.
God bless. Here's happiness. And I hope next Derby we get to share these drinks in person.
Me too. God bless, my friend. Great to see you. All right, we are going to bring in just for a couple minutes in between what we're doing. My good friend April Wachtel. I think she's standing by here. She's just going to be on audio. Can you hear us, April?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can. I know there's a little bit of we'll say that right now you're having a cocktail in a dark room there.
Sure, wearing a giant hat.
Well, it looks great. The hat looks great, and we wanted to make sure we for just a moment to talk about what you do before we go to our roundtable discussion. And your company recently had a name change. What you call it now? You call it.
It's called Cheeky Cocktails. So
and Cheeky's like this kind of this English British term, right?
It is. That is not. In fact, I don't even remember the moment when I decided that this was the right name. But the old name was Swig and Swallow. Basically, I was I grew up through the restaurant industry, went through the cocktail world, kind of emerged on the other side after almost 25 years in the business, and decided I want to start my own business. And so I started a cocktail batching and delivery company. It was called Swig and Swallow, and then pivoted it into a sort of CPG company. So the notion of serving cocktails for a crowd, that's very much up our alley. And that's kind of the idea I've been working with for the past 5 years. So batch cocktails for events like the Derby is kind of like the perfect opportunity.
Wow. And tell us about the flavors. Where do you sell these? Where can we find them?
Yeah, so it's very interesting because we were supposed to launch with the new name and the new products in this April. So we had been rebranding for the past several months. Obviously, COVID happened. And so the one thing I was hoping to mention just now is that we sell, again, bar quality syrups and juices. We ship nationally direct to consumer. And we have a bartender affiliate program, which I'm very excited about. So if any bartenders are looking to make some more money, given the circumstances, if you want to sign up as an affiliate, just go to cheekycocktails.co, C-O, no M at the end. And you can sign up to be an affiliate. Anything that you sell, whether it's through photos or videos, or just by linking to our site, you get a 20% tip on everything you sell. So, yes, you can buy online. Again, I would urge you. We're hopefully going to see a bunch of content coming out in the next few weeks from existing affiliates, but really hoping that people would purchase through those links so they can get tips.
cheekycocktails.co. I put it up there on our banner, and I believe I'm going to ask him if he can hear us. I want to make sure because I want to bring on a couple great friends here. Jason Luttrell, can you hear us, Jason? Give us a thumbs up if you can hear us, Jason. All right, Jason, should we bring on Jason for a moment here too?
Yeah, of course.
All right, Jason Luttrell, how's it going?
Hi, thanks for having me on the Bourbon Blog. Happy Derby Day.
April was able to
Happy
join
Derby
us
Day
because she's in a dark room drinking a cocktail with a derby hat on.
It's easy enough to say, isn't it?
It is.
I do have a giant yellow hat. It's a wide brimmed hat, I promise.
I can almost see it. So, Jason, you've tried some of these cheeky cocktails.
Not yet, actually. Not quite yet.
Okay. Well, what are you sipping on there, Jason?
Well, I'm straight up 100% countrified now, so I am sipping on a Bud Heavy.
Very nice.
Yeah, that's right. No mint required.
Very nice. That's great.
It's like what bourbon is about to become. I just recently read a story that they're taking old stale beer and they're going to start redistilling that because of the crisis.
Well, I've heard of several distilleries doing this because the brewers can't get their beer to market, so the distilleries are taking it and distilling it, so they don't have to pay, the brewers don't have to pay the fines. What are you hearing?
I don't know, but I'm definitely full of some speculation because I know that some companies make their beer with rice. So what kind of whiskey would that be actually? I'm just talking about the big ones.
Well, that's a good question. The most recent conversation I had about it was with Whistle Pig the other night, and they told me how they were buying up some of the beer stocks that were basically going to be emptied out anyway because of COVID getting beer to market, and they're distilling it now, and they're eventually going to age it and put it in something. So I think it's called the Great Beer Rescue is what they are doing. So,
well, that's good. That's good.
Yeah.
Sounds.
Hey guys,
delightful.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. I actually have to go hop onto another call, but it was so lovely popping in.
Talking to us about cheeky cocktails, and make sure you visit April's cheekycocktails.co. April, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me. Happy Derby Day, guys.
Happy Derby Day.
Happy Derby Day.
Okay, bye.
It's been a little while since we've seen each other. Tell me what you have been up to with the art of building cocktail rounds and everything else you do.
Well, I mean, I wrote that story a long time ago, and it was kind of basically, I didn't come up with most of that. I was just kind of documenting what the things that I had been trained early on and the things that I picked up. And, it's like, I love it. Like when I was a bartender for 10 years, and I've kind of adapted a lot of the principles behind the bar into my everyday life. And so it's like a full hands in, full hands out. It irritates the hell out of my wife that I can't just do one thing at a time. I have to, if I'm going to the kitchen to get a glass of water, I have to take some dishes with me, and I have to straighten something up, or I have to fill up the dishwasher while I'm doing that. And, but yeah, I mean, it's like the art of making drinks is the art of efficiency. And it really, clutter is a peace of mind issue for me. So I've kind of used that to see, to inform a lot of different elements of my life, especially my business. I mean, you look at my file folders and everything's pretty well organized.
Now, are you a fan of any of the Derby Day cocktails, the mint julep, anything that you like to go to when it comes to a bourbon cocktail ever?
Yeah, I would just wish I could get one from Tony Abogadam. I wish I could get one from Anthony Caparelli, because that sounds delightful.
They all sound good. I had my wife make me one earlier. She did a really nice one with a very old mint julep cup, and it's actually I may need another one here pretty soon. It's getting
I really like mint juleps because they kind of take a while to develop.
The ice continues to go down, and
I remember being really nerdy about what kind of ice went into my my julep, and I'm a Scotsman pellet ice kind of guy. But as Anthony Caparelli was saying, like, using a blender is totally acceptable, especially if you are sequestered at home. A lot of people don't have a $3,000 ice machine sitting around. Yeah.
Now remind us where you're based, and tell us a little bit about what you do for those that don't know.
Oh, well, thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah.
So I live outside of Poughkeepsie. We live upstate, and we moved to the country about 6 months ago, last August, and I can't believe the unbelievable timing of that, because we have an acre in every direction, and we have a pond at our house, and we have a 17-month-old son who can just run around as much as he wants, and it's pretty great. But I run a boutique cocktail events and marketing and hospitality consulting firm, and we work with the Campari Academy. We work with a lot of bigger developers to kind of help them cultivate their commercial real estate, and we do a bunch of events. So as like we would normally be getting ready for the Made in America Festival, we'd normally be getting ready for the U.S. Open. We'd be normally starting to get calls for the New York Wine and Food Festival, but as we can't really hang out anymore. So we're pivoting. It's like just like everybody else should be thinking about, like, what is it that you do? And we're really trying to drive the messaging home to all the bartenders that are out of work right now, that now is the time to take an inventory of your skills. Now is the time to find the things that you love to do and get prepared for the long haul, because this will impact the way we do business. And I'm actually kind of excited about some of the opportunities that I think are going to be popping up out of this. So we're really hustling. We're really trying to get our bases covered to not capitalize it. We're not trying to be opportunistic, but we're trying to see what the post-COVID economy is going to be like, and where our place as bartenders, service, and hospitality workers fit into that.
Where do you think those opportunities will be, as far as what you see now and what you predict?
I'm hopeful that a lot of these regulations that are massaged right now. Like in New York, the SLA has allowed us to deliver cocktails. That's been happening for years in China, and I'm hoping that that will create an opportunity for people to develop new businesses and kind of create new opportunities. I mean, you'll see very successful bars and restaurants that don't necessarily have a lot of people in them around the world, because they do so much delivery business, and they're not just delivering simple cocktails, they're delivering cocktail experiences. And so I would just hope that we can kind of adapt our creativity to be able to support these hopefully new opportunities. But just, we just don't know what's going to happen, because with the stroke of a pen, they could say that we're not doing that anymore. So.
Right. So you see potentially the states that have allowed the cocktail delivery, potentially more of that from bartenders, from restaurants, or just to-go cocktails if you're taking food to go.
I mean, I think that we all wish that the country could be a little bit more like New Orleans is every day, and not be treated like toddlers. But we're just it's now's the time. Now's the time to start thinking about being a business, because if you're a shift worker, if you're a tipped employee, what are you if you're not effectively an entrepreneur anyways? If you don't work, you don't eat. So now's the time to make it official and start developing your service offering and start developing the way to deploy that message. And so I would love for anybody, if anybody wants to know anything about this, please find me. And I will walk you through it step by step, because this is a huge opportunity right now, even though it sucks right now.
Right. No, and it is different. I mean, it's much like what we're having today, this conversation for our Derby Day from Home show, and finding ways to connect with people on whether it's Zoom or this streaming service on Bourbon Blog or whatever it might be that allows us to connect and tell stories. But now go ahead and just walk us through when it comes to planning events or what you're seeing. How would a brand, if a brand is watching this, or say an ambassador or a mixologist is saying, how am I going to do what I do? How am I going to tell my story? What opportunities are there that I might not be thinking of? What would you say to them?
I would say that everything that is knowable can be found on YouTube. And there are a staggering amount of free or freemium model pieces of the software that you can learn to make yourself extremely valuable, to make yourself extremely marketable. It is just a matter of saying, this is what I want to do. And I think that what really stops a lot of people from making that decision to saying, hey, I'm a business, like planting the flag in the ground and saying I'm available for hire, is the fear. And what a lot of people don't realize is that you have complete license to make mistakes. And you can make mistakes again and again and again. And while the internet remembers forever, it also has a pretty short memory as well. So you can try something, see if it works. If it doesn't, you just try the next thing and keep trying and keep trying and keep trying until you figure out what works for you. And I think it was Tony Abou-Ganim who was saying that, the actual part of making a drink, the mechanics of making a single cocktail is a relatively small part of the entire hospitality experience. So if you kind of reverse engineer that and take an inventory of where the dots are connected, where point A meets point B, then you can see an enormous amount of other skills that you have. And if you get really good at those, and if you get good at communicating the fact that you can do those things really well, then you should go right now to Fiverr. You should go right now to Upwork, and you should say, hey, you can hire me to do stuff for you. And that's how a lot of people make a living. That's how it'll happen. Yeah, that's definitely what'll happen. When you look at, because I know you work with events as well, events that are maybe postponed or rescheduled. What will events look like? How will they end up having a virtual event to help tease forward to their actual event? Will they be smaller? What do you think on that? Festivals, whiskey festivals? I actually had a monster event producer on my podcast, and her show is going to come out tomorrow or the next day. But she owns Cannonball Productions. Her name is Kate Levenstein, and she was telling me about how they were kind of they do like the Bacon and Beer Festival, and so that is like 10,000 people, 9 different markets across the country, and they do. And they do stadiums. They literally operate in stadiums, and we were talking about kind of what the complexion of marquee level events like that is going to look like. And it's as the same answer applies. Like, we just don't know what's going to happen. I honestly think that we are being very premature about reopening the country again, and I think that I think that's going to prolong the effects of it. But we were talking about augmented and augmented reality, and what's the thing with the Oculus? The
Oculus,
the virtual reality.
Yeah.
But it's like, when you think about what the infrastructure still exists to get things delivered to your door. So like, if you were, for instance, Bacon and Beer Festival, what would happen if you were had this augmented reality situation where you had these goggles on, you're looking right at your house, you can see, you could be immersed in this with the sounds and the sights, and then open up a package and get the smells and the tastes too. So I mean, I think that this is just a matter of creative problem solving, and again, now is the time. If you have ideas on how to solve these problems, then you could walk away from walk away in the post-COVID-19 economy as a hero, and maybe a couple extra bucks in your pocket.
Right, but at some point, I mean, will it ever feel normal again with whiskey festivals or with this kind of thing? They may have them, but they won't be as big, or.
I think that eventually it will get back to the same model. I think that we are obviously crave that social environment, and especially a tactile event like a whiskey tasting, for instance. It will, we'll never not do that. I just think could be at least a year before we're able to do that again.
So for the next year or so, we're going to look at virtual experiences, what you're describing, online experiences, that type of thing. And hopefully the people that organize these, because they've done such a great job building them over the years, will find these virtual ways to tease forward, to give us a taste, and we're going to all find a way to connect, just kind of like we have done today for Derby. I mean, is that?
Yeah, and I think that the preference, I think that the preference is going to shift a little bit. I think people are going to start to enjoy being at home. They're going to start to enjoy, virtual distance, distributed teams, and I think they're going to start to enjoy being able to get these opportunities at home. And so, if you own a bar or restaurant, and if you're able to do delivery service, then you should up your game. And I think that there's going to be a strong appetite for that.
Right.
What's to stop you? I mean, if you can deliver cocktails to a home, what's to stop you from delivering a whiskey flight?
That's true. I mean, like a whole flight delivered right there to you, whether it's in the mail or whether it's just delivered from a bartender down the street, whatever it might be. I think that's very true. Any other predictions that you see that all of those in the business or the consumers that just enjoy the drink should be watching for?
I'm looking forward to an enhanced sense of appreciation for what it is that we do. I think that we've been, as a society, and oddly enough, Fox News is really hammering this point home, that service and hospitality workers, all 15.6 million of us, are essential workers, and we are essential parts of the trillion dollar economy that we create. And that's we do I think it's we generate half of the defense spending in this country, and it's we're a very important part of the way things work here, and if we were gone, then you'd know. And I think people are starting to appreciate that. Plus, oh my God,
they're appreciating it, they're understanding how important it is.
Yeah. And how good is that beer going to taste when it comes off the draft and when you're first able to go to a bar? My God.
That's true. It really is. That's very true. What's your website so that everybody can enjoy it, see it?
To get all the links to everything that I do, go to hello.jlatrell.com, or it's just jlatrell.com. You'll find all my stuff.
And that's L-I-T. Let's make sure I have it.
Yeah, it's at Jason Littrell, JASONLITTRELL, or jlatrell.com, JLITTRELL.com, and that will give you a list of my articles and all my podcasts will pop up. Yeah, you nailed it. Thank you.
jlatrell.com, is that right?
Yes, please.
There it is. Check out Jason Littrell. You do a lot of great work for the industry. We really appreciate the perspective here on our Derby Day from Home broadcast. And we'll be watching these trends, and we'd love to have you back on here in a few months as this, as you say, new normal unfolds, and check back in with you. Would that be all right?
Thank you so much for having me on the show, and happy Derby Day, everybody.
Happy Derby Day. Hopefully you have a pour of something there, Jason. Do you have a pour of something, or you're going to get one soon, right? He does. Oh, there it is. He has it right there. It's still right there.
Like it helps me stretch it out a little bit, you know?
I knew it wasn't too far away. Jason, thank you. It's so good to see you. Thanks for joining us here.
Nice to see y'all. Bye, y'all.
Thank you. And in just a moment, I'm going to bring some of my good friends, some of my favorite people, all of these my favorite people in the business on for this roundtable that we've been telling you about all day. But for a moment, I want to pop up this once again, bourbonblog.com/live. It is the place to watch us. That'll take you right to our Facebook stream. And if you share this, like this, everything that you do with this, make sure you hashtag Derby Day Live. That's the best thing to hashtag. Just share this with all your friends. We're having so much fun, having a whiskey, learning cocktails, having a great time. And now we're gonna have a great time with some really wonderful people. But obviously, we're gonna have some fun. We're going to talk about some serious topics like COVID. I am going to bring them on one by one so that I can introduce them. First, I have Robert Haynes Peterson. How are you, Robert? Robert Haynes Peterson, cocktail writer. I love what you've done with your Derby attire, and you got a cigar ready, too.
Of course. I'm not Cheers.
Cheers.
I'm not going to not celebrate the Derby. It's Pam.
It's Pam.
Hi.
Emma Windsor, beverage consultant from New York. It's so good to see you.
Nice to see you too.
We also have Ms. Frankie, bartender and educator. Yes, look at all these folks. They've all showed up at their best. They all have a great greeting. I like this. And as we saw earlier, media and food expert Anthony Caparelli, right there in New York as well. How are you all? Look at that. What a great gathering of people, my favorite people in the business. It's so good to see you. We may have one other person joining us here in a few moments, but let's just go around the circle. I want to make sure, all of you know each other, but for those watching, just kind of give a quick intro and tell what you do. That way everybody who's watching that doesn't know will know you. So start with Robert there in the top.
My name is Robert Haynes Peterson. I'm a now freelance writer and editor. Covering mostly wine, spirits, cocktails, lifestyle, all the hard stuff. And I was in New York for about 20 years, and we just moved to the Seattle area about a year and a half ago. And so in addition to continuing my booze writing, I started teaching, though I am not a bartender, teaching cocktail classes to the public focused on eco-friendly ways to make your cocktails a little more eco-friendly. And that's been going really well until, about 2 months ago. And working with a lot of the tech companies in the area and with some third spaces and things like that.
Thank you, Robert. All right, Pamela.
Hi. Nice to see everybody, by the way. This is such a phenomenal group. I'm Pamela Wisnitzer, and I'm based here in New York City. I'm a beverage consultant. I have been overseeing a bunch of venues with their beverage programming. Some notable ones and strange ones would include the Big Apple Circus. So hopefully we'll be able to distance together, and so we can bring that back again. And also on top of that, I do internal strategy and consulting for companies on product development and innovation for various things that you drink. So I can't say what they are, but it's a very fun role to have. And I've been in the industry since 2006. So actively bartending for over a decade. And now I take a step back from the bar. And I guess also in my free time during quarantine, I make really funny videos.
Amazing.
Cocktail videos.
Yeah.
Amazing videos. They've been great.
Thanks.
All right, Ms. Frankie. Can she hear us? Oh, are we hearing? Can you hear us, Ms. Frankie? This may be one of those sound issues. Give us a thumbs up if you can hear us, Ms. Frankie. Okay, we can't hear. Can you guys hear her? No. If you can log out and log back in, try that. I know there's some, and maybe try turning up. Sometimes on Facebook you have to turn it up. Okay, Anthony, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can. All right. We met you earlier and we know you very well, but go ahead and your intro, and hopefully we'll figure out Ms. Frankie. I know we've had a few challenges, but not too bad.
First, before I do that, I have to tell you that I'm looking at 4 of my absolute favorite people on the entire planet. And I wish we were all in the same room because I miss you all terribly. Robert's been a huge supporter of the Bible. Pam and Miss Frankie, I can't tell you how much they mean to me personally and the industry in general. Just amazing talent. Good people. I love you all, and it's just so great to see you. So, Tom,
Bible when you guys did the Google performance, I watched it the other day on YouTube.
I love it. So, Tom, thanks, man. This is just this is amazing. Yeah. So, I am the producer of the Bible series of off-Broadway musicals about the history of cocktails and spirits. I also, going back a long time ago, was the host of and creator of Art of the Drink, which was the first video podcast about cocktails and spirits going back to 2005, which I believe is how you and I met, Tom.
Yes.
And then I also am the director of spirits education at the Institute of Culinary Education here in New York, and also a consultant. Do a lot of work with the brands, brand ambassador, restaurant consultant, that kind of thing. So just love teaching and working within the beverage industry and food and beverage in general is fantastic.
Excellent. And Ms. Frankie, can you hear us now? Oh no. Okay,
Maybe
so I'll
Frankie, unplug the earpods. Maybe
maybe unplug the earphones. Okay.
Take it out. Maybe that'll work
Maybe
better.
unplug the earphones. Let's try that. How about that? We'll give it a
Make
quick
sure you're
try.
not muted, Frankie.
I know we've had a few. This is a new world we live in. We appreciate everyone's patience because I don't think there's been quite a roundtable like this one in the business. Oh, I think I hear her. Ms.
Can you
Frankie?
hear me now?
Yeah.
There we go.
Can you hear?
There we go.
All right. So these are going. We're good. We're good. Fine. Sorry.
All right, go for it, Ms. Frankie.
Yeah.
Go ahead and do an intro for us.
Right. So my name is Ms. Frankie Marshall, and I am a modern bartender, but also an educator and a consultant. And I do many things. I work as a cognac educator. I work with Pinot de Charente. I also make cocktails, and I also do a lot of different things. So I hate to pin myself down, but I'm into a lot of various things to do with liquid. I work with wine as well. So I'm just here, I'm here for you.
We love the hat. Actually, everybody has either a hat or fascinator on. Really well done with everybody. And it was completely my fault. Late to the show, I gave him the wrong link. It's my good friend.
Oh, nice.
Christopher Null, and I gave you the wrong link, Chris Null of Drink Hacker, author at Drink Hacker. Sorry that I gave you the wrong link. Go ahead and tell us about you and what you do.
I didn't get the memo about the hat either.
I didn't either.
I run Drink Hacker, drinkhacker.com, which was founded in 2007. It's one of the biggest wine, spirits, beer review sites on the web. We've got 7 writers now, and we publish about 3 reviews a day.
Yes, well done. Wonderful reviews. I really enjoy them a lot. One of my favorite websites. And great to have you with us, Chris, and everybody joining us. So I thought this would be a good time. I mean, obviously, we've had a lot of fun making cocktails with Anthony, some other great friends, talking about cocktails, about Derby. But because of what's happening in the world of hospitality and COVID, for us to talk about, what's happening now and what you all see going forward. And I think just the first question is, just for you all personally, what have you seen personally and how has it affected what you do day to day? And we can start with anyone who wants to jump in.
I'm gonna pour some more bourbon before we take this on.
We can do that.
That's a heavy question here, okay?
Yeah, that is a big question.
Well, I think I can speak, and I feel like in a lot of ways, Frankie and I might have some similarities as both of us are still actively in venue spaces. It's very difficult, as in April, I was supposed to launch 2 beverage programs for the year and for the season, and that's not happening. I'm not sure if the Big Apple Circus will be able to come back in the fall. That's another one of my big employees. So right now, as someone who's a beverage consultant, a lot of my opportunities of being able to implement and create and train like beverage programs have evaporated. So it makes you think a lot about where where is your skill set? What do you do? How can you contribute right now? When that's my main way, my main hustle. As well, we're not developing as many products as rapidly. Big brands are still just trying to push their inventory that they have right now and sustain and reinvent things that are already a part of their inventory levels in new ways for off premise. So they're not doing as much internal development. So it's a strange time. I think Jason Luttrell was so wonderful to have on right before this for anyone who's listening, because he was talking about now's the time for pivoting, which is something I've talked a lot about. And I think we are blessed as bartenders to have immense skill sets, a lot that people don't recognize that they have. And we can pivot. We can find and harness skills that we have internally to do just that. So it's a lot of my life right now.
Right.
Definitely. I mean, I would agree with that as well. I mean, it's been for me projects going on, which yes, were definitely canceled or postponed. And actually, I just got word that something to do with BCD is off now. So it's been this whole, and using that word again, that everyone's using that word pivoting, but just trying to find different channels and different ways to move into different spaces that maybe you didn't think of inhabiting before, or maybe you just had a toe in and now you're going fully into. And I just think that's really important for us to also kind of look around and ask yourself a lot of questions about how you see your role in the future moving forward in this industry, because it's going to be changed. It's already changed. And so, but just back to what I've been doing, I've been lucky that I've been able to put some of this work that I've been doing online. So, and that's, to be quite frank, it's been great financially to be able to honestly still make that money, because we've all lost out on a lot of those resources. So I'm thankful for that. But looking forward, there's a lot of uncertainty.
Right.
I don't know what
Robert or Anthony, Chris,
Yeah.
wants to go to?
I was going to bounce off of that. I was also I thought it was great what Jason was saying about, finding the opportunities that exist now and that are, going to exist in a lot of different ways. And the content space is kind of tough right now. In fact, I've been seeing there's been kind of a pushback from bar owners, specifically on can we stop having articles predicting what the, post coronavirus landscape is going to look like for retailers and hospitality industry. I think, as a writer, I think they're pretty useful, but I can understand the frustration, because, they're still building business models, right? They're still trying to figure out what's going on. But the piece that I think is really fascinating with regard to the hospitality industry is the development or the expansion of virtual tastings and virtual experiences. And I did my first online tasting, man, it had to be 13 or 14 years ago. And it was a great way for a remote winery to present their products to writers and editors without, flying a whole team down that they couldn't afford I think it was down in Argentina. And it was a great way for us to interact directly with a winemaker that we couldn't access otherwise. And this week, I was on a tasting with group of winemakers out of the Temecula Valley between LA and San Diego. And one of the things they were talking about, so they are almost all of their sales are done at the wineries, are direct to consumer at the wineries. And it's all tourists visitors coming up from LA and San Diego. And that's all gone. That's gone. It's vanished. But what they found is they are pretty well positioned to reach out to this existing base they have in an e-commerce way, and in doing virtual tastings. They're partnering with restaurants in LA and San Diego to do pairing experiences from at home. One of them said they've been just sending for their wine club members, sending an extra free bottle saying, thanks for hanging in with us. But they're all, I don't know if excited is the right word, but they're all positive, staying positive about being able to pivot to a completely different business model than they had 2 months ago, you know, for their wineries. And I think that I really think that's something that's going to finally kind of stick on the consumer side of things a little bit. Is, you know, I can't get to, you know, a distillery in France maybe, but I can get the bottle and the distiller or the winemaker can get on a screen with me. That's pretty exciting. That's almost like going to the winery or the distillery and doing a personal visit and getting that experience that draws you closer to what's in your glass.
And you said again, that first virtual tasting you did was in what year?
Man, had to be 2007, 2006, something like that, 2008. I did two. I did a sake tasting. And, you know, interestingly, I've written about in the past, like pro tips on doing these tastings at home, because like this wine tasting was 12 bottles that you're tasting in an hour. And suddenly you have 12 open bottles. Normally you can host a party, have some friends over, things like that. But, you know, when Jason was talking about doing a whiskey flight, you know, you got to, just like there are rules and etiquette at a whiskey festival to pace yourself, you got to figure out how to pace yourself when you're sitting at your desk or by your phone, you know, with a half dozen or a dozen samples in front of you.
Right.
Also interesting to go on the point of flights, not to cut in. I want to hear everyone else. Cote, COTE here in New York City has been doing, Victoria James, who's their sommelier, has been sending out for consumers who want flights of wines. So she takes all these wines and says wine 1, wine 2, wine 3, wine 4. They're blind taste. She like puts them in bottles, seals them in wax, and like you can buy them and purchase. And then she hosts virtual tastings,
That's fantastic.
blind tastings, which is a cool concept. So ideas, you know.
And this is part of what I think, and everyone feel free to jump in. I mean, this is what I want it to be, is free flowing here. Feel free to jump in. We're here to share ideas. We're here to help the industry, both those in the industry and consumers. So feel free to jump in. Chris, how about for you? Anything that you noticed or how things have doing what you do changed for you the last month and a half or so?
Well, I was on that same Temecula tasting as Robert, and I had those wines in front of me. And like him, I've been doing these for quite some time, but now it seems like they want to do them every day, and it can become a little overwhelming. Sometimes 2 in a day, but it's funny because, you know, my audience is consumers, a lot like yours, and not the service industry. And this move to drinking more at home has caused our traffic to just skyrocket. We're putting out twice as many pages as we did a month ago. And our affiliate sales, you know, we sell booze through caskers and we get a little commission. We're selling 4 times as much now as we were a month ago.
Are you seeing? I'm actually curious about that because I saw some numbers, I think, from Drizzly about what was selling and what wasn't. Obviously, the caskers model and the Drizzly model are pretty different. But are you seeing any, like, it seems to me like people are kind of closing ranks around their favorite labels, around, you know, kind of more the same way that they're saying that, you know, it's, people are they're skipping the kale at the grocery store and going straight for the Oreos. Seeing any kind of numbers yet?
Yeah, well, I don't know what people are buying through caskers. We don't get that detailed a report, but I do know what people are reading on the site. And it's really the same stuff they've always read. They're just reading more of it. So our most popular stories are still the most popular stories. They're just even more popular. And it's all big brands. It's the name brands you would expect. But there's also some oddities in there, like a review of Legent, that combo with the Japanese blender. Whiskey is still popular, and some really odd choices in there. And of course, our one of our most popular stories, "How long does vermouth last?" remains even more popular than ever. I guess people are trying to stretch those martinis in trying times.
People are so interested in vermouth right now. It's really cool.
Yeah, I just did a roundup of 16 bottles, which I will never do again.
That's brutal.
Sipping of warm, dry vermouth to make the day go by.
offline here, Chris, we can talk about really cool things you can do with that vermouth now, like infusions and things that are delicious to keep in your fridge. So
Right.
I've been marinating in vermouth more than ever in my life. I'm going through all these bottles of vermouth that have been on my shelf for like 3 years, and they make incredible marinades for beef and pork and all. It's phenomenal. Then you reduce it down to a sauce. But I got to put in another plug for Method Spirits. I did that last time. A small American, New York-based vermouth producer, something we would have never thought there was a market for. And it has nothing to do with COVID. It's just kind of where the palate is going, where the interest is going. People are always looking for something new. So yeah, really excited to see what's going on in the vermouth world.
Yeah, that is exciting. How long did it take? You said 16. You reviewed it. Did you review them all back to back, or how did you do that?
I did it over 2 days and tasted straight. And this was just dry vermouth, so straight and in a martini, same gin, same preparation, as blind as possible.
Yeah. Is there a progression of those of pictures of you over 2 days with all those?
There's not. There's just one picture of all the vermouth lined up on my end.
And you just like.
I'm now doing a story about for Wired about subscription cocktail kits. So you can have a shots box, and these guys send you, Manhattans and old fashions that you make at home, and that is now dominating our dining room tables, was otherwise never used.
So I think that's the key, Tom, because like everyone, I'm hearing pivot. My brother does consulting and strategy, corporate strategy development, and pivot. But I think the thing that people need to keep in mind is it's not going to be just do something different. I think what people are going to realize is, my main focus in the last 6 years has been the Bible, which is off-Broadway theater, and we were shut down by the governor's order on March 12th. We're not coming back until they say we can come back. Literally, the government says we can come back. And even then, I don't know how long it's going to be before people are comfortable sitting in a theater. I don't know how long it's going to be before the airlines are here to take the tourists back to New York. The hotels are there to give them a bed, and the restaurants are there to feed them before and after the show. This is an interconnected infrastructure that we're talking about, and all of it's been knocked down. I think what people really need to pay attention to is not just pivot, but I think what we're going to find is we were lucky enough to live in what I always called sort of the golden age of certainly New York City. I compared it to the golden age of Rome. And it's a flash in the pan, historically speaking. And what that meant was there was a lot of padding and there was a lot of room to be safe. We started to prize safety above everything. And I think we're realizing now that, there's a cost to that. So what I'm certainly telling my students and when I'm working with my businesses on, it's not just pivoting, but you've got to pivot to something that actually adds value. And that means you have to add value to the economy. You have to add value to someone else's life. You can't, I think the days are in the rearview mirror where you can just say, I want to be a YouTube star, or I want to be a brand ambassador, or I want to be this, or I want to be that.
For sure.
I don't know that the economy is going to be forgiving enough to support these ventures anymore. I think we're going to be looking at lean, mean, and if it means, you get a job and you get some experience and you become a more valuable producer to whatever it is you want to do, I think people are going to have to do that. I'm going to have to be okay with that because I don't think that we're going to be, again, as tolerant of sort of self-indulgence and things that are that aren't adding real concrete value. And I think in the restaurant industry, we see that. We're seeing it right now. I'm doing a lot of work, as is everybody, on sustainability and taking things back to the farmers and where food comes from. And the average person, when you look at what they spend on food and how much they complain about what they spend on food, as a measure of the amount of time during the day that it takes them to earn that amount of money, the average person, and I see Robert, nodding your head, I think you're probably with me on this, you earn what you spend on food in 15 minutes to an hour of work. A farmer is working 8 to 10 hours a day to produce that food. That imbalance, I just don't think is going to be tolerated anymore. I think we're going to have to realize that everyone needs to go to work and everyone needs to produce something. And we need to be a nation of manufacturers again, a nation of people who add value to the system. instead of just extracting value. I don't know if this is the message that people want to hear, but it's certainly what I'm seeing. And I think that if you're not sort of attuned to that, it may be a little rougher road to recovery than people are expecting. I am certainly not expecting to just turn the lights back on the Bible and go back into business. I'm going to need, it's what I tell my students at ICE. You have to sell what the customer wants to buy, not what you want to sell. And I think that's going to be, something that people are going to have to reevaluate and really ask themselves, what can I contribute that is worth somebody else taking money out of their pocket and giving it to me for? So
Paper.
Toilet paper, exactly. Anthony, I was thinking about that with it, and you kind of encapsulated, this golden age we had from, let's say maybe 2000, 2002 up till 2 months ago, for creative, inventive restaurants, for creative, inventive cuisine, for small distilleries, for craft, for artisanal, all those things. They're really kind of bookended, between 9/11, essentially, because the first things people could afford to reopen were bars rather than restaurants, and now, which in both cases, those were not the genesis for the change. In other words, we had before 9/11, we had the NASDAQ crash, right? And we had, the economy was changing super quickly. And at the same time, the culinary world, had been spending the last 4 or 5 or so years building up. And the cocktail world kind of followed after that. And now, as all of you in New York know, we spent the last 6 months or a year losing kind of beloved bars and restaurants to insane rent hikes, to operating costs, to all sorts of things, to possibly a glut, of
regulation, certainly.
But I remember I was editing a couple of luxury lifestyle magazines when the 2007-2008 recession started, and it was really very quickly clear that one of the things that wouldn't come back in the same way were extravagant items. It wasn't that you couldn't get an expensive watch, but nobody was going to buy the watch with, just a bunch of diamonds on it, or nobody was going to buy the Escalade just to buy the Escalade or whatever. And so all of a sudden it pivoted to more kind of experiential luxury rather than things luxury. And the collectibles market crashed, and, all sorts of things. And so I agree with you. I think that, no, we can't predict what that's going to look like 2, 3 years, 5 years down the road. But I 100% think that the changes that were already in the works are going to be magnified. And on the flip side, like you said, hopefully, I saw a meme the other day that was something like, it's ironic that the people that 3 months ago people were saying shouldn't get $15 an hour are now the most essential workers, right? It's like I hope to God we remember how important grocery store workers are, and restaurant workers are, and delivery people are after this.
No, that's so true. When it comes to those luxury items, I mean, or even slightly above or right in there in that category of luxury item, do you think that with regards to spirits, these will be something that will suffer when we all come back, or are suffering now?
I think $2,000 bottles of bourbon may have a little bit of a tough sell, but I think the one thing that we've learned, people are looking back for comparison, right? Just to get some sort of a compass on what's going on. And I keep going back to, unfortunately, the Depression and World War II. And, the two things that made it is entertainment and alcohol. I think it's got to be affordable. Again, I think you have to add value. Lipstick. Yeah. Lipstick. Yeah. Those are the things that I think are gonna survive. I think it's going to look different. To Robert's point, I think it's going to look very different. And I also think it's like World War II, the changes that came out of those relatively few years of intense development and intense shortages and change life, they're not going away. We are still experiencing today the benefit of technology. Everyone who's got a microwave oven, everyone who's got, the list goes on and on. Space age stuff. So these types of things that we see that were developed during this period are going to stay with us. And the people that have learned how to use them and learn how to incorporate them to add that additional value that I'm talking about, I think that's going to be what the world looks like. You know, we're getting a snapshot of it literally right now. We're getting a snapshot of it. It was like online meetings. The online meetings didn't go away. They were developed because the economy said it's too expensive to travel for corporations. They didn't go away when the economy came back. They just became another tool in the toolbox.
I think they were originally developed during the Jetsons, but
yes,
like they didn't really,
they were.
you know. But I think piggybacking on Anthony, and I'd like to actually hear from Chris potentially. I think this is a really interesting topic. So if for anyone who might be watching this, if you don't follow Mark Brown from Sazerac, his emails that he sends out every morning, Mark Brown is like the president of Sazerac, and he sends out this really comprehensive email every day of everything that's happening. And I think the articles that are coming out right now are so important to read statistically if you're looking at numbers and understanding what's happening with sales and beverages. But when talking to companies, brands, off-premise, premium spirits are soaring. And I never thought that would really be happening. I thought people would really be clutching to more lower tier. I thought this was like a premium opportunity for like Smirnoff, which I'm interested to see how they're going to do because they've had such an interesting social media campaign. But like premium spirits are doing very well during this time. That people are actually putting a little bit more dollars into what they're bringing into their homes, which is interesting during an economic crisis time. And I'd love to actually hear from Chris, like with everything that you guys are reviewing and what you're putting out, if you're seeing this in terms of the articles of what people are looking at on your website, because I find this to be just a fascinating moment.
Yeah, there's still, and Tom can probably weigh in on this too, there's still a huge interest in the high end. The 1% is still going to be the 1%, even if they have 15% less. They're still spending a lot of money on high-end spirits, and I think the COVID situation has gotten people into this mindset of, well, this could be the end of time, so let's get the pappy out. Let's break up those unicorns and start drinking. Let's pick up the bottle because this may be my last chance, right? You're talking about some very wealthy, perhaps older consumers who may see this as this is the opportunity. This is a sign from God, right? At the same time, I do think over time that's going to change. There's not going to be trillions of dollars of stimulus money just being handed out to people forever. Eventually, belts will be tightening. Not every job is going to come back. And I think the low end is going to have a resurgence. And I think it's the middle where it's probably going to be squeezed. You'll see some people sticking to the high end. You'll see a lot of bargain hunters. And that's, if I was making a $75 bottle of whiskey right now, I'd be very nervous. Or a $75 wine. Those are the people that are really, if you look around at like what the wine clubs are trying to do, or the private sellers looking to their fat clients to try to get them to buy a case. Those are the wines that are being sold at 20% off, 30% off. I can get you a deal. This famous winemaker made this. Those are going to be tricky, but Screaming Eagle's not going to be a Kroger.
I've talked to a couple of people who have been doing quite a bit of virtual dating through this. Nice. Yeah, so maybe you can
I'm ready for my Cosmo column. I have like the best stories already.
Nice.
All right.
It seems like at least some segment of the people dating, you still have to make an effort, right? You still have to, like, some people are just, showing up in sweats and with their their vodka soda or whatever, but some people are like, well, I'm trying to impress this person, even if it's long distance, because maybe it won't be at some point. And so there might be some upselling going on in that little part of the world too, it's like.
Didn't think about that.
Yeah. And I mean, maybe it sounds like, but I'm actually curious that on the other side of this, like one thing I was thinking about is like, it will be interesting to see across the board what people gravitate to and how they gravitate to it. So similarly with spirits and wine, it's like, what will fashion be like? Will we be so tired of sweatpants and leggings that we want to wear suits again? I don't know. I doubt it.
Well, like this, right?
Yeah, or in fact, I've actually been deliberately dressing up on happy hours and things like that lately. Or will it be we're so comfortable in sweatpants and suits, and we've seen our boss in a ratty old T-shirt now? Do we just keep that model going when it's back in the in the real world? I don't know. And it's the same thing with all these purchase decisions. It's like, do we?
I guess this is something I wanted to gear towards Frankie, because and you actually just segued so beautifully into it when talking about luxury versus more standard. When I think Frankie has the best grasp on what's been happening in the bars since when bars became like this huge craft cocktail boom and movement, and she's worked in like some of the best spaces. She's helped to build some of the best spaces, and knowing that like we had this pomp and circumstance about best bars, awards, X, Y, and Z, and really what people want to get back to is just a space to drink in. I'd love Frankie, if you have like some thoughts to weigh in on, like, is there space still for that high-end craft cocktail bar? Is there going to be room for it? Like, if people have had plans to open up something, should they still do it, or should we be looking at more like community centers that offer good drinks but like feel like homey places for our hoods?
Yeah, I was thinking about that when Anthony was speaking about how things are going to look, and I'm hoping that restaurateurs and bartenders are thinking now about moving forward how they're going to staff their bars and the offerings they're going to give, because a lot of the fluff is going to has been washed away. And people are going to be reevaluating, what is this experience? Why am I here? To be, people, we need to be much more welcoming now, because people are going to be coming back dribs and drabs, and we need to hold them there, right? How do we do that? So streamlining your offerings, I think, is important. Like, what do I actually need to keep on this 68 cocktail menu? You know what I mean? Maybe we're going to bring that.
What place is that, Frankie?
I don't know.
Where'd you ever work a place like that?
Why would anybody? No, but so that kind of thing, I think that's really important. And for, again, with menus, that kind of thing, it's not going to be the time for indulgence, because we won't have the patience, we won't have the money, we won't have the time, and also the experience, like, how do we, welcome that guest without being able to high five them, or without being able to, lean across the bar and give that kiss. So I think there's going to be a lot more of this reevaluation of our own body language and that kind of thing, and just all of that stuff. So the kind of things that we took for granted before, I think that that's really important, and we're just going to have to get better, better at what we're doing. Like, again, to that point of, why am I spending money on this? I barely have enough money as it is. Do I really need to pay $18 for this, smoked Coke or whatever cocktail it happens to be? So I think that that's all very important, and reevaluating our skills across the board. Are you going to bring back those bartenders who were maybe not contributing as much, but you have to reevaluate your teams and all of that kind of thing, and we're going to have to make some very, very difficult choices, right? And also, what I want to think about too is that going back behind the bar, I don't want to get that close to anybody at first, right? But how do we do that in small bars, like in New York, in small environments like kitchens? How do you social distance your cooks? Can I wear a mask behind the bar? Because again, we're always like speaking. How many times, Sam? Or Cap? You're speaking across the bar to somebody and they kind of spit in your face by accident. You're like, oh my God, that happens.
Sorry about that.
Right. Or when people get more and more drunk, they're always like, "Whoa." So how do we deal with all that stuff?
That's an interesting point. And I'd love to evoke the presence of Sasha Petrutsky, if we can, for a second, because when Sasha was originally opening the Milk and Honey on 23rd Street, I don't know if anybody was ever able to be there. For those who are watching and may not know, Sasha Petrutsky, who passed away a few years ago, is like definitely one of the reasons why cocktails are the way they are right now. He's the mover and shaker. He's one of the godfathers, and he had a bar that was all the way in the back that like nobody could actually like go to, but someone was making drinks. And I said, isn't that counterintuitive for what this is all about. Like, don't you want people interacting with the bartender? He goes, no. He goes, the bartender's not the star of the show. The star of the show are the guests, and the bartender contributes. And like, that was his philosophy. His philosophy was like, they facilitate the party without being the star of the party, and then being the host. And I think, Frankie, you touched on such a beautiful point about like wearing masks and stuff, because maybe this is our time to be able to create spaces, but not have the ego or like being like that, like I'm on the bar type of moment, just to be able to serve.
And if the guests are the star of the shows, going back, they might not want to be. Guests might not want to have to interact with other guests at this point. Although there's two sides to that. People always want to, right? People are doing this online dating thing. So the sex part, the sexy part of going to bars will still be there. But how do we facilitate that when you can't just kind of like put people together anymore like we used to be able to do? So I'm really interested in how that's going to look and how we maneuver around those things. And by the way, I want to say thank you so much. This is a Woodford mint julep, so thank you. Actually, I was looking.
Oh, you're welcome. Absolutely. She's having a good mint julep there with the old Forester. Absolutely.
Yeah.
No, I think that's a good question. If each of you were to visualize, let's say we all go back to some normality for bars, restaurants. I mean, and some states already are, right? Some states are kind of beginning to do that slowly with restrictions. I'm not following every state. I'm following a few of them. What if you were to visualize that, each of you, what would that look like as you walk into a bar? If that happens here in a few weeks or a few months, what does it look like that's different when you look at it?
So, Tom, I think piggybacking off of what everyone is saying here, I just watched a great documentary. I think it's on Netflix. I believe it was called Irish Pubs. I don't know if any of you have seen it, but it's literally interviews with Irish pubs that are all 100 years old and older, and the proprietors. And I've always been a big fan of public houses. People are stuck from back in the day. You live in a one-room house. There's, livestock on the first floor. You live in the second floor. There is no living room. You go to the public house, right? I think that there's going to be a need for that. I think it's going to be smaller. I think it's going to be more personal. I think it's exactly what Frankie was talking about and what Pam was talking about and what Sasha had in mind. I think it's the bartender shouldn't be the star. I always say when I'm working with new bartenders, drinks need to be made for menus, not resumes. It needs to be about the guest. And I think we need to remember that because, and I know everyone that I'm looking at on the screen has worked really hard to move the industry back to that direction where it is about service. And that's the key. Service. That means you're there because you want to serve someone primarily. And I think we've lost that. We've certainly lost it in government, right up to the highest level. You got to be there to serve other people selflessly. And that's what hospitality is about, right? I think we're going to need to refine that again. And I think it needs to be small. It needs to be lean. It needs to be mean. Because I do think 15, 20 people will be comfortable getting together in a neighborhood pub with 15 or 20 people that they know and a bartender they have a relationship with in their neighborhood. I think that's one of the first things that's going to come back. It's certainly going to be one of the first things that's allowed to come back. But we have to be allowed to make that model work. And I know in cities like New York that, that this may be controversial, but the city of New York is actively hostile towards small business owners. And it has been for a while from a regulatory standpoint. The business owners need to be able to create a business model that is profitable. And it's not going to look like what it looked like before. And if that means I need to go behind the bar as the business owner and work 15 hours a day and bring my brother on as a bartender to work 10 hours a day because that's how we can keep the doors open, we need to be allowed legally to do that. And yes, we need to respect our employees. And yes, we need to obey the law. And yes, we need to be aware of OSHA and all those requirements. But the government, I think, is not going to be able to successfully tell business what their business model looks like if we're going to be able to move forward in this environment. It barely worked before. And I think everyone on this call, everyone on the screen right now can attest to the fact that the bars and restaurants that look to be the most successful in, call it the before or whatever, were often the ones that were struggling and didn't make it as long as we expected them. It was razor thin margins. It was ridiculous work hours. It was all of these things before. Business owners need to be given the reins and the trust, again, to come up with models that work. Because I honestly, and please I hope somebody can correct me on this, because I'm not really seeing another way back.
Well, we don't know.
Interesting. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just all I can say is we just don't know, and that's what's so hard about everything is that we're all just kind of guessing and saying, "Oh, this could be this way." We really don't know because it's just so unprecedented. You know, so that's all. That's the frightening thing for me.
Jabriel Donahue, who's here and runs the mountain, or he's at the Mountaineering Club, which is a rooftop bar. He has been particularly outspoken about not jumping into predictions and not jumping into, and part of like what you just said, Frankie, of like you can't. We don't even have a timeline, right? You know, we like here in Washington, they just extended stay at home from May 4th to May 31st. And then after that, and even after that, like June 1st is going to be this kind of slow rollout of businesses. So one of the things he said, which Jason earlier had kind of said, and you just said, Frankie, is he says something like, after all of this, there's a huge lack of clarity, but he's like, start having a plan yourself. If you haven't already, start analyzing what phase would make sense for you to reopen your business, how long you want to wait, all these kind of things. And then he ends with, he's working on a proposal for legislators, and I hope to be a lot farther down the road on it, but reach out to the legislators. Don't assume that they have your best interests at heart. And as you said, Anthony, often they don't. And so, one thing that could be going forward, if you do see a vision for small businesses, especially operating in the hospitality zone, is to reach out to legislators and representatives and senators and say, look, the regulations as you have them now are antagonistic to recovery, to rebuilding, to remodeling. And here's what I think, or here's what this group of people thinks should happen so that we can successfully navigate the next year, 2 years, 3 years, until vaccines are, widespread and people are kind of more ready to get close and personal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Can I don't want to like undo the heavy. Tom,
Please,
may I
please
pivot
go ahead, Pam.
May I pivot the conversation really quickly? Because I just feel like I'm glad we got a lot of the heavy out, but I kind of want to go back to the fun of the Derby and tulips. And like we have, like no joke, we have like the best experts on here. And I'd like to make note that Frankie Marshall works a lot also with cognac, and cognac was the original julep back in the day. So I feel like she's got the best grasp. But can I put a hypothetical out? If cost wasn't a thing, never a thing, what bourbon would you use? What type of sugar? What type of mint? And how would you make your mint julep? Because I feel like I just would love to hear from this group.
Yeah.
About that.
Just like the best thing you could find and put in a julep, right? They do. You know what? They do this thing every year called the $1,000 mint julep, as you probably have heard about.
I did it. I did it one year. Yeah.
Did you do one at Kentucky Derby with the Woodford Reserve? It's raising funds for an equestrian fund usually, or just doing really good fun, and they're using like really high quality ingredients. That it's usually the double oak Woodford, and it's ice from all these crazy places and sugars. I've seen. I mean, I think I've even, if I'm not mistaken, someplace in Kentucky at one of those bourbon bars and bars. I'm pretty sure I saw someone once do it with like Happy or something like that. I mean, a long time ago, they were like, "Let's just try it in this." It's a good question. I would have to really think about that. I think that something really deeply aged with a lot of barrel could play nicely, but something more close to the 10 to 15-year-old with that kind of medium barrel might play against those sugars better. Let's go for it. You all tell me. I'm curious.
I want to hear Pam's $1,000 recipe.
Yeah, let's hear that.
No, mine was. It's funny because I was like, do you want gold leaf? Do you want this? They're like, no, we really want yours. We really want more simplicity, just well thought out. And I was like, oh. So mine was my $1,000 julep was way more subdued than other people, but I think that's why Chris Morris loved it, is because he could actually make it on TV and it wasn't crazy. But like mine's simple. Like I always know it. Jefferson Ocean is great because it's got the salinity, and I like salinity in drinks. So I would do that just because you have very few bourbons that have salinity linked to it. And then I would do panela sugar because I think it's like a little bit richer, and it comes like you have to like break it down from that big like cubes to make like a really dense 2-to-1. And then my favorite is chocolate mint. Like I would use chocolate mint. I would do a few dashes of mole bitters into it as well. And then I'd do some beautiful Scotsman ice, like just, and have a field day. And that would be mine.
Oh, that sounds good.
Like the chocolate and salt.
What was Frankie's?
Well, I'll tell you, I'm going to dodge the brand question, but I will tell you what I have in here right now is actually, it is a mixture of bourbon and cognac, surprisingly.
Yes!
Wow, nice.
But I did that, and I don't just drink it. I love all the spirits. I really do. I love bourbon. And some of the early drinks that I used to make were a lot of whiskey based. But I did that because, you know, sometimes I don't, like, actually, Pam, what you're saying about the salinity, I once made a julep with a cognac that was from like the Ile de Ré region, so like a maritime region.
I love that. That does happen.
Right, that had salinity, and I, you know, first I thought, it's just gonna work, and it worked so well, you know, because we tend to put, like we said, these heavily charred bourbons in this cocktail, and I don't know if that's the right choice for a mint julep, which is going to be lighter and brighter, and you know, something you want on a hot day. So I would go for something that it maybe has a little less char to it, a little less of that oak. And the sweetener I used in this, I made an orange sherbet actually. So so with a little orange juice, orange peel, of course, just let that macerate for a little bit, and I used a bit of honey. I made two versions, honey and sugar, but I like the honey version for this. And for bitters, I made this kind of an old-fashioned julep, right? So it's a combination. So this actually has a little Negroni bitters in it, believe it or not.
Interesting.
Yeah. So
very cool.
To take it, you know, in a different direction, to bring out like a more kind of a brighter chamomile note to it. So that's how I want mine. I don't want it like heavily oaked and I want it to be julep time. So
I love that.
Yeah. So that's how I would do it.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Was it Anthony? Was it your cocktail earlier that had the maple syrup in it?
Yeah, I did maple syrup with what did I do? Blueberry jam. And chocolate mint.
Yeah, I'm 100% going to try that. But I'm going to get mushy for a second. My parents were huge fans of the Derby. They passed away about 4 years ago. And my sister trained racehorses for a long time. And I got to go to the Derby a couple, 5 years ago, I think. But the best mint juleps were actually a good friend of my parents would host a Derby party. And he was from Alabama, I think. He's going to be mad if he's watching this and I got it wrong. But he would batch up a big thing of mint juleps. And the reason they were the best was not necessarily because they were the most balanced or they tasted the best or had the best ingredients, but because he really, really cared about it. And you were outside with grilled meat and good friends. And, you know, and my dad always won the pool for some reason, the Derby pool. And so that was my favorite mint julep. And I would have that again in a heartbeat.
Beautiful.
Well, I'll do mine. I would say I've been thinking about all the things you guys have been saying. I would go with Baker's because I love that Baker's bourbon in the top of the base. Put maybe a little Luxardo cherry in the muddle. I don't know about and to give it some of the sweetness. I don't know enough about mint to know varieties. Probably whatever I have in the garden. Syrup, and then I always top. I was saying to Tom earlier. I commented on that and during the julep session that I put a rum float on top of my and maybe like a Zacapa 23 on there. Finish it off.
Okay.
There you go.
I like it. That's very nice.
Anthony, what about you?
Yeah, tell us.
Oh, you all know me. I'm a simple man. I'm a Maker's Mark, man. It's Maker's Mark. My go-to sweetener with a julep is honey, actually. And I think I mentioned earlier, I'm lucky enough my girlfriend's father keeps bees. So, you know, local honey, I love local. I love fresh. Like I said earlier, mint, you know, grow it in your windowsill. That's the best mint. So, Pam, I just used chocolate mint. We have some pineapple mint growing now. We have some spearmint. We like to do all kinds of different mints. So to me, the ingredients are always important, but like Robert said, it's the love that goes into it, and it's the environment that you're drinking it in. And honestly, I think to me the best mint juleps, not to be too simplistic, it's about being really, really cold. Like the mint juleps I've had that really haven't made it for me, they just didn't take the time to chill them to get them to the right temperature, the right dilution. They gotta be cold. Like I can't hold the cold.
Seeing that cold, that frostiness, right?
Cheers.
You got to jiggle.
Yeah.
I like it. Question, we're talking about last week about how we've either was it you said or I said we had seen some sort of a mint julep done with an unaged whiskey, like one of the Kings County unaged white whiskey. Did you say you'd seen it or I had seen it someplace? I remember we mentioned it, didn't we?
Who are you talking to, Tom?
You, Anthony.
Oh, I was actually going to do that on the show today. I was going to do, I was going to do an unaged. I have some Hudson unaged whiskey. Yeah, white whiskey, and so I'm sure everyone here's played with that. But another great riff on the julep is if you want to get away from bourbon, the aged part, unaged corn whiskey, and it makes a beautiful drink. I like to take the sweetener up just a little bit and the mint up a little bit because there's not as much flavor from the spirit. But corn whiskey is got a ton of great stuff going on. So.
No, I think I had seen it done that way a couple of times. Of course, we got all these derby parties and they're doing different cocktails. Once I went to a derby party and they were doing a mint julep coffee. So they were actually doing it was a cold coffee that they had infused through with the mint julep, but cold cream, and it worked extremely well. I thought it was really nice, very, very easy to drink, and there's just so many crazy good things. Great question, Pamela. I think what I should have all of you do, if you're willing to, is share your favorite mint julep recipe. We'll post them up on Bourbon Blog, and we'll because we have so much time now between this is one Derby day, the next Derby day being September 5th. We will definitely look forward to some more recipes and maybe even get some of our viewers. And by the way, if you are watching this on YouTube, Twitter, and on Facebook, ask us questions down below. Let us know what you're drinking. It's always fun to hear. But that's a really good question, Pamela. And I think the Derby theme is so important to talk about.
I think it's important. I think it's really important that we do talk about what's happening right now in the industry. And I'm glad that in honestly the first hour we did that. But I had to bring us back to why we're all the five of us are here with you right now.
Right.
Sure. Well, and Tom, I want to thank you for doing this because there was a hole in my heart because we weren't going to have the Kentucky Derby. I'm not a sports fan, but I grew up with this. They've got the virtual race going on with over at the Kentucky Derby site with all the winners of the 13 winners of the Triple Crown. Right. And I was talking to my sister. I'm like, do you remember which was the first horse that we remember winning the Triple Crown? And we were going back and forth. Of course, I went with Seattle Slew because I'm in Seattle. But this was like, I don't know if people are doing it for, I think they did a similar thing for opening day of baseball or no, what is it? The draft a week or two ago for
NBA draft.
Yeah. And I think it's, this is as social as we can get. And these are not tiny hallmarks, moments of time, these festivals, these large sports events, there's a reason they exist. There's a reason a zillion people went over to Huntington Beach the other day and did not social distance,
Right.
And so, yeah, I think this is great. I don't want to wait till September for the Derby.
Is there another? Oh, Frankie, you were gonna say something. Go ahead.
No, I'm gonna say I have an admission to make. I've never been to the Derby, so
I've never been to the Derby either. I've only been I've been to Belmont.
We'd love to get you guys there. Yeah, that'd be great to have you all.
Experience it one day.
Bring Frankie and Pam would love to go to the Derby.
Oh, good. We'd love to have it.
I mean,
but I guess that's a good segue into so the Derby. So it's interesting that horse races all have their own drink, like the Belmont Stinks has their own drink, and it's like a play on a lemonade. I think actually Dildo
Right.
Rock created it,
Mhm.
and
Right.
which is really cool. But and obviously the mint julep, but there aren't so many other sporting events that have their own
Bud Light.
drinking history. Well, no, really like history. And like, I wonder if you guys have like a connotation between like sports and drinking, like a specific drink that really unifies everyone. Because the mint julep might be the most iconic sports drinking drink.
Sure it is. Yeah.
Most sports, the pairing is overpriced watery beer.
Right.
I don't think anyone celebrates. They drink out of necessity.
Does
That's true.
tailgating count? I don't know.
Does what?
Tailgating. Does tailgating count?
Yes, absolutely, Greg.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
There, what's that? You know.
Right. No, and I think that more and more sports could look to the Derby to borrow that idea to say, you know, what are we going to make for our official NBA or whatever it might be.
I know that the U.S. the Tennis Open in New York, they've partnered with Grey Goose for several years, and they have a specific cocktail that they use during the Open, which they've stuck to for several years.
It's just crazy because if you think about a mint julep, and I actually made a mint julep on Friday for my quarantini hour, and it is by far one of the easiest drinks to make. When it really comes down to the core of it, yeah, you gotta work really hard to not make a julep.
Yeah.
Like, you know, it doesn't matter what you have, and it's so cool because a lot of people are like mystified by the fact that we can make these incredible drinks in bars, but when you really break down the fundamentals, and I think Anthony, like you of all people, this is what you've been doing since like 2005. Like you've been teaching people this. Like, it's a lot easier than they think, you know?
Yeah. No, that's
Back to, you know, one of our original points is that's what people are realizing, I think, is how easy it is to make drinks at home, right? And again, back to the kind of downer point is, do I even need to go out anymore and make these drinks? You know, but let's keep it light. But I'm just saying, it's another thing that we need to think about. Just say.
No, that's a good question and very important. It's the simplicity of even a good dish, whether it's cuisine or a good cocktail, goes back to simple ingredients and good ingredients. And I think that's what you know. I mean, I feel like I knew that, but the more I experiment at home, the last month and a half or so, the more I'm seeing that. And just about getting that cocktail right, especially if you have one you enjoy and you do over and over again.
Yeah, that's why we practice.
Yes, yes.
Just keep making drinks.
And we're also, I think, all of us, because I make a cocktail occasionally, and of course, I love what the true pros, the bartenders, the mixologists that you all do, but we see just, you know, how it is simple, but there's so much energy that goes into it, and I think more and more consumers have gained a greater and greater appreciation for the energy and the time that it takes, especially not just for the one, but for the hundreds a night that you do, and I think that's what people are really getting to see at home.
Yeah, for sure.
I guess, Chris and Robert, are there any cool new bottles that you guys have been reviewing or writing about that like should be on our radar right now?
I'll let Chris go first.
Boy, oh yeah, you put me on the spot. Right now, I've really been working through our backlog. You know, I had probably a 4 or 5 month backlog of stuff to review before COVID hit, and then, you know, shipments have slowed down a bit. You know, we're doing definitely samples for wineries and things like that, but you know, the cool stuff is kind of the same stuff it's always been. It's the limited editions, especially in bourbon, of Booker's and Elijah Craig, the barrel proofs. I think those are still knocking it out of the park. I mean, that's what I'm drinking right now is the Booker's 2020-01 release.
Wow.
I'm loving it, you know. What's so good about it? But I, you know, as far as like new brands, not really much. And I think a lot of companies are biding their time to wait and see before they're going to put out their heavy hitters, because you don't want to get lost in, you know, Dr. Fauci news right now with your happy 35-year-old, right?
Right.
That's not a real thing. That's not a real thing.
Yeah. I have 6 of those. I new-ish, I think, not new, but new-ish. I have been really enjoying
we always talk about how nice it is for brands to have a story and for that story to actually be real and important or at least interesting. And so I've been I'm a huge fan of the Uncle Nearest whiskeys for their, kind of their the booze itself is really, really good. And then it's got this beautiful, both historic story and modern economic success story. And similarly, Rabbit Hole Whiskey is kind of like, the modern great American, immigrant comes and does good with an American product kind of thing. And instead of a sewing machine in Brooklyn, it's a whiskey, producer in Kentucky. And those have been really kind of high on my radar. And then because I've been doing, this kind of focus on sustainability and do-gooder booze and, things like that, I'm very happy that there are more and more brands that are specifically tying their brand into something, whether it's like Snow Leopard vodka, or I think there's a Gray Whale vodka that like part of the money goes to Gray Whale recovery.
Gray Whale gin.
Gin, yes, thank you. And it's kind of the the age-old argument of like, well, how much are you really helping the gray whales? But you're helping a little bit, just having that on the shelf next to 3 standard brands that don't necessarily, not that they don't have a cause or not that they're not charitable, but it's not right there on the label. And obviously like Novofogo is like everything they do has it's like you were saying, Anthony, like, coming out of this, whatever your business model is, it's got to offer more than simply you, the product, and you, the smile, and you, the, whatever. There's got to be added value, and there's got to be some depth to it. And so that's kind of where I've been really enjoying, of course, this whole thing is kind of putting a momentary break on kind of bigger issue consumer goods and but I think that's going to come back.
Anthony, you touch a lot of brands being the head of ICE. Like, I'm sure you also have been seeing some things recently, or people have been sending you stuff, I'm sure, within Bible and ICE. So
I mean, honestly, there's several brands that are just the problem is everyone's on hold. There were a bunch of brands that were literally right at launch. I already mentioned Method Spirits. There's I know April was talking about when April Wachtel was on earlier. Things are just on hold right now. So I think the brands that I've been seeing that are new, not really, on the market in a position to kind of figure out where they're going to be, what they're going to look like yet. And then the folks that were there, I think most of you are going to be familiar with. So what I'm looking for and what I think is going to happen, in addition to the giant baby boom that's going to happen in 9 months that no one's talking about,
is it all
I think there's going to be
horses
a giant
and babies,
right?
Yeah, right?
Horses.
Yes. But I think there's going to be a giant tidal wave of spirit brands that all hit the market at the same time because they all think, now you put your foot in the water, blah blah, and then boom, we're going to see all these beautiful brands, and it's going to be a challenging environment. But I think it's going to, those brands are going to need the support of groups like this, of the beverage writers, of the drink hackers, of the bartenders, the consultants, the bloggers, to kind of help the consumers navigate through it. But also, figure out what the niche is going to be in the market for these brands. I think we're going to see a lot of innovation. Certainly seeing stuff in the seaweed space, in the sustainable space, local space. Empire Rye, I think that whole initiative is poised to break big. We'll see. Just fingers crossed. But I do want to say one quick thing before we go. I think it's really important, especially for groups like this and the viewers, to realize that we are talking about a holistic economy here, and the restaurant industry is part of an ecosystem, of fabric that includes hospitality, hotels, entertainment, light theater, travel, airlines, all those things. I think we need to be really supportive of that whole net that's going to be required for any piece of it to come back successfully. And I, again, I keep looking at the screen and tearing up because amazing, amazing people, all of you. And, you know, it gives me a lot of hope. And not that I was ever without hope. I know we're going to get through this. There's no doubt. We've been through worse. But I'm just really excited to see what folks like this do as soon as we're able to again.
Yeah, no, it means a lot, Anthony. And it is an incredible group, and it means so much to have all of you talking about these topics that are so important to both the industry and the consumers, and to all of us. And as we're all together, I mean, are there ways that we can reassure as industry people, consumers about establishments reopening, about the future of good spirits, new spirits being released? You know, what are some positive things that maybe have come out of this that we can look forward to?
We're not going anywhere. I'll tell you that right now. You know, my plan, and I think all of, you know, the business owners that I'm talking about is, you know, we are doing everything we can. I tell people, you know, we worked hard before. I've worked harder and longer hours in the last 6 weeks than before, and I keep hearing that's more and more true. You don't have the plan, like Pam and Frankie said. You know, you don't know what the prediction is going to be, so you're trying to put buckets everywhere. That takes a lot of work, but we're not going anywhere, and that includes, you know, certainly the Institute of Culinary Education. That's not my decision, but I can tell you they're coming back. They didn't go anywhere. We're still online. The Imbible, we're coming back. The brands that I'm working with.
The Imbible has to come back in.
Yes. We didn't go anywhere. We are just, the booze is still in the theater. You know, we're doing everything we can. So I think it's going to be a matter of partnerships. Like I said, you know, if you work in a restaurant, support your local theater. If you work in a theater, support your local hotel. If you work in a hotel, support your local airline. You know, build that net, and everyone needs to just build on what everyone else is doing, and kind of keep in mind that no single vertical industry is in this on their own. And I think it's that synergy that's going to lead to new things, amazing things, and the kind of innovation and sea change, again, that we saw post-1945 after World War II. I think that's what we're looking at. And it's tough to say that any of that is positive right now, you know, but, you know, when you break an old vase, you get a new vase sometimes. So I don't know if that's the right analogy, right? But, you know, I think there is a lot of upside here. And I know our industry is going to be on the forefront of leading that.
In terms of optimism for this, also, I think, you know, other people have said this, that the hospitality industry in particular has been on top of best practices and hygiene practices and things like that. I mean, they have to be, that the health department requires it, right? I just did my food service permit here, and the videos that you watch for it were made probably 5 years ago, and they're 100% applicable to this very moment. So if anybody's going to be creative and make it work and get people into spaces, you know, it's like, no offense to a department store, but that's an old operating model, and they're not going to be able to pivot as quickly, you know. And it's in a lot of ways, if for consumer confidence, I'd much rather go, you know, to some place that's already cleaning its tables and already wearing gloves in the kitchen and already, you know, doing everything it can do every single day, you know, and then they've got this added layer. I think
a good point.
Yeah.
So they're already doing that. Yes, very true.
We live in a time, I mean, when you go back to the places in which people congregated, where was the Constitution drafted? Okay, and the Declaration of Independence, both of them. Where were they drafted? In bars. Like if you go back to like even in Israel, Masada, like which was like a community up on a mountain, there is a pub because that's where everything happened. Like archaeologists like we'll talk about that. We need spaces like bars. We need spaces that are restaurants or bars because they're convening spaces, they're social spaces, and we will survive. Not everybody will, and that's also a reality. So what we can do best right now, best practices, are letting everybody know who is open, who you can support. Okay, and if you can't support them because they're not open, where there are funds to support their staff so they can reopen eventually. As vocal as we can be on social media platforms in order to do that. And I do recognize the fact that sometimes it's hard to connect with everybody right now. We're in like a very strange time, but as much as we can get our media, and I think Anthony, you talked about it the best, like it's not vertical, it's all connected. It's a web more than anything else. If we can get our media outlets to talk about us, with the hotels to also say like this place is open, which is close by, like we're doing to-go cocktails, we're doing this and that, we can sustain ourselves. We just need to find ways in which we can reopen in with the best practices and the best capacities to bring the community back together by staying apart, by staying together. And I've been watching some local businesses on the Upper East Side, which is where I live, do this. And I've taken a lot of notes down, which I've been bringing back to a lot of like groups that I've been working with for best practices and moving forward. And I think there are ways so we can do this successfully, hopefully.
Yeah. All I would add is that, as for consumers and guests going back into bars, restaurants, stores, know now that we, restaurateurs, everybody needs your business. We want your business. So I think this is a really great time to show people that they're welcome. I mean, I think in New York, we know that we can experience really bad service. But now, going forward, there's going to be a lot more attention to your health, your well-being, your needs as guests. So there'll be less of this kind of like, no. So there'll be more like, yes, of course, we can do that. We want you to be in the door. We want you to stay right here, right? So I think that that's a great thing for consumer confidence. And it's a good thing for restaurants to think about, again, moving forward to how can you be more welcoming, inclusive to your guests and your staff as well. Again, we work at places where you're not treated so well as a staff member, but now it's the time to turn that around and show people that, we care. We care about you. We want you to be here. So.
I think this is a great time for social media to shine, where people who are taking advantage of these new experiences, these temporary experiences at bars and restaurants, to share with their neighbors, to tell people this place is open. I had a great experience with a takeout cocktail. Here's a picture of it with sparkles. That's a really great example of how or things like Nextdoor could really be useful in spreading the word, because I think people are not against these models. They're just confused and maybe afraid and scared a little bit, and they just need a little nudge in the right direction.
Yeah, that's so true. Well, this is such a meaningful conversation. I haven't seen one quite like this, a roundtable with so many great friends and people, all of whom I'm really a big fan of in the industry. Robert Haynes Peterson, Pamela Wisnitzer, Chris No, Anthony Caparelli, and Ms. Frankie. This has been incredible, and we're going to keep this up on all the streaming channels. That way you all can enjoy it that are watching, and we're also going to put this out as a podcast. That way we can share these ideas, thoughts, all the insights. I guess if there was anything to leave us with, which I think all of you really gave us some good words on what we look forward to that's positive. What are you all most looking forward to whenever everything opens back up, when you can go back out again, and what are you looking forward to?
Hugs.
Hugs. Exactly.
The Kentucky Derby.
I just want
Yes.
Frankie like this close to me saying, darling.
Exactly.
Yeah, I will absolutely take all the hugs and a few of the bees, as they say, a few kisses too. And some complicated meals. I can't eat it all, but I want some complicated food on my plate again. Overwrought cuisine. I'm looking for overwrought.
I want to hear an awkward conversation I'm not supposed to hear.
Right.
But thank
We'll be
you.
excited to see all of you hopefully very soon in person. Maybe we can get everybody to the Derby and have a Derby party at some point. And we're going to definitely continue our coverage here and our Derby Day from home here. Just keep on telling your friends to watch it, bourbonblog.com/live. And as everyone shares it, use the hashtag Derby Day Live. And in a little while, we're going to keep on going up until about the time that that the Kentucky Turtle Derby starts, which is at 7 p.m. Eastern. So those of you, it's so exciting. You know, Pamela, I really like this chair. What do you call that? The kind of chair that you have behind you, Pamela. What is it called?
Can I be honest?
What is it called?
I don't know the name of the chair necessarily, but I worked an event in which they spent a lot of money for this being like the centerpiece of it, and at the end they're like, "All right, we're gonna trash it because we can't keep it." I was like, "I'll take it home."
Yeah.
So I got a new chair.
It's great.
I love it. It reminds me of that old commercial. The guy, the 7-Up guy that used to be in the commercial. Does anybody else remember that?
You're like the third person to reference that. It's so funny.
Hilarious.
Yeah, that's what I was like. But I love it. It feels like we're already on the beach with you. It's really.
I love all these backgrounds. By the way, I need to point this out for a second. Robert is like matching his couch with his suit. Frankie obviously is like a pink and purple like maven, so she's matching her walls. Anthony, of course, would be in front of booze right now, and just like Chris is like front and center because he knows how YouTube and all this stuff works. So this could not be more perfect, and I've been loving watching everything.
I gotta get a picture.
Well, that's the one funny new normal, right? Is getting your space ready for Zoom. You know, spending like hours going, okay, where does this pillow go? Where does this go? Yeah.
I posted the other day after one of the benefit concerts or something. I was like, this has to be the only time where actors and singers won't accept a gig if their kitchen's not clean enough.
Yeah,
it's so funny because we were talking about things that may be new jobs, and I'm looking at all the folks here. I keep hearing being affiliated with a school as well. The students saying things like, "Oh well, now I know that my teacher is wears sweatpants around the home or whatever." Like all these things, there's going to be a need for consultants.
Yeah.
For folks to talk to people before they represent the brand on Zoom or whatever platform or from home. It's going to be a corporate communications gig, and it's a new job. I don't know what you call it, but the time is going to come very quickly when major brands are not going to accept people, appearing a certain way, looking a certain way, just because they're coming from home. They're going to need coaching. They're going to need prep. They're going to need directing. They're going to need all this, and I think that's going to be a whole new market that opens up for folks like in our industry that do this kind of stuff for live events anyway. So maybe that's something that comes out of it.
Yeah,
absolutely. Well, I'm definitely gonna bring all of you back here. Let's say in a few weeks or a month or so, once things a little different. We probably won't do a whole other Derby day for several hours, but I'd love to bring you all back if you're all right with it for another hour chat.
Sure.
Bring all of you back for one of our nightly Bourbon Blog chats. And thank you all. Why don't we get real quick, just before we sign off with everybody and then go to the next thing. Each of you tell us where to find you on social media or your website. Robert, you can go ahead and go first.
At Haynes Peterson on Instagram is probably the best.
Cool.
I'm at Pam Wiz on Instagram, and you're welcome. It's really funny content. I can't
it is.
deny that. It's funny.
Yeah, I'll never look at a margarita the same way. You can find me at Drink Hacker. If you Google it, drinkhacker.com, Drink Hacker on any media, we're there.
Yep.
AnthonyCaparelli.com.
Yeah. I'm the ambivalent social media person, but I'm finally there. Drinking.violet on Instagram.
I saw you join the Instagram world, Frankie. I got very excited.
I mean, it had to happen, right? Yeah. I caved.
That's okay. Well, thank you all.
Learning from all you. Yeah, thank you.
You all are so amazing, and it's so great to see all of you live on this feed. A virtual toast to all of you, and thank you all so much, Robert, Pamela, Ms. Frankie, Anthony, and Chris. This has been wonderful, and I think very needed for these times and for Derby Day. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you for having all of us. Appreciate
all
it.
of you again soon for a drink, and yes. As I say goodbye to each and every one of them, they're going to wave goodbye as we remove them from the feed. I hate to remove them. They're all so great. Miss Frankie, you're last. Goodbye. Sorry. So such great people. Such great people. Definitely, if you came halfway through that or however long through that, go back, watch that, and share with your friends too. It's so important. Molly, I saw, really enjoyed the chat as well. And we're getting close to that time. We're going to kind of wrap things up. We have a few other amazing people joining us here before we say goodbye, because at 6 p.m. we want to make sure that you watch that Kentucky Turtle Derby. But now, when you all are every night, when you're not doing the Derby thing, right? I'm going to put this up here so that you can see where to join us. Usually, if I can go to that on the banner, it's bourbonblog.com live. We are doing this every night live for about an hour with someone new and interesting, a distiller, a bartender, someone in the cigar business. We do it every night on bourbonblog.com/live. But when I'm not doing that during the nighttime, on Tuesdays and Thursdays, I join two really great friends, James and Kevin, James of Men Who Blog and Kevin of pubclub.com, and I'm going to bring them up here right now. I think they're ready there. It's James and Kevin. How's it going, guys?
Hey, gentlemen.
It's going well. Hey, so you all are celebrating a little Derby there?
So a little bit. I got my drum here, and I've got some Wild Turkey Decades.
Nice.
Figured I'd break out the good stuff for Derby Day.
Well, I see. I haven't had a drop yet. I went for a run this morning, and I need to do a pubclub.com story about the difficulty of social distancing, walking and running down by the waterfront. I also have a boots on the ground in Huntington Beach, because that is just flip-flopping now between Huntington Beach saying, screw you, Governor, we're going to not enforce anything to today. Incredible enforcement of everything down on the beaches there. So I was getting stories, reports, photos from him. I got to write that up in a little bit.
Wow.
Yeah, Pub Club's busy. We're multitasking today. Plus, I've got like 5 people who've been, they have this Kentucky Derby thing, this Kentucky Derby, one on Zoom with some friends of mine in Manhattan, Hermosa Beach. Have been texting me like 50 texts today, so I had to get on that. And I'm trying to get a hold of our DJ for Tuesday. He needs a little hand holding for the show on Tuesday, so I got to call into him. So I haven't had a chance to have a drink yet, but we almost emptied the new riff last night. It was
that's some nice stuff that we tasted the other day. And I see, James, do you have a Kentucky warehouse there behind you?
I'm in Lawrenceburg right now.
You're in Lawrenceburg. Look at that. James he's arrived in Lawrenceburg.
Your previous guest was talking about Zoom coordinators and making sure backgrounds and brand stuff is coordinated. So I figured I would just make sure that I'm all coordinated with one of my favorite distilleries.
Very nice. No, that's so
good. Background.
I tell you what we're gonna do. We're gonna bring in just a moment Eamon Rocky, who Eamon, give us a thumbs up if you can hear us, Eamon. Okay, we'll bring you in just a moment, Eamon. And before we do, he's going to make a really cool drink for us and tell us what he does. But James and Kevin, tell us what we do on the Tuesdays and Thursdays events.
So it kind of came across as a collaboration and a shit, what do we do now kind of moment when, I've been wanting to jump into streaming for a while, but it always been, I don't have the time, or I don't know what I'm going to do, the technology or whatnot, always some kind of excuse. And I figured, hey, you know what? I have no excuse now, because instead of being on the road for, 3 or 4 days a week, I'm stuck at home for 8 days a week, as it might be, or it seems like it anyhow. And so Kevin had been doing an awesome show called Pub Club Live in the bars and clubs around California, as well as a little bit of nationwide traveling too. And we kind of said, well, hey, you know what? Since we're both stuck at home, let's just do it. And it started out kind of as a free form. Hey, here's 2 guys getting drunk on camera, and it quickly evolved into something where on Tuesdays we focus on a tourism destination. A lot of times there's a good distillery or winery or meadery even in different places. We focus on that and kind of tell their story through the alcohol, through musical guests, and through conversation. And then Thursdays is kind of more of a free-for-all topicality kind of discussion. And it's been fun. I mean, I don't know where the road's going to take us, but we're literally building the engine while we're building the tracks, while we're racing down the, an unknown path at 100 miles an hour. But it's been a good partnership.
Yeah, and it's always fun to join you guys there on Tuesdays and Thursdays, streaming live. And we try some great stuff, and you have some great musicians. I'm trying to see if Eamon Rocky is going to be able to join us. She may have to join us later he may have had to do another call. We've been getting so many great people in on our Derby Day from Home presentation, our streaming. So many great cocktails, celebrities, so many fun people. Eamon, are you ready to show us what you have? Are you thumbs up? Okay, so gentlemen, Kevin and James, I want to introduce you to my friend Eamon Rocky here, who is going to show us. Hey, what's happening, Eamon?
Hi, friend Tom. How are you?
Good. Eamon, this is James and Kevin, and we're excited to show you what we have.
Oh, what do you have? Please show me.
Well, I have a.
Rocky's got quite a bit.
What are you sipping on there, James?
I've got the Wild Turkey Masters Keep Decades, which is apparently having trouble with the green screen there.
I think it looks cooler that way. That's amazing.
Now here's something that I had never really noticed, but everyone has these little cork stoppers, right? This one's actually heavy. It's got it's actually copper.
It is. It's pretty.
And so I figure for the price of the bottle, I mean, it's nice that they actually made a nice presentation too. So kudos to Wild Turkey.
Yeah. Now, what are you making there, Eamon? And tell us about what you do.
Oh, well, okay. So, my background is in restaurants and bars for the last 15 years or so in New York. I try to Derby as festively as possible. I was at Love Madison Park for a long time, and we did some kick-ass Derby days there, man. And since then, I've mostly gone to the 21 Club every year, and my buddy John down in Texas, he's twisted my arm not too hard to get to Belmont and whatnot out here to participate. So I'm a big fan of the races and of the festivities. So I wanted to whip up a drink with my own spirit. Since I left bars and restaurants, I produced a spirit of my own called Rockies. It's a liqueur that is designed to complement virtually any other spirit, and bourbon is really, really, really tasty with it. It's made from apple, which is perfect with bourbon, a bit of pineapple, green and black tea, and citrus. Mostly lemon, but a bit of orange and lime as well. So you have this sort of naturally sweet, bright, fresh, relatively low alcohol, only 12%. So it's about like a glass of wine. Liqueur that when you toss something else into it, you get a cocktail, and it's really, really tasty. The stores here in New York have been doing quite well with it under these conditions, these really, really sort of strenuous and upsetting conditions that have affected us all around the world. Oh, that's my cat, by the way. He's a fan. He's a fan of Derby Day as well. Yeah.
What's the cat's name?
You're in trouble now.
His name is Kamu. He bites. That's his main game. Anyway, so he's going to exit stage right.
He'll be back, I bet.
So you can buy your spirit in New York and also online?
New York, New Jersey, Florida, and California on retailers in their brick and mortar stores, but you can certainly order it online in a various number of retail situations from those same stores. Yeah, and I recommend that people give it a try. It's all natural. I make it myself. It's blended and bottled in Brooklyn. Really, really nice stuff. And I wanted to sort of pay homage to the holiday. If we're calling Derby Day a holiday now, which I think it deserves, and also a couple really dear friends. I'm a very small producer. You're looking at the whole team right now. So Rockies it's a one-man show, and there are a couple other spirits that I want to highlight because. And if I can just say this on air, you've been on air for a while now, I know, and I'm not sure if this has already been said out loud, but craft spirits right now are dying. Yeah. They're in the worst possible place. My background is bars and restaurants. I owned and operated bars for a long time, and if I was still operating a bar or restaurant right now, I'd be in the exact same place I am now, and that is essentially stagnant, treading water. And I encourage people with the strongest possible sort of charge to go out and support small producers. And some of my dearest friends in the world are owners and operators of pretty big brands, and I'm not saying that we shouldn't support the large houses that we know and love, but the fact of the matter is that right now the little guys are in real trouble, and I just want to say that out loud.
It's important to support the crown.
Absolutely, yeah. So in particular, I'm talking about David Slom, sending a shout out to him at Virgil Cane. He makes spectacular whiskey. In this case, we're using his ginger-infused bourbon. He uses 2 different strains of beautifully hand-selected ginger to steep in his bourbon, which is world-class on its own, as well as a phenomenal Armagnac. For me, split bases in American cocktails, that's a really beautiful narrative. You gentlemen on the phone might or might not agree that Sazeracs, as a good example, are one of the most historic and beautiful opportunities to do a split base American and old world, new world, old world split base. I like thinking cognac and rye for my Sazerac. I like using a bit of Armagnac or brandy of some kind along with bourbon in my julep, and I think that hits a nice sweet spot. So that's what I'm doing here. What do you guys think about the split base? You guys on that page too, or no?
To be completely honest, you're speaking above my pay grade when it comes to education. But what you described, I completely agree with. I think that it's great to blend old world styles and new world styles. And to that point, I met a distiller up, I think it's Glacier Distilling up in Montana, and I walked in there and I'm like, you guys have a totally French style still here in the middle of the backwoods of Montana. And it was really enlightening listening to kind of how they were talking about taking the old traditions and mixing with new traditions and creating something that was uniquely, Montana. And so I'm all for innovation. I'm all for blending the best of all the worlds.
Yeah.
I love Armagnac. Actually, this is kind of an interesting coincidence. Armagnac was the very first hard liquor I ever drank when I was a teenager. So.
Yeah, and how'd that go? How
it went well. It was coincidentally, I was in France. I was doing one of those high school trips to France, but someone said you got to try this, and I've always been a fan. It's held a place in my heart since then. So,
and we featured
awesome. We actually
featured a small distillery on our show on James and I show on Tuesday, I believe it was, James. Right? This is Traverse City, if I pronounced it correctly. It's a local bourbon in Michigan, and it's really good. It's very, very smooth. And they also have a cherry bourbon because they're very famous for the cherries up there. So we, James and I on the Virtual Happy Hour show are interested in featuring smaller people.
And I would love the small people that you work with. I'm a very small person, and I would love.
Well, we'd love to have you on, and I'm very quickly accelerating Kevin's nose and taste, because when we first started, he's like, I don't do whiskey, and he had he mixed it with orange juice and that kind of stuff. But Tom, I don't know if you recognize this box.
Oh yeah.
But about 2 years ago, Tom was in town doing a Why Whiskey event, and he's like, I've got all this bottles and Glencairn glasses. Do you want them? I'm like, well, why do I need like 2 cases of Glencairn glasses?
I had a few glasses to leave him that he's done there.
That's a really nice one there with the crystal markings. But anyhow, so Kevin, I'm gifting you. Well, I guess they're invisible right now, but I'm gifting you the at least 1 or 2 of the Glencairn glasses. So you stop mixing it in a tiki glass.
It's the Old Tony's. This is the only ones I have. It's the Old Tony's glass. But thank you.
I was glad to leave those for James for his tastings, and thank you, James. I always appreciate having friends who can take.
And I appreciate having friends who give me whiskey.
I'm
sorry?
Can I make this drink? I'm really thirsty.
Yeah,
Go ahead. You're like,
then we went off on it. It's okay.
We're waiting for the opportunity to drink a real cocktail,
Go for it, buddy. Go for it.
All right. So I got some Rockies in here, 2 ounces. I'm going to throw in an ounce again of the Virgil Cane ginger infused bourbon made by David Slom, one of my buddies who's doing great work. Another David Liebespear, the importer and sort of advisor to this beautiful Armagnac, Domaine de Grand Comte. Now I wanted to keep it on brand with the juleps, so I've got, of course, fresh mint here.
Nice.
That's yeah, of course. So what I like to do, is to take some tops that are beautiful, right? I don't know if you guys can see those, but some nice, pretty tops, and then to find a few mint sprigs that have some bottom leaves that are kind of a little bit more hardy, if that makes sense. Does that make sense, guys?
Yes.
Yeah. Great. And to pull those bottom leaves off and to use them in the drink so that you sip on the straw and you end up smelling the mint on the bouquet on the nose and tasting the mint in the drink itself. Now, two other things of note. I'm using you guys see that, how cool that is? Or no, not.
Oh, it's nice.
It's one of those like old school honeycomb guys. My dad made this on his lathe. Highlighting that, a bit of raw honey here to sweeten the cocktail, with the mint, with the Armagnac, with the Rockies, just a touch of mint in there. I like to stir it with the little honeycomb doser, if you will, right? And this is one of my favorite innovations for juleps. You guys ever had yerba mate?
Oh yeah,
right. Okay, so yerba mate is this South American plant that is similar to tea, you could say, kind of, but not really. And the way that you traditionally consume it is you take this plant, right, this dried leaf, and you throw it into this weird gourd, and you jam this weird straw that has all these perforations at the bottom. You guys see that?
Yeah.
And you jam it into this gourd with all the tea on top, and you pour hot water on it. And the cool thing about the yerba mate gourd is that there's no bottom to it, so you can't set it down. You only pass it to other people, right? So the way that you traditionally have yerba mate is you hang out with a bunch of buddies, and you sip some and you pass it, you sip some and pass it. And if you try to set it down, it'll spill. It's like a weeble wobble that actually does fall over.
Wow.
Right? So it's intended to be this communal beverage, right? And so, I've been drinking juleps at derby parties and otherwise for a long time.
Oh yeah.
But the problem with juleps is that they always clog the straw because people have a bunch of mint jammed at the bottom. The yerba mate straws are designed for that. The South Americans had us beat to it like centuries ago, and we just never figured it out, right? So pick up a yerba mate straw for the ultimate julep experience. Just
That's
my opinion.
To use. I like it.
Okay. So we got a little bit of mint at the bottom. I'm gonna tamp this down just a touch, not messing it up too much, just giving it a bit of a bruise. Again, mixing old world tradition of Armagnac with a bit of new world innovation from the bourbon with a bit of ginger, honey, bourbon. It all feels good, right? Some fresh mint. We throw in some ice, easy peasy. Rockies, if I can just throw in, and give a bit of a shill for this beautiful brand. It brightens the whole thing up, right? It's got a bit of lemon, a bit of apple bourbon, apple brandy feels really good. And if you'll notice, this whole thing kind of looks like a beehive, not as a coincidence. So we throw in our mint, pop the top on, right? Check out how pretty that is. Isn't that pretty?
That is beautiful. Wow.
Isn't that nice?
That looks so good.
Doesn't it look good? It's super refreshing. It's boozy as hell, right? I drank one of these last night, and I was speaking a different language. I don't even know what language it was, but it's delicious. And I don't know, like this for me really jumped out as the right sort of blending of old and new world. I would love to showcase my own spirit, of course, selfishly, but I think it makes sense. And in this beautiful presentation as well. So cheers to you, gentlemen. It's wonderful to meet you all.
And thanks for sharing Rocky's Milk Punch and all those craft spirits. And let's definitely find a way to feature you on the Tuesday or Thursday show or one of these days, and we'll have you on our Bourbon Blog Live as well. And we'll definitely love to have you.
Tom, let's stay in touch, and you too as well. Thank you.
No, you guys are awesome, and really raising a toast to all of you. I mean, we're gonna end here in just a moment. Because I want to say thank you all for joining me for the end of this. This is about, as I'm looking at the live camera, and it's really been fun. This is about 6 hours into it today. We've had a lot of fun. For me, it felt like I've really been at Derby because I've seen great friends. We've talked horses, we've talked juleps, whiskey, bourbon, new friends, old friends, and it's felt like Derby to me. So this would have been Derby Day for me. So all of you who have been watching, and you gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us. And definitely, if you did join us halfway through, whenever you did join us, go back, watch this. We are here every night at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on bourbonblog.com/live for this show. And then definitely check out also the show I'm typically on most of the time, Tuesdays and Thursdays, with James and Kevin there. What's the place they need to go to find the show?
You go to facebook.com/men who blog. That's probably the easiest place to go. We usually pin the latest Tuesday, Thursday episode at the top, but we have a lot of other partners as well. We're going to be distributing your show very shortly, Tom, and we got a beer guy that's going to be coming on every Friday as well. So we're putting together good programming that should be of interest to everybody, or at least guys.
Lots of great. We appreciate it. And I'll just say this as we end. This is a really tough time for those of us in the hospitality business, bartenders, restaurants, servers. Hopefully, we'll all be back to work soon, me included. I'm usually on the road hosting whiskey tastings at bars, hotels, restaurants. But do help out your local bartenders. Keep a virtual tip jar in your house. Find local charities that do that. Just like Eamon Rocky said, keep on supporting craft distillers. And visit usbg.org for ways you can help the United States Bartenders Guild. Keep on looking for ways because we all need that support. And we need to keep on supporting local bartenders, craft distillers. I'm going to sign off here in just a moment so that you all and everybody can watch the second ever, the first was in 1945, Kentucky Turtle Derby. Just Google search Old Forester's YouTube because it's going to be epic. We're going to watch horses race. Go watch that. And thanks for everyone to watching. Cheers, gentlemen.
Cheers. Thank you.
Cheers, you guys are awesome. I will